This page is the vibrant cover of Dorimaga magazine, prominently featuring the title in bold pink letters and a group of anime-style characters, likely from the games covered within. The headline announces the release of the Xbox today, highlighting the magazine's compatibility with all hardware platforms of the era. A major feature is a massive 34-page strategy guide for the fighting game Dead or Alive 3, which is heavily emphasized. The cover also teases coverage for a wide array of other titles across different consoles. These include Sakura Wars 4, the Dreamcast title Weakness Hero Ultraman DC, and games from the PlayStation 2 library such as Super Robot Wars Impact, Xenosaga Episode I, Onimusha 2, and Canon. GameCube and Game Boy Advance titles like Doshin the Giant, Resident Evil, and Fire Emblem, The Binding Blade are also mentioned. Furthermore, there's a promise of strategy guides for Virtua Fighter 4 and Space Channel 5 Part 2, among others. The magazine boasts a significant page count, totaling a hefty 232 pages, promising plenty of content for readers. The artwork features characters that appear to represent some of the featured titles, setting the tone for a diverse gaming magazine covering all the major platforms. This page is a full-page advertisement for the Microsoft Xbox console, coinciding with its release date on February 22nd, as noted prominently. It emphasizes the system's capabilities, including 5.1-channel surround sound support, a built-in hard drive, high-definition graphics, and broadband connectivity, positioning it as a high-spec gaming machine priced at 34,800 yen. The ad features several launch titles that support 5.1-chain sound, showcasing screenshots for games such as Genma Onimusha, Jet Set Radio Future, Air Force Delta 2, SS.te.al, Project Gotham Racing, and the highly anticipated fighting game Dead or Alive 3. A promotional Get Xbox campaign is also mentioned, offering various prizes like audio equipment and DVDs to early buyers. The next page is a vibrant advertisement for the Xbox title, Tenku, Freestyle Snowboarding, tying into the console's launch on February 22nd, also displayed prominently. The page features a stylized snowboard with Xbox branding, a controller, and numerous logos of prominent snowboarding companies, emphasizing the game's connection to the real sport. The text highlights the game's focus on realistic freestyle snowboarding, including powder snow, diverse jumps, and rails, promising a feel so real it's like being on the slopes. It boasts the participation of 30 top manufacturers and 14 pro riders, making it a deep and authentic experience for players aiming to become top boarders themselves. A promotional campaign is also detailed, offering prizes like autographed snowboards from specific pro riders, jackets, goggles, t-shirts, and keychains to lucky applicants. A small note at the top advises against dangerous behavior on the slopes. This looks like a solid snowboarding sim for Xbox launch. This page features an advertisement for the Xbox title, Project Gotham Racing. The main image is a high-speed, blurry shot of a city street, identified by the Japanese text as Shibuya Koendori. An overlay indicates the car is a Ferrari 360 Modena, driving in third gear at 7,700 revolutions per minute and 131 kilometers per hour, suggesting intense, realistic street racing action in Tokyo. The bottom section displays 5 screenshots showing various licensed cars available in the game, including a red Ferrari, a black Porsche 911 GT2, an orange Porsche 911, a TVR Tuscan, and a yellow Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution. Developed by Bizarre Creations, Project Gotham Racing is presented as a game focused on high-performance driving, with authentic vehicles in detailed urban environments. This page is an advertisement for Project Gotham Racing on Xbox, releasing 2.22. The game features realistic city racing, where mastering driving technique and style is key, not just lap times. This page presents the table of contents for a Japanese gaming magazine from March 2002, covering a wide array of platforms popular at the time, including Xbox, GameCube, PlayStation 2, Dreamcast, Game Boy Advance, and WonderSwan Color. The main highlight is a massive 34-page strategy guide for Dead or Alive 3 on Xbox, indicating a deep dive into mastering this fighting game. There's also significant coverage for Xbox, with a countdown feature called Xbox Countdown 7/7 Jockey's Road, and reviews/reports on several Xbox titles, like Genma Onimusha, Jet Set Radio Future, Shin Megami Tensei 9, and Silent Hill 2, Director's Cut. Beyond Xbox, the magazine dedicates sections to GameCube and its upcoming titles like Star Fox Adventures and Resident Evil Remake, as well as GBA games such as Fire Emblem, The Binding Blade, and Castlevania: Harmony of Dissonance. Dreamcast isn't forgotten, with reports on titles like Sakura Wars 4. PlayStation 2 features prominently in the special report section covering Xenosaga Episode I and Onimusha 2, Samurai's Destiny, among others. Even the WonderSwan color gets attention with new release reviews for classics like Final Fantasy IV and Golden Axe. The issue also includes features on the game industry, game creator schools, and special New Year's gift campaigns for readers, showing a mix of deep game content and community engagement. This page is the table of contents for the magazine issue, clearly laying out the diverse content within. It's segmented into sections covering strategy guides, PC information, arcade news, ongoing features, noteworthy topics, and a comprehensive game index. Key strategy guides featured include a deep dive into Space Channel 5 Part 2, available on both Dreamcast and PlayStation 2, and the PlayStation 2 title, Tokimeki Memorial 3. The arcade section highlights major releases, like the chaotic fun of Metal Slug 4, and the intense mech combat of Cyber Troopers Virtual On Force. A significant feature explores the broadband new era, investigating the future of games and the internet, a topic gaining traction in the early 2000s. Noteworthy topics also touch upon the Dreamcast's legacy and the burgeoning broadband landscape on PlayStation 2. The extensive game index lists titles across a multitude of platforms including Dreamcast, PlayStation 2, Xbox, GameCube, Game Boy Advance, WonderSwan Color, PC, and arcade. Dreamcast titles listed include Sakura Wars 4, Shiren the Wanderer Gaiden, Swordswoman Asuka Strikes, and Missing Parts, the Tante Stories, alongside many others. The index provides a quick reference to the games covered in reviews, previews, or news articles within the issue. Additional sections cover news, data, reader contributions, and various comics and columns, rounding out a packed issue for gamers across all platforms. This page is an advert for the home tutoring service, Try. It features a tutor helping a student with their studies, with text promoting the service for getting into desired schools. There is a poster for the game Itadaki Street 3, visible in the background. Contact information is provided for inquiries. This page is an advertisement for Itadaki Street 3 on PlayStation 2, promoting the game with a clever link to education. The main image shows a woman and a boy, both with open books balanced on their heads, playing the game together with DualShock 2 controllers. This connects the game to the idea of learning, reinforced by the text indicating, "Now Itadaki Street comes with a home tutor." The game itself is described as a board game, where players aim to become millionaires, much like classic property trading games. Screenshots show the game board featuring various iconic characters, including some from the Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy series, although they aren't explicitly named here. The ad highlights that the game features a home tutor element, suggesting it might teach strategies or guide players, which fits the overall theme. There's also an illustration of a female character, likely the featured home tutor character from the game. It's published by Enix and was released on February 28th for 6,800 yen. This page is an advertisement for the Dreamcast game Neon Genesis Evangelion Rei Ayanami Raising Project. It features a large, striking image of Rei Ayanami, both standing and as a close-up profile. The tagline declares, "My own Ayanami is here." The game is described as a raising simulation game exclusive to the Dreamcast. It allows players to cultivate their own version of Rei Ayanami, leading to endings different from the original TV series. Screenshots show various in-game scenes, including character interactions and gameplay elements. The ad highlights that the game offers improved operability and introduces new opening animation compared to the PC version. Included as special bonuses are items like a Nerve-themed Dreamcast mouse, Petite Raikan rubber pins, and an original mousepad. This is a notable incentive for fans. The advertisement confirms the game's release date and price, presenting it as a must-have for fans of the series and the character. This page dives into some intriguing updates from the Dreamcast world. First up, we get details on the absolute final shipments of the Dreamcast through D-Direct, highlighting a very special limited production run of just 78 custom-colored consoles. This final batch is part of a 3RD anniversary campaign, featuring boosted point bonuses and the inclusion of Capcom titles like Vampire Chronicle. There are hints about new merchandise, like a desk mat, and even a potential Saturn backpack. The Hips robot shown here is also tied into new product announcements. The second major topic celebrates the return of game developer Encore, with a photo capturing their spirited president and team. They are unveiling their latest project, starring the character Musapi, in a puzzle game titled Musapi no Choco Marker. The screenshots show a colorful block matching puzzle, where you clear same-colored blocks. The game is described as highly addictive, and its development on Naomi arcade hardware raises the exciting possibility of a Dreamcast port. Despite the president humorously referencing a past game known as Death, Musapi is presented as a potential dark horse for Encore's presence at AOU. The next page dives into Sony's PlayStation 2 broadband strategy revealed at the PlayStation Meeting 2002. Aiming to make the PS2 the world's leading broadband platform. With over 120 million units sold worldwide, the goal is to transform it into a comprehensive entertainment platform, integrating games, movies, and broadcasting. Broadband services using the PS2 are set to begin this April, requiring users to obtain a broadband unit consisting of a hard disk drive and Ethernet adapter. This enables the Broadband Navigator browser, allowing access to game, movie, and music downloads, as well as email and chat services. Over 30 network-compatible titles were announced, including exciting prospects like Resident Evil Network, Everybody's Golf Online, and Final Fantasy Zegging. Screenshots feature the intense atmosphere of Resident Evil Network and the casual fun of Everybody's Golf Online. A new movie scene from Final Fantasy VII is also showcased. Regarding downloadable games, while 6 major publishers are planning support, the timing and pricing are still under consideration. However, discussions from the Q&A session suggest that while services begin in April, it may take nearly a year for a significant amount of network-compatible software to become available, with Final Fantasy XI mentioned as a concrete example expected from May onwards. The page highlights the ambition behind C's broadband push, but also acknowledges the time needed for content to catch up. The PS2 is aggressively expanding its broadband services, requiring users to contract with ISPs like NTT-BB and Yahoo BB. Sales are strong, nearing 10 million units in Japan and exceeding 12 million worldwide. Manufacturing improvements are reducing DVD-ROM costs. Upcoming titles include Final Fantasy Shift, Gran Turismo 4, and Resident Evil Network, developed by partners like Square, Polyphony Digital, and Capcom. Developers discuss the potential of online gaming on PS2, with Square emphasizing Final Fantasy VI's scale and Capcom unexpectedly announcing Resident Evil Network. This surprising move challenges expectations, as the franchise was believed to be exclusive to GameCube. SCE Korea launches with a focus on broadband adoption. Sony views Xbox as a companion, signaling confidence in the PS2's future, largely tied to its broadband unit and network gaming strategy. This page covers gaming news from February 12th to 18th. It features several upcoming events, including a final Dreamcast event and the return of Game Jam in late March, expecting over 10,000 attendees. It also highlights the ongoing AOU 2002 Arcade Expo, showcasing new hardware from Sega, Nintendo, and Namco. Featured arcade games include Sega Rosso's immersive surfing game Surfer, Konami's online Mahjong fighting club, Sega's popular trading card soccer game, World Club Champion Football, and Konami's unique dog station. There's coverage of a Creator Talk event in Shibuya, discussing anticipated GameCube titles. Key figures like Hiroyuki Kobayashi, known for the Resident Evil series, were present, discussing the latest GC games. Sega's Coup also confirmed their commitment to providing titles for the GameCube. In mobile news, the Sonic Cafe iMode service is getting new content called Speed, a competitive card game. A significant hardware announcement details the collaboration between Namco, Sega, and Nintendo on the new Triforce arcade board. Based on GameCube architecture, this joint effort aims to revitalize the arcade market with a powerful, versatile 3D system. Finally, there's a mention of a purchase bonus for Sakura Wars 4, including a special strap. The page highlights several upcoming events. A Tekken 4 Kanto Region Strongest Tournament begins March 2nd, with regional battles leading to a grand final on March 31st. A release event for Space Channel 5 Part 2 in Akihabara on February 14th featured Sega President Mizoguchi and cosplayers. Pre-order bonuses are available for Wangan Midnight and Onimusha 2. An Onimusha 2 event at the Ginza Sony building, February 25th, March 10th, offers early game access and promotional content. The Dorimaga event check section lists a Gundam Network Operation Trial event, the AOU 2002 Expo, Comic Live in Yokohama, the World Hobby Festival, and Millennium 4. This page highlights several notable events and game-related news. An event announcement details the return of the Virtua Fighter 400-man Kumite, challenging players to face off against famous Virtua Fighter veterans Bunbun Maru and Kathy. In merchandise news, official character goods for the popular visual novel Rumbling Hearts, Kimi ga Nozomu Ayin, are now available, featuring items like clear files and phone card holders, coinciding with the announcement of its Dreamcast port. For Game Boy Color players, the popular manga Drive Rin ni Kitemite has been adapted into a game, described as a love feng shui adventure title. Pokémon Card E fans can look forward to the second expansion, City Where There Is No Map, which expands the card game experience, likely integrating with the e-reader device. The GameSpot section delves into the industry scene, discussing the timing around the Xbox launch and the AOU 2002 Arcade Expo mentioned previously. Their web news ranking reveals the top stories, including the confirmation of Rumbling Hearts for Dreamcast, a feature on Xbox launch titles, announcements for PlayStation 2 network-compatible games, a PC Phantasy Star Online bundle with a graphic board, and the unveiling of the opening movie for Guilty Gear X2. The page highlights several events and releases. Card game enthusiasts can look forward to Card Game Festa 2002 First in Tokyo, offering sales, trades, and learning opportunities. Choco Kiss held a Valentine's Day event in Akihabara. Mobile gamers can enjoy Dragon Quest TV on ESWeb, featuring customization and minigames. Onimusha fans will appreciate a limited edition memory card and case. A Makaimura Maximo soundtrack is releasing. Finally, the news recaps recent game industry events, including Dreamcast ports, PlayStation 2 network updates, Phantasy Star Online details, and sales figures for Metal Gear Solid 2. This page is packed with diverse entertainment news. Up top, we've got coverage of the Disney/Pixar film Monsters, Inc., which was making waves in Japan. The article highlights the visit of directors Pete Docter and David Silverman for a press conference ahead of the movie's Japanese release. Speaking of Monsters, Inc., there's also news about a tie-in with McDonald's Happy Meals, offering collectible figures of characters like Sully and Mike Wazowski. Down below, there's a report on a concert event featuring the popular characters from Daiji I Chariot, attended by 1,500 fans eager to see the voice actors perform. For mobile users, there's an announcement about a new application featuring various designs of Hello Kitty for your phone's standby screen. The page also includes a goods and presents section, giving readers a chance to win some cool stuff. One giveaway is a set of the Monsters, Inc. McDonald's figures mentioned earlier. Another prize ties into the Doraemon movie, offering a special commemorative item. Finally, we get into some game-related content with a spotlight on the soundtrack for Grandia Stream. The article announces the release of the original soundtrack featuring music by the series' renowned composer Noriyuki Iwadare, even highlighting a special vocal arrangement track. There were also mini-concert and signing events planned to celebrate the release. It sounds like the music for Grandia Stream is really something special, adding to the depth of that RPG experience. The All-Platform Data Station reports on bi-weekly game sales across all consoles. The software sales top 15 is led by the new PS2 release, Way of the Samurai, followed by Virtua Fighter 4, also on PS2. Dreamcast titles show surprising longevity, with Mystery Dungeon, Shiren the Wanderer, and Sakura Wars 4 securing spots at 3rd and 9th respectively. Grandia Stream on PS2 also performs well. Other popular games include Final Fantasy X International on PS2, Animal Crossing Plus for GameCube, and Super Mario Advance 2 on GBA. The report also notes the launch of the Xbox in Japan, with decent initial sales. GBA price drops, and the performance of Dreamcast titles like Space Channel 5 Part 2 are also mentioned, painting a picture of a market in transition. This page reveals the reader-voted ranking of the most anticipated upcoming game titles across all platforms. Leading the charge at number 1 is the Dreamcast fan favorite, Sakura Wars 4, Fall in Love Maidens, scoring a massive 957 points and listed as 100% complete. The image shows the main cast gathered, hinting at the final chapter of this beloved series. Coming in a strong second, also for the Dreamcast, is Mizuiro, another highly anticipated title, at 100% completion. The screenshot features the game's distinctive anime art style. Rounding out the top 3 is Super Robot Wars Impact for the PlayStation 2, a mecha strategy giant, also 100% complete, and showcasing intense robot combat in its screenshot. The main section lists the full top 30, demonstrating the diverse interests of the readers. It includes major multi-platform releases like Xenosaga Episode I for PS2, Soul Calibur 2 appearing for GC/Xbox, Resident Evil 0 on GameCube, and Tekken 4 for PS2, sitting within the top 10. The ranking features titles across Dreamcast, PS2, GameCube, Xbox, and GBA, showing where reader excitement lies for the coming months. Featured in the Coming Soon Spotlight are Tenelezza for Xbox and Autostats for PlayStation 2, both intriguing upcoming releases where the anticipation is building, but their completion percentages and final point scores are still unknown. This ranking really highlights the continued passion for Dreamcast titles, alongside the burgeoning excitement for games on the newer consoles like PS2 and the recently launched Xbox. This text summarizes reader preferences for game ports and highlights top-earning arcade titles. Readers express their desire for various games to be ported to different consoles. Dreamcast fans hope for titles like Welcome to Pia Carrot 3 and Nights into Dreams. Other desired ports included Sakura Wars, Shenmue, and Virtua Fighter 4 for GameCube and Xbox, and Dead or Alive 3 and Phantasy Star Online for PlayStation 2 and Xbox. The top-earning arcade games were also ranked, with Virtua Fighter 4 leading the list, followed by Virtual On-Force Twin and Mobile Suit Gundam, Federation vs. Xeon DX. Finally, the text previews two upcoming games, Musapi's Choco Marker, a puzzle game, and Lupin III, The Typing, a typing game based on the anime, allowing players to experience car chase scenes through typing. This page presents a release schedule for multiple gaming platforms, including Dreamcast, GameCube, Xbox, PC, Game Boy Advance, and PlayStation 2. Dreamcast focuses on bargain deals for hard-to-find titles like Milky Seasons and Sakura Wars, spanning adventure, RPG, and sports genres. GameCube showcases upcoming RPGs like Eternal Arcadia and Phantasy Star Online, placeholder. Xbox highlights Jet Set Radio Future, Gun Valkyrie, and placeholder titles. PC lists releases like Sega Marine Fishing. Game Boy Advance's features Shining Soul and placeholder games. Notably, Sega is a key developer across platforms, including PlayStation 2, with titles like Let's Make a J.League Pro Soccer Club and NFL 2K2. The PS2 section also covers the European release of Metal Gear Solid 2, including bundle details and sales expectations. This page provides a comprehensive release schedule detailing upcoming and recently released games across multiple platforms, although it appears heavily focused on PlayStation 2 titles based on the games listed. It serves as a data station report, offering key information including release dates, some tentative or undecided, game titles, developers, prices, genres, and notes on features like online connectivity or hardware support. The list includes many anticipated titles from various genres. Among the notable games are Square's highly anticipated RPG Kingdom Hearts, Namco's popular fighting game Tekken 4, From Software's action RPG Armored Core 3, the start of the popular hack RPG series, and Enix's epic RPG Star Ocean, Till the End of Time. Also listed are games from established series like Wild Arms Advance 3rd, Super Robot Wars Impact, and sports titles like World Soccer Winning 11-6 and NBA 2K2. Interestingly, the popular Dreamcast RPG Skies of Arcadia is also listed, potentially indicating a planned port or simply serving as a descriptive placeholder for another title. The schedule shows many games still had undecided release dates and prices at the time of printing, reflecting the dynamic nature of the industry. Several entries also feature notes about online play or HDD support, pointing to the growing connectivity features of consoles. This page continues the data station feature, expanding the release schedule report to include upcoming titles for the Nintendo GameCube and Xbox consoles, following the PlayStation 2 list from the previous page. The PlayStation 2 section continues with a variety of games, including budget entries like the Simple 1500 series and Major Wave series, alongside more prominent titles such as Shin Megami Tensei 2-1, Nocturne, and various adventure and simulation games. Moving to the Nintendo GameCube, the list reveals a strong lineup of major releases. Capcom features heavily with multiple entries from the Resident Evil series, including Resident Evil 0, Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 3, Nemesis, and Resident Evil Code, Veronica X. Other notable titles include the critically acclaimed Metroid Prime, Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem, and Star Fox Adventures. The Xbox section highlights the early days of Microsoft's console in Japan. Prominent games listed include fan favorites like Dead or Alive 3, Silent Hill 2, JSRF, Jet Set Radio Future, and Project Gotham Racing. The list also details various peripherals, showing the hardware options available for the system. Collectively, this page provides a valuable overview of the multi-platform gaming landscape in early 2002, showcasing significant titles and demonstrating the growing competition between the major console manufacturers. This page of the Data Station feature shifts focus to the handheld gaming market, presenting upcoming and recent releases for the Game Boy Advance, Game Boy Color, and WonderSwan Color. The Game Boy Advance section showcases a robust schedule with numerous titles from major publishers like Konami, Capcom, and Nintendo. Notable games listed include entries from the Goemon, J.League, Monsters Inc., Crash Bandicoot, Klonoa, Shining Soul, and Fire Emblem series. It also features anticipated releases like Mega Man Zero and the tentative listing for Metroid Fusion. The hardware description notes standard packaging and mention of bundled items. Following that, the Game Boy Color list is much shorter, reflecting the platform's later life cycle. It includes titles like Hello Kitty, No Happy House, Monster Breeder, Star Traveler, and Resident Evil Gaiden. Finally, the WonderSwan Color section highlights releases such as Golden Axe, Kinnikuman Nisei, and several Square titles including Final Fantasy IV, Final Fantasy I, and Final Fantasy II-I, along with entries from the Front Mission and Mobile Suit Gundam franchises from Bandai. Overall, the page provides a snapshot of the diverse software landscape for handheld consoles in early 2002, rounding out the multi-platform release schedule coverage. This page features the latest installment of The Reader's Race, a multi-platform ranking where players vote for their favorite games. The main focus is a comprehensive table listing numerous titles ranked by their average reader score, covering a wide variety of consoles. Highlighted sections introduce notable games receiving significant reader attention. Gran Turismo 3 Aspect on PlayStation 2 is featured prominently as a highly decorated new entry in the rankings, impressing readers with its quality. Also showcased are Armored Core 2, Another Age for PlayStation 2, and Poltakis on PlayStation, both receiving solid reader evaluations since their recent release. A smaller segment notes significant movement in the rankings, specifically highlighting the strong ascent of ICO and the surprising drop of Virtua Fighter 4. Showing how player opinions are actively shaping the list. This feature provides a direct look at what games players across different platforms are currently enjoying and rating highly. This page continues the multi-platform reader ranking feature, showcasing more titles and their average reader scores. Several games are highlighted, including the rhythm action title Unison on PlayStation 2 ranked at 57 with a reader score of 8.9, praised for its simple yet addictive gameplay. Klonoa Empire of Dreams for the Game Boy Advance, ranked 74 with 8.6875, is noted for its clever panel mechanics and being a solid entry in the action genre. Tekken Advance on GBA comes in at 100, with 8.2, surprising readers with how well the fighting gameplay translated to the portable, particularly its graphics. Vampire Knight, a light gun shooter on PS2, is ranked 106 with 8.0, featuring stylish graphics and presentation, though some found the load times long and text small. Star Hearts on WonderSwan Color, ranked 117 with 7.0833, is described as a Zelda-like action RPG that was surprisingly enjoyable. Finally, the Bouncer for PS2 sits at 121 with 6.333, appreciated for its graphics and versus mode, despite other aspects. The large table continues the comprehensive ranking list. The next page promises a special cumulative ranking specifically for Dreamcast games, which should be a deep dive into the console's best titles based on reader votes. A teaser for the next feature highlights Space Channel 5, Part 2, coming soon for both Dreamcast and PlayStation 2, showing its current review score of 8.8. This page features the continuation of the reader ranking, this time exclusively focusing on Dreamcast software, with a cumulative ranking spanning 3 years of votes. The feature highlights the console's library, noting how games are recognized as masterpieces and inducted into a Hall of Fame based on consistently high reader scores over time. The main table lists numerous titles and their current standing. Several new or notable entries are spotlighted, including the strong debut of Mystery Dungeon, Shiren the Wanderer Gaiden, Asuka Kenzan landing at number 2 with a very high score, surprising many with its depth and addictive nature on the console. Further down, the puzzle game Doki Doki Idol Starseeker Remix enters at 195, and Poco's Dream Master is listed at 369, described as a simple, stress relief game. At the very top of the charts, Sakura Wars 3, Is Paris Burning?, takes the lead, showcasing a competitive landscape with Asuka Kenzan's high-ranking arrival. This page features a deep dive into the detective adventure game Missing Parts: The Tantei Stories, highlighting it as a title you can't go wrong with on the Dreamcast, and aiming for a high-score achievement. The game is described as an orthodox detective mystery adventure challenging players with a simple system and deep scenarios across 2 included episodes. The story follows a new detective who gets involved in strange cases after saving 2 sisters. The feature includes comments from the developer and writer, emphasizing the game's full 6-episode structure and the ongoing production, encouraging player support. The writer praises the scenario's quality and the story's compelling nature, noting the game feels like a return to classic detective adventure roots, despite the genre landscape shifting. To the right, the page continues the comprehensive list of recommended Dreamcast software based on reader rankings. This section covers games ranked from 56 downwards, presenting various titles across different genres with their reader average scores. It serves as a detailed guide to the console's library, showcasing the diversity and popularity of games voted on by the readers. This page continues the extensive reader-voted rankings for Dreamcast software, picking up where the previous section left off. It presents a comprehensive list of games, covering ranks from 118 down to 351, compiled from reader votes for the magazine's 129th reader race. Organized into columns labeled C, D, and E, the page lists titles alongside their previous and current rank, genre, and the average reader score. This section features a wide variety of titles across numerous genres, including action, RPG, simulation, and more. You can find rankings for notable games such as Street Fighter II, I Third Strike, Fight for the Future, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, New Age of Heroes, Power Stone, Grandia 2, and even fan favorites like Shenmue making appearances within these ranks. The list provides Dreamcast fans with a detailed overview of how games were perceived and rated by the player base at the time, serving as a valuable reference point for the console's diverse library and its enduring popularity among readers. This is a deep dive into the community's collective opinion on what made the Dreamcast software lineup so special. This page continues the extensive reader-voted rankings for Dreamcast software, listing titles from rank 352 down to 393, complete with previous rank, genre, and average scores. A commentary section discusses the ongoing nature of the reader race and suggests a potential shift in focus, while emphasizing the importance of the accumulated ranking data. It notes subtle changes in the table, mentioning games like Eve Zero and Saskatsuku Pro Soccer Club wo Tsukuru 2, alongside a screenshot of a mech title. The page outlines the rules for participating in the reader race, explaining how readers can cast their votes weekly via postcard or online. It also introduces prediction games, where participants can guess the initial ranking or average score for designated software, including titles like Mizuhiro and, surprisingly, Nintendo's GameCube title Animal Leader. Prize draws for participants, including a last chance category, are detailed, with lists of winners presented alongside images of game cases and special phone cards. Finally, a section previews a list of recently released Dreamcast software titles that are yet to gather enough votes to enter the main rankings, but are expected to appear in future issues. This page details a special gift campaign celebrating the magazine's 350th issue and the new year, offering readers a chance to win various gaming treasures. The prizes cover a range of items, including classic game software like the NEC CD-ROM Squared title Splash Lake and the Dreamcast visual novel Roommate, presented alongside its related music creeds. Other exciting items featured DVD releases such as Gundam Evolve, merchandise like a t-shirt from Yoke no Mariko, signed artwork from the voice cast of Atelier Marie and Ellie, and sets of telephone cards showcasing Adralis game art. Further prizes include special bundles featuring items from Taito, including plush characters, and Hudson's popular Bomberman series, which includes character goods and related games. Sega Rosso contributes stickers for fans of the fast-paced racer, Initial Die arcade stage. The page concludes with celebratory comments from various game manufacturers and industry figures, sharing their hopes for the magazine in the upcoming year and congratulating it on its 350th issue milestone. This page continues the magazine's special gift campaign, offering readers a chance to win more exciting prizes. Up for grabs are several items from Shenmue, including postcard sets and a stylish wristwatch, alongside diverse merchandise from Princess Soft's visual novels like the Memories Off series, featuring game bundles, mugs, and notepads. Fans of Shikigami no Shiro, Castle Shikigami, can try for a mousepad with cool character silhouettes, while Mystery Dungeon Shiren the Wanderer enthusiasts might win a hand towel or a special towel featuring art from the Game Boy 2 entry. There's also a set for the Asuka Kenzan spin-off, with a mousepad, pop-up, and poster. Other unique prizes include a signed music box from Overworks, an open dice goods set with a t-shirt and strap, and a Media Quest special set featuring the PC game Ani and a t-shirt. Finally, Sims is offering promotional videos for Real Bass Fishing, Top Angler. The page also includes messages from Sims and Media Quest, congratulating the magazine and looking forward to its continued success in covering a wide range of games, both console and PC, with a focus on quality titles. This page continues the special gift campaign, presenting the final opportunity in this 4-issue series to obtain exclusive prizes. Here, the focus is on original telephone cards available to all applicants, commemorating the new year 2002 and volume 350 milestone of both Dorimaga and Raspberry magazines. The application deadline is February 28th. The featured telephone cards showcase a diverse range of artwork and characters. Card number 1 highlights Alulu from Udaware Rumono. Numbers 2 and 3 feature special Christmas and New Year's versions of Komugi Nakahara, drawn by Akihiro Watanabe, likely related to the Soultaker series. Card 4 depicts characters from the anime Najika Blitz Tactics, specifically Najika Hiragi and Leela. The remaining cards feature artwork from columns or artists associated with the magazine, including Yukiko Kamimura, Izumi Takemoto, Sachiko Uekusa, Yoshimatsu Samsung, and the characters from Tatsuneko's game review section. It's a cool mix covering popular titles and the magazine's unique contributors. This advertisement details telephone card options available through a gift campaign, featuring cards numbered 10 to 19. The cards showcase artwork primarily from games. Selections include art from DigiX Log Channel, Aya Kadoi's World, and a character from Mokyu Mokyu Kurayami Tengokuki. Later cards feature covers from the magazine, Dead or Alive 3, Interlude, and Cyber Troopers Virtual On Force. Subsequent cards include art from Mystery Dungeon, Shiren the Wanderer Gaiden, Swordswoman Asuka Arrives, Virtua Fighter 4, a new illustration from Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, and character artwork from Swy. To apply, fill out a form, select your preferred card, and submit payment by February 28, 2002. This Dorimaga magazine page features reviews of 3 recent game releases. Dead or Alive 3, Xbox, earns an 8.33, lauded for its impressive graphics, refined action, and engaging atmosphere, making it a fun experience for all. Weakness Hero Tron DC, Dreamcast, a hybrid adventure/simulation, scores a 6.66, praised for its silly atmosphere but criticized for slow text and shallow gameplay. Nijikage, Dreamcast, also an adventure game, receives a 6.33, with reviewers citing a lack of detail in the adaptation, along with technical issues like slow message display and awkward game design. The page also provides reviewer introductions, scoring system explanations, and platform release counts. This page features reviews for several recent game releases across different platforms. Starting with Milky Season for Dreamcast and PlayStation, this adventure game receives a mixed review, averaging 6.0. While some note its warm atmosphere and engaging setting, others feel the character interactions can be repetitive. Next up is Harukanaru Toki no Naka de 2 on PlayStation 2, an otome romance adventure highly praised for its immersive world and attractive male characters, earning an average of 7.5 from reviewers who found it captivating. The highly anticipated RPG Xenosaga Episode 1, Der Wille zur Macht for PlayStation 2, gets a strong average score of 8.2. Reviewers laud its impressive event scenes, deep sci-fi/fantasy world, and complex story, though note it's a significant time investment. For Xbox, Zan Kabuki, a unique fighting action game with a kabuki theme, scores 5.33, with comments mentioning its distinctive look but limited movesets and balance issues. Finally, Metal Dungeon on Xbox, a dungeon RPG, gets a 6.33. It's described as a classic-style dungeon crawler, focusing on exploration and item hunting, with highlights including changing dungeon layouts and character customization. Onimusha 2. Samurai's Destiny, a PS2 action game, improves on its predecessor with enhanced combat, satisfying counterattacks, and an item exchange system, earning a 9.2. Saskatsuku 2002, a PS2 soccer simulation, refines the core gameplay with faster load times and data management, scoring a 9.0, despite uneven difficulty. Mizui Irono, a Dreamcast visual novel, offers detailed character designs and emotional depth within the romance genre, receiving an 8.0. Lastly, Koro Koro Puzzle Happy Panechu on Game Boy Advance provides addictive puzzle gameplay, perfect for on-the-go play with strategic depth, also scoring an 8.0. This page features a handbook for the mecha fighting game Cyber Troopers Virtual On Force, specifically detailing its compatibility with MSBS version 7.6. The book promises comprehensive coverage, including the performance and weapon details for 9 different system types and 39 unique Virtuoid units, plus additional variations. Scheduled for release in early March, this full-color, 160-page guide, edited by Cubist, is designed to help players master the game. It includes a handy fold-out checklist itemizing unit-specific moves and special attacks, along with a quick reference for basic controls. The handbook aims to clarify the game's intricate system for newcomers, while offering advanced tactics and strategies for veterans, covering everything from basic operations and special techniques to CPU battles and special missions, promising a thorough guide to winning. The large quote emphasizes the book's perceived effectiveness. Published by SoftBank Publishing, it appears to be an essential resource for serious Virtual On Force players. This page explores the dawn of the broadband era in gaming, titled, Why Now? Exploration Team 100th Time Broadband New Era. What will the future of games and the internet be? The article declares this year as the first year of broadband, emphasizing that many exciting online experiences going forward will rely on it. It points out that the Xbox comes with broadband as standard and highlights Sony Computer Entertainment's SCE recently announced broadband strategy for the PlayStation 2. Launching in April is the PlayStation BB service. Players will need to acquire a PS2 broadband unit, which comes with a hard disk, and secure an ISP contract. The included Broadband Navigator software allows users to download PS2 software, engage in chat, and download music and movies. The article discusses usage fees, mentioning examples from NTTBB and Sonnet, and advises comparing ISP options based on services offered, not just price. Crucially, online multiplayer battles and online RPGs are confirmed capabilities, with over 30 new compatible titles announced. The service also includes digital distribution for games, a PlayStation Jukebox for music downloads, and Real Player for video streaming, suggesting future possibilities for movie downloads. The content clearly positions the PS2 and PlayStation BB as a major step into online services for Sony, building on previous efforts seen on platforms like the Dreamcast. This article focuses on Yahoo. Japan's Yahoo B-Flat broadband service, launched in late 2001. The interview highlights the service's competitive pricing and potential for growth compared to dial-up. Yahoo emphasizes its broader range of services, including Yahoo Auctions, and its partnership with Sony Computer Entertainment to provide PlayStation 2 internet connectivity via Yahoo BB. This collaboration suggests integrated gaming experiences. Yahoo expresses confidence in its line's ability to handle gaming and large downloads, actively exploring opportunities in the gaming space, including upcoming services like BB Phone. The article concludes by comparing the situation to Sega's Dreamcast ambitions, positioning SoftBank/Yahoo B-Flat and SCE/PS2 as key players in a race to dominate the broadband market through gaming, and highlighting the PS2's potential for global dominance. This page features a lovely illustration of 2 anime characters and highlights an art book and exhibition by artist Akemi Takata. The art book is titled Creamy Mommy Memories of Magical World and focuses on illustrations related to the classic magical girl series Creamy Mommy. There's also a fair promoting the book. Details are provided for the Takata Akemi exhibition Airy Fairy, taking place in Shibuya, Tokyo. This exhibition is structured in 3 stages, with the first 2 stages in February and March focusing on Creamy Mommy and Patlabor respectively, showcasing around 3060 pieces of original art per stage. Admission is free. The bottom of the page includes information for SoftBank Publishing and an advert for game information from ZDNet GameSpot. This page features a vibrant promotional illustration for the visual novel game My Merry May, developed by Kindle Imagine Develop, for the Sega Dreamcast. The artwork showcases two central female characters with striking silver hair, one in a dark red outfit standing behind the other who is seated in a yellow sweater and brown shorts. This romance-adventure game was scheduled for release in April 2002, with a standard price of 6,800 yen. A dramatic quote is prominently displayed vertically on the right side, reading, "God for me, who has no soul. Falling in love with that person. Is it a sin?" This tagline hints at the game's thematic depth and emotional narrative typical of the genre. The image serves as a compelling key visual, giving potential players a glimpse into the character design and the emotional tone of My Merry May. This page features a striking promotional illustration for the game Castle of Shikigami, known in Japan as Shikigami no Shiro, released for the Xbox. The artwork showcases several key characters from this vertical scrolling shooter title. Dominating the center are large panels displaying the Japanese title characters, and, on the right, vertical text announces, "From the 30-second incident scene, the story begins." The premise, detailed on the left, involves a gruesome serial murder case in Tokyo during the summer of 2005, where the police enlist occult experts due to the unusual nature of the crimes, with the main narrative commencing from the discovery of the 32nd victim. Gameplay features are highlighted, including the tension bonus system which rewards players for close calls, a character-driven story, and utilizing unique Shikigami attacks. The page also details a first-press limited edition offering bonus items like an original picture label and a character design book. Castle of Shikigami was released on February 28, 2002, for a standard price of 5,800 yen. This page features a fun, illustrative introduction, seemingly playing on the theme of golf and console competition, centered around the title, Minna no Golf, or Everybody's Golf. The main illustration shows characters with gaming consoles for heads, a PlayStation 2, a GameCube, and an Xbox, dressed as golfers. Two smaller, mascot-like characters, one resembling a bomb with a spiral, and another with 32 on its head, also join in. A sign nearby reads, Doricon. The accompanying text adopts a light-hearted tone, making golf metaphors. It jokes about the driving distance of each console's game library, noting a humorous claim that the PS system's software output, when lined up, could circle the Earth. However, it suggests that the other consoles, with their powerful performance, can certainly keep up. The text promises to delve into the powerful shots, or key software titles, from each console going forward. Below the illustration, the page lists various games under categories for different platforms: Dreamcast, PlayStation 2 and PlayStation, Xbox, GameCube and Game Boy Advance, and WonderSwan Color, along with a section for strategy guides. The game titles cover a diverse array of genres, featuring significant releases such as Xenosaga Episode 1, Onimusha 2, Final Fantasy XI, Dead or Alive 3, Jet Set Radio Future, Star Fox Adventures, Resident Evil, and Castlevania: Harmony of Dissonance. The layout and content suggest this page serves as an engaging preamble to upcoming game previews across the featured systems. This page dives into the highly anticipated Dreamcast title, Sakura Wars 4: Fall in Love, Maidens, presenting it as the ultimate finale for the series on the platform. A major highlight is the reveal of the opening movie, which is described as a symbolic element of the series. Renowned animator Hidenori Matsubara served as both animation director and character designer for the opening, produced by the acclaimed studio production IG. The article notes that IG's involvement dates back to Sakura Wars 2 and praises their continued work, including the use of Neo-CG technology, for creating the series' distinctive look. The opening song is confirmed to be a new rendition of the iconic Giki Taikoku, titled Giki Taikoku: The Final Chapter, Finale. The page emphasizes the significance of protagonist Ichiro Ogami, voiced by Akio Suyama,
finally taking center stage as the true main character in the main series.
A quote from Suyama expresses his joy and fulfillment in singing the theme song and his long history of portraying Ogami. Screenshots showcase the game's visuals, including the classic Kubu mechs in action, and comparison images from earlier Sakura Wars titles highlight the evolution of the animation style handled by Production IG. The game is categorized as a dramatic adventure and simulation game, and is a 2-disc release from Sega/Overworks. This page features a deep dive into Sakura Wars 4, Fall in Love Maidens. The top section focuses on the game's opening movie, presenting an interview with Noriyoshi Ohiba, the executive producer from Overworks. He discusses the production process and highlights of the movie, building on the previous page's reveal. Oba mentions the challenges and effort that went into this final title for the Dreamcast platform, emphasizing the goal of showcasing every character and creating a dynamic sequence for the protagonist, Ichiro Ogami, and the iconic Kubu mechs. Below, the article introduces a major new battlefield location, Hanayashiki, a real-world amusement park in Tokyo. It explains that the battle system utilizes the ARMS simulation system, which was introduced in Sakura Wars 3, and plays more like an action game. The page showcases 3D renders of the Hanayashiki map within the game, featuring landmarks like the Ferris wheel and roller coaster track, now serving as terrain for intense mech battles. Screenshots display the Kubu units navigating the park environment. There's also a small news blurb announcing that free tickets to the real Asakusa Hanayashiki Park will be included with the game. This page continues the deep dive into Sakura Wars 4, Fall in Love Maidens. The top section concludes the interview about the opening movie, with executive producer Noriyoshi Ohiba discussing the challenges and highlights, confirming the inclusion of classic character songs and the dynamic action sequences featuring the main cast and Kubu mechs in battle. Below, the article provides a detailed breakdown of the opening movie's visual highlights. It points out specific scenes like the battle between the Kubu and Jaki in Ginza, emphasizing the dynamic camera work and sense of weight in the mech movements. Another highlight is the appearance of classic characters singing, reinforcing the theme of the Imperial Combat Review reuniting. The main focus of the page shifts to reveal a major new threat, the giant demon mech named Shikami. Unlike the more common Jaking enemies, Shikami is presented as a powerful boss-level opponent with massive size and strength. Screenshots show Shikami engaging the Kubu mechs in combat, including its standard and powerful special attacks, which seem to involve strange glowing symbols. The article speculates on the origins of Shikami and its connection to the game's antagonist, suggesting it may be controlled by the mastermind behind the events unfolding in the imperial capital. It is shown battling in locations like Hanayashiki and a ruined city, hinting at the scale of the conflict. The interview with Sakura Wars 4's executive producer highlights the opening movie, praising its character songs and action sequences, particularly the dramatic arrival of the Paris team. The core of the page focuses on the game's central mystery. Rapid urban growth has created a distortion, summoning evil and disasters, a phenomenon the Imperial Combat Review must combat. The key to understanding this threat lies within the distortion itself. Clues such as city, land, no mask, and Ginza are presented, suggesting the enemy's nature is linked to Ginza's land and possibly traditional No theater. Screenshots depict Oha Megami examining a Noth mask, Iris reacting to a disturbing atmosphere, Sakura watching a Noth performance, and Yon Kureda making contact from Paris, implying a connection between these elements and the unfolding events. Quote, this page previews the Dreamcast port of the visual novel Mizuiro, a romance game promising dramatic love stories with heroines who deliver on player expectations. Originally released on Windows, this DC version adds new elements, highlighted by a completely new animated opening movie, a key feature revealed here. The article provides essential game details, like its release date, price, genre, romance adventure, and publisher, NEC Interchannel. Screenshots display a young girl with an umbrella in rainy city scenes, capturing moments of transit and connection, alongside images of a different character, a girl with long pink hair, depicted in various pensive poses. The vertical text on the left evokes a sense of hidden feelings under a rainy sky, reflecting the game's romantic and emotional themes. This page dives deeper into Mizuiro, highlighting its unique system where choices made in a past chapter determine which main scenario you play and which heroine becomes the focus. What's particularly interesting is how this system dramatically alters the character's situation and even their personality. The article showcases this through the character Hiyori Hayasaka, presenting two distinct scenarios for her. One scenario seemingly from the original Windows version, follows Hiyori after she moves away, only to unexpectedly reappear later. Here, she's portrayed as clumsy and dependent, though she harbors a significant secret. The other scenario, introduced in the Dreamcast port, begins with Yu already living together with Hiyori. In this version, she is depicted as a capable and responsible person who takes care of the household, a stark contrast to her other portrayal. She's even called Oba-a-chan, grandma, by the protagonist in this route. The page includes screenshots from both paths, illustrating the varied situations and interactions the player will experience depending on their early game choices,
demonstrating the dramatic impact of this branching system on the characters.
This page continues the special report on Mizuiro, diving into how each heroine's individual past and present scenarios craft their unique stories. It reinforces that the crucial choices made in the short past chapter prologue determine which main story route you'll follow for each character, highlighting the significant impact this has on their situations and development. The focus here is on two specific heroines. First, Fuyuka Ishikawa, a character added for the Dreamcast version. She's introduced as a home tutor who initially appears cold due to her strict adherence to logic. However, as the protagonist interacts with her, his initial rejection softens as he sees glimpses of her kindness, although she maintains strong emotional defenses. Next is Yuki Katase, the protagonist's stepsister.
The past chapter establishes her relationship with both the protagonist and Hiyori.
While their bond growing up was strong, the dynamic changes as they get older and feelings evolve.
Past screenshots show younger versions of Yuki and Hiyori, emphasizing their shared history before the current timeline.
Yuki's segment explores her struggle to maintain her role as a sister while dealing with evolving relationships. The page effectively illustrates how the game's structure uses the past to dramatically alter the present narrative for each heroine, offering distinct experiences depending on the player's early decisions. The Mizuiro special report details the heroine's routes, shaped by past chapter choices. Kyoka Onosaki, a childhood friend, grapples with her mother's expectations surrounding sand painting, a childhood memory. Her route explores a puzzling harshness towards her mother. Mutsuki Shindu's route focuses on her emotional state, marked by childhood connections and lingering sadness. The protagonist initially misses her subtle distress. Asami Kudu, a senior, seeks to create memories before graduation, leading to a close relationship tinged with the sadness of her upcoming departure. Each route features distinct art and past screenshots, offering contrasting character perspectives. Comic panels provide light-hearted commentary, enriching the understanding of the heroines' personalities and the emotional depth of their individual storylines.
This page features a special report on the upcoming Dreamcast title, Toruman DC, introducing it as a unique romance simulation adventure where the player takes on the role of the supreme leader of an evil organization. The article teases a struggle between love, justice, girls, battles, and heroes, asking who will ultimately win. With the game's release imminent, this feature is a comprehensive 4-page deep dive, revisiting previously discussed systems and revealing the anticipated Himuki system. It promises developer interviews, a special manga, and reader presents. The page also details the contents of the bonus disc included with the game, which features a gallery of unused illustrations and setting materials, as well as a music mode allowing players to listen to BGM tracks like Maysong. Additionally, the limited edition includes a minifigure of Toruman Unit 1, described humorously as something to comfort a lonely soul. Toruman DC is listed as a simulation game, specifically, an evil organization simulation game, developed by 45, set for release on February 28 for 6,800 yen. This page delves further into Toruman DC, revisiting the game's story setup, where you lead an evil organization against the heroines known as the Traumans, and introduces the main female characters who serve as both your targets and potential romantic interests, including the 4 Trauman units and several of your own organization's members. That explains the game's system, highlighting its blend of adventure and simulation elements such as creating unique monsters based on the heroine's weaknesses discovered through interaction or intelligence gathering. The game features a choice between focusing on your mission or pursuing romance with the girls, impacting the monster creation process. Combat is also detailed, involving battles against the Traumans using your monsters and executives. The central reveal is the Himuki system, the winners right after defeating a Trauman. When they faint, you get the chance to recover a power source called Exceed by attempting to remove their battlesuit. This involves a minigame where attempting removal in the wrong spot results in failure, while successfully peeling off layers in the right location leads to a paradise of ecstasy,
humorously framed as achieving the mission with a pure heart despite the suggestive visuals. The page concludes by teasing a feature on the game's staff on the next page. The next page features an interview with the staff behind Weakness hero Toruman DC, offering insights into the game's creation. We hear from the producers and scenario writers about how the project originated from a desire to make something out of the ordinary. They discuss the target audience, initially aiming for fans of older TV heroes in their late 20s to 40s, but noting that others might find it enjoyable as well. The interview touches upon the technical challenges, mentioning the lengthy development of the PC version and the hurdles faced when porting it to the Dreamcast, particularly managing the large amount of voice and image data within the Zydrom limits. The staff expressed satisfaction with the voice actors, highlighting their enthusiastic performances and ad-libs. They also comment on the scenario writing, emphasizing the effort to make the story engaging even for those who might not play the game extensively. A specific point of interest is the reveal of the identity of the monster seen in the game's opening sequence. Finally, the page includes a generous giveaway section from 45, offering various Toruman DC merchandise like mugs, caps, can badges, t-shirts, and minifigures to readers. This section underscores the excitement surrounding the game's release. This page continues the deep dive into Weakness hero Toruman DC, picking up from the interview with the development staff. The discussion touches upon characters like Abubu and the mysterious Xenia, hinted at being the protagonist's father but looking decidedly non-human. The staff provides a final message to readers, describing Toruman DC as a game where you can fully experience the fun of a TV hero show, encouraging players to relax and enjoy it between playing major titles. They also express hope that fan support will lead to future projects. Visuals on the page include comic strips that humorously illustrate aspects of the game and its development. There's a strip titled Go! Cyber 3 Sisters, and several panels depicting scenes related to the game, such as the PC version, the setting at Sega headquarters, and NEC Interchannel, and gameplay elements like the power of the brainwashing device developed by Dozasu Mai. A key announcement is prominently featured. Due to enthusiastic fan support, the decision has been made to port Toruman to the Dreamcast. The page wraps up by urging Toruman fans, or Toruman manias, to apply now, likely referring to the merchandise giveaway mentioned on the previous page. This page features a special report on Steel Battalion for the Xbox, known as Tekkii, tentative name, in Japan during its development. Capcom's upcoming title is presented as a game that fulfills the dream of piloting a giant robot, described by its developers as more of a toy than a traditional game. This unique experience is centered around an incredibly detailed and complex dedicated controller, which is included with the game. This massive controller setup features over 40 switches, levers, and 3-foot pedals, designed to immerse you by turning your room into a virtual cockpit. The game's unique operation/control genre relies heavily on this custom interface, with on-screen instruments providing essential information for controlling the in-game vertical tank mechs. At the time of this report, the game was 30% complete and planned for a summer release. Steel Battalion is a single-player experience that requires significant space due to its elaborate controller setup. This page delves into the world and mechanical design of Steel Battalion, highlighting the incredible detail given to the mechs, known as vertical tanks or VTS. These VTSs are designed for realism, emphasizing operation and control, and are described as being akin to modern tanks that stand upright, lacking flight or jump capabilities. The game's setting is depicted as a near-future battlefield, where VTS fight alongside helicopters, warships, and other contemporary weapons. The page also features a staff interview section titled, That Dream Can Come True with Tekkii, tentative, discussing how this unprecedented project began. Producer Atsushi Inaba and director Hifumi Kono share insights, with Kono revealing he initially thought the idea of a robot game using 50 buttons was absolutely impossible, but was told to pursue it, starting the project with only the core concept, without worrying about the platform, development time, or cost. This reinforces the ambitious and unconventional nature of Steel Battalion. This page dives deeper into the manual operation at the heart of Steel Battalion. It emphasizes that every action, from starting the V to escaping a destroyed one, is done manually, highlighting the thrill of successful navigation and combat with the game's complex controller. The operation uses sticks and pedals for movement, including forward/backward, turning, and even sidestepping, but pushing the V too hard can definitely lead to it falling over. Beyond basic movement, the game features numerous other switches for tasks like tuning radio channels, dealing with fires, and even cleaning the monitor with washer fluid. The startup sequence itself is a significant part of the game, requiring you to activate switches in order, which builds anticipation as the Viot comes to life. In the interview section, the developers discuss the unique controller, stating that its unprecedented design is something others absolutely cannot replicate. Kono mentions that the game was initially conceived as a toy, consisting of the Xbox, a TV screen, and the controller. Inaba adds that the controller's cool factor and the addition of features like LEDs and metal plates were important design considerations, making it feel like something robot lovers must experience. Director Kono famously declares that robot lovers absolutely must play this, or they will regret it. This page dives deep into the unique mecha simulation game, Steel Battalion. It showcases the intricate gameplay mechanics centered around controlling a vertical tank, FIT. Key features highlighted include the weapon switching system, allowing players to swap between different armaments like a 270mm rifle and MK216 rocket launcher, based on the combat situation. The game emphasizes situational awareness with a detailed view switching system, requiring players to manage their perspective across 360 degrees, aided by sub-monitors in the cockpit. A critical element is the ejection system. Failure to eject before the VT is destroyed means permanent loss of the save data, a feature adding immense tension. The page also illustrates the complex manual startup sequence for the VT, involving multiple steps like fuel flow control and system activation. A section titled, Writer's Check, praises the game's abundance of playing spirit, noting its unique and somewhat nonsense nature, particularly the feel of controlling a two-legged walking weapon and the overwhelming number of buttons on the cockpit controller. An interview features developer Kono, who expresses satisfaction that the final game achieved almost 100% of the original design document, a rare feat in game development. Both the developer and writer emphasize that this game is truly for fans who dream of controlling a real robot. It's a game that prioritizes simulation depth and the tactile experience of piloting a complex machine. This page features a special report on the game Tenerezza from Aquaplus, marking their venture into original console titles on the Xbox. Known for games like To Heart and Comic Party, Aquaplus presents a heartwarming and fantastic action RPG starring a magic-using girl named Tenerezza. The page showcases the main character, Tenerezza, a lively green-haired girl, alongside other characters including a large, green-skinned companion and a small, blue-haired one. Screenshots hint at the game's soft graphic style and fantasy setting. The report describes the game as an action RPG with a focus on a small, grand adventure. It notes Tenerezza's cute trotting animation and energetic personality. A quote from a character suggests a playful rivalry regarding aptitude. The key information box confirms the genre as Act plus RPG and lists Aquaplus as the publisher. The game was planned for summer 2002, with details like price, player count, and disc format listed as undecided at the time. This looks like an intriguing new direction for Aquaplus, bringing their distinct character designs and potentially rich storytelling to the action RPG genre on the Xbox. This page continues the look at Aquaplus's action RPG, Tenerezza. We get a detailed introduction to the main character, Tenerezza, a self-proclaimed world's #1 witch who runs a magic item shop in the town of Esperanza. Despite her energetic personality, she's renowned for her magic skills. The page also introduces key supporting characters, including Rolo, a small yet powerful girl described as a master of the forest, who joins Tenerezza's journey. We also see character sketches of Sirius and Fourier, presented as friends or possibly fellow adventurers. The core premise of the game is revealed. Tenerezza embarks on her adventure because a town adventurer has gone missing, leading to an increase in monsters threatening Esperanza. She's tasked by the president with dealing with the monster problem. Screenshots showcase the charming town environment, interior shop designs, and Tenerezza engaging in combat, specifically fighting a golem using magic, confirming her primary attack method. The artwork emphasizes the game's vibrant, fantastical setting. This guide breaks down the combat system in Dead or Alive 3 for Xbox, focusing on the 3-point system of strikes, throws, and holds. It encourages new players to begin in single-player modes like story or sparring to master the core mechanics before attempting tag battles. The guide highlights the hold system, unique to Dua 3, explaining how to counter strikes, high, mid, or low, by inputting the correct direction and the F button. It also mentions expert holds for advanced players. Strikes, utilizing the P and K buttons, are the primary offensive tool, with high, mid, and low variations to keep opponents off balance. Finally, throws, initiated with F plus P, bypass guards and are effective up close, with variations like command and character-specific throws. The article emphasizes the tactical depth generated by the interplay of these three mechanics. This page continues the deep dive into the Dead or Alive 3 combat system, moving beyond the basic 3 attack types to explain the states an opponent can be put into after being hit. It details the crucial critical or stagger state, where an opponent is left vulnerable to follow-up attacks and combos. A significant new feature highlighted is the wall stagger, specifically occurring when an opponent is hit squarely into a wall, opening up unique combo opportunities. The guide also emphasizes the importance of launching opponents into air combos for high damage, noting that DOA 3 uniquely allows certain throws or holds within these airborne sequences. Strategic attacking is further explored with explanations of counters and high counters, where correctly timing an attack against an opponent's action results in increased damage multipliers, 125% and 150% respectively, and bonus effects. Different down states are broken down, including normal downs, wall-specific downs, and slam downs, detailing their implications for recovery and follow-up potential. The page concludes by providing a helpful guide on how to interpret the in-game character move lists, explaining the columns for move type, name, command inputs, judgment, whether the move can be held, and notes. This page serves as an excellent primer for understanding the tactical layer added by attack effects in DOA 3. This page dives into the details of playing as Kasumi in Dead or Alive 3. Kasumi is presented as a well-rounded and easy-to-use character, recommended for beginners due to her straightforward style and high potential, particularly in offensive pressure and launching opponents into the air. Her profile highlights her background as a runaway ninja seeking vengeance. Team Ninja's advice emphasizes her adaptability and improved launching attacks in this installment, suggesting players keep the pressure on. The story mode guide recommends using her signature throw, the Kasumigiri, to take the opponent's back and follow up, noting her ability to dominate in later stages by keeping opponents grounded or airborne. The page showcases several key moves, including the aforementioned throw, a quick mid-kick called Senjin Kyaku, and a powerful launching attack, Rekuga. It also demonstrates branching attacks like the Senkodan, which can lead to different follow-ups depending on the situation, offering tactical flexibility. Her new move, Mue Hangetsu Kyaku, is highlighted for its ability to hit opponents after they've been launched. There's also a section on countering, specifically against mid/high attacks, allowing Kasumi to take the opponent's back for a favorable position. Finally, a comprehensive move list table details her techniques, inputs, properties, like attack height and whether it staggers or launches, and notes. While extensive, this table provides essential data for mastering her full potential, but the core message is clear.
Kasumi is a powerful, accessible character excelling at mix-ups and air combos.
This page continues the deep dive into playing as Kasumi in Dead or Alive 3. Building on her introduction from the previous page, it elaborates on her core strategy, emphasizing her exceptional speed as a primary weapon against all characters, particularly when used to control the distance and pressure opponents. The guide suggests adapting tactics based on range. Close with quick PP attacks, use K and other specific moves at mid-range to keep opponents off balance, and utilize long-range kicks and throws or closing the distance to maintain the offensive. The key is consistently managing the space and reacting to the opponent's movements. The section highlights changes from the previous game, noting that beyond added techniques, new branching combos rooted in moves like P plus K make her more versatile, especially for mid-level knockdowns, and overall feels stronger in this installment. The page demonstrates practical applications, showcasing an easy aerial combo for light opponents and a crucial wall stagger combo that uses the environment to significantly boost damage.
This wall combo, ending with PPPK, is noted as a convenient option applicable to all characters.
A comprehensive move list table provides detailed command inputs and properties, offering the data needed to fully master Kasumi's expanded arsenal in Dead or Alive 3. In Dead or Alive 3, Ryu Hayabusa, the legendary ninja, enters a new conflict against the mystical genre. Possessing balanced stats, he's rated B+ overall. The guide emphasizes the Azuna drop as his primary weapon.
Players should use quick strikes to create openings for this powerful throw, even after opponents block. The story mode strategy revolves around capitalizing on opponent vulnerabilities to land the Azuna drop. If a throw isn't viable, players are encouraged to use strikes and react defensively. Mastering the Azuna drop in different scenarios is crucial. The Shurai Shu is recommended for launching opponents into combos. The page highlights Hayabusa's Tenrinkyaku kick, the counter-focused Giryu-sen, and the Azuna drop sequence, showcasing his diverse moveset. Anti-Kare and anti-low throw options further enhance his ability to punish opponents. Hayabusa is presented as a well-rounded, formidable character for those who can master his signature move. This page continues the guide for Ryu Hayabusa in Dead or Alive 3, focusing on his basic strategy and extensive move list. Hayabusa's core style is centered around counter hits, reacting to opponent attacks, and utilizing evasive attacks like +P+K. The guide reiterates the importance of the Azuna drop as a primary damage source, often set up by punishing opportunities or controlling distance with R+K. Compared to prior installments, Hayabusa's fundamental gameplay remains largely consistent, with the addition of new techniques. The page notes that while his style is already highly refined, critical stun launches in Dua 3 might make him slightly more susceptible to being attacked. The page details specific combos, including an easy air combo that starts with +P+K, effective for dealing damage, especially near walls. A more technical critical combo is also shown, originating from critical stuns and featuring specific transition inputs. An extensive list covers Hayabusa's full range of techniques, including standard moves, new additions, throws, hold techniques, ground attacks, special stances like the handstand, and unique actions. This list provides commands, hit properties, and explanatory notes for each move, serving as a detailed reference for mastering his arsenal. The notes explain symbols used in the command inputs and clarify specific move mechanics. This guide focuses on Hitomi in Dead or Alive 3, detailing her karate-based fighting style. Introduced as a skilled young fighter, her playstyle is described as intuitive, especially for those familiar with Ein. The guide emphasizes utilizing her strength, suggesting powerful moves like Goen and Fushama to control the fight. In story mode, a rushdown strategy combining specific moves is recommended. Players are advised to adapt by incorporating throws and varying attacks to counter opponents' defenses, especially when near walls for increased damage. The guide highlights key special moves like Goen, Fuma, and Tobi Ushiro Geri, with accompanying screenshots. It also showcases powerful techniques such as Tengai, Kusanagi, Muka, and Hasai. Finally, the guide provides a comprehensive table of Hitomi's techniques, including commands, properties, and notes, to help players master her complete moveset. This page continues the deep dive into Hitomami in Dead or Alive 3, focusing on her strategic approach in combat. It outlines the core strategy of controlling the mid-range distance, mixing strikes and throws to keep opponents guessing. The guide emphasizes adapting to the opponent's defense, whether they guard or use holds, and incorporating throws effectively, especially when near walls for increased damage potential. It also notes that simply relying on single strong hits isn't enough. Players need to utilize intricate combinations starting from moves like back +P or forward +P to break through guards. The page compares Hitokarimi to Ikatain from previous games, noting that players familiar with him will likely adapt quickly. Although her reach is shorter, her mobility makes her very effective. Visuals include screenshots demonstrating specific combat scenarios and combo sequences. One notable combo shown is a critical stun sequence, while another focuses on capitalizing on a wall stagger. The majority of the page is dedicated to a comprehensive list of Hitomi's techniques, including strike, throw, hold, down attack, and special moves. This includes detailed information on commands, move properties, and additional notes for mastering her complete fighting style. Zack returns in Dead or Alive 3, motivated by a need to recoup lost winnings and fund a trip to Vegas. His fighting style, learned through mimicry, earns him a balanced overall rating, emphasizing speed and power over technique. Team Ninja suggests players capitalize on Zack's strengths through diverse attack combinations, including effective fake moves. Key techniques include the Raging Knee for launching opponents, Hard Rush for throws, and Zack Tornado for critical hits. Other notable moves are Tai Saw Crush, Reverse Heel, and Vulcan Edge. In story mode, players should build combos around his basic punch and kick sequences, especially the PK string, while incorporating throws to disrupt opponents
reliant on holds. Detailed command lists and action screenshots are provided to guide players in mastering Zack's chaotic fighting style. This page delves into Zack's fighting strategy in Dead or Alive 3, building on his introduction from the previous page. It emphasizes utilizing his fast PP and long-reaching down-pointing arrow KP attacks, incorporating derived moves like right-pointing arrow P and down-pointing arrow F plus K to expand offensive options. A key tactic is closing distance with a crouching dash after landing a critical hit, setting up mix-ups with down-pointing arrow F plus P, up-pointing arrow K, and down-pointing arrow K. Single hits with up-pointing arrow-esque or down-pointing arrow-esque are also effective. Comparing to the previous game, new recommended techniques include down-pointing arrow, down-right arrow, down-pointing arrow, down-left arrow, left-pointing arrow-esque, and down-pointing arrow F plus K, increasing Zack's attack variety and making mid-level hits easier. The up-pointing arrow-esque is highlighted as a fast, wide upper attack, particularly useful after landing a critical hit. The page details Zack's critical hit strategy, explaining that right-pointing arrow SIP can trigger a critical hit regardless of the situation, and adding ARIP completes the combo. These hits cause blowback and are relatively safe on guard. After a critical hit with right-pointing arrow SIP, players should aim for up-pointing arrow-esque or down-pointing arrow SIP. If the opponent is in a low juggle state after a normal hit, the right-pointing arrow SIP, down-pointing arrow-esque sequence is recommended, allowing for ground attacks afterward. The page also provides an extensive move list covering Zack's punches, kicks, throws, holds, and special techniques, offering command inputs and properties for each. Notes at the bottom clarify symbols used in the move list and explain command notations, including specific details about new moves originating from different regional versions of the game. This page introduces Genfu in Dead or Alive 3, a master of the Shinji Rokuguken style, who enters the tournament to earn money for his granddaughter Mealing surgery. His profile lists him as 65 years old from China, emphasizing his destructive power from one-chance opportunities. Team Ninja advises leveraging his powerful strikes and using throws like Chaogyu Bentu or Suken to wall-splat opponents, or initiate air combos. The key to fighting Genfu is aggression, preventing counterattacks. Recommended techniques highlighted with screenshots include Tu Xiao, Chao Tu, Oyu Da, Yu Ho Chao Xiao, Chaogyu Bentu, Senkanya, Ban Hao Shuke, Rinbyu Jushu, and a technique for crouching opponents. For story mode, while Genfu's powerful single strikes are strong, they become easily held in later stages. It's suggested to mix in air combos using down-pointing arrow, down-right arrow, down-pointing arrow, down, left arrow, left-pointing arrow, F plus P. Or a simpler approach, players can alternate between up-pointing arrow P and down-pointing arrow P for combos. Contrary to being just a striking character, Genfu's throws are also powerful. The down-pointing arrow, down, right arrow, down-pointing arrow, down, left arrow, left-pointing arrow, F plus P throw allows for reliable damage combos, while the down-pointing arrow, down, left arrow, left-pointing arrow, F plus P throw doesn't knock down, enabling continued pressure. The combination of powerful strikes and throws is noted as the source of Genfu's explosive strength. The page also includes a move list table detailing various techniques. This guide analyzes Genfu's strategy in Dead or Alive 3, emphasizing his patient, powerful approach. He punishes openings with devastating single strikes, holds, and combos capable of inflicting massive damage. Compared to previous installments, Genfu retains his core strengths, while gaining aggressive new techniques, like down-pointing arrow, down-right arrow, down-pointing arrow, down-left arrow, left-pointing arrow, F plus P, and down-pointing arrow, down-pointing arrow, down-pointing arrow, up-pointing arrow, up-pointing arrow, pump, enhancing his versatility. A key focus is on air combos, particularly the easy sequence initiated by launchers, like right-pointing arrow PPP plus K. Mastering the down-pointing arrow, down-right arrow, down-pointing arrow, down-left arrow, left-pointing arrow F plus Kip launcher is crucial, as it can lead to combos that severely deplete an opponent's health, especially as a high counter or near walls. The guide includes a comprehensive list detailing his entire moveset, covering strikes, throws, holds, down attacks, and special actions. This page focuses on Brad Wong in Dead or Alive 3. Brad, a master of the Drunken Fist style, is rated A overall, Despite having low speed and power, excelling primarily in technique, the guide highlights his tricky movements and reliance on unique stances like the sleeping state and independent step, noting that mastering these is key to controlling the fight and confusing opponents. Team Ninja's advice echoes this, suggesting players get accustomed to his distinct controls. Recommended techniques shown include the drunken pouring attack, backflip twin palms, and transitions into or attacks from his sleeping state. Story mode tips suggest using launchers like PP or PK for air combos to deplete opponent health, particularly near walls, and punishing separated opponents with forward PP. The guide also features a detailed move list, covering his extensive techniques from his various stances and actions. This page continues the deep dive into Brad Wong in Dead or Alive 3, shifting the focus to his mid-range game and how to effectively maintain distance and punish opponents. As a technique-oriented character, Brad excels when he can control the flow of battle from this range, constantly watching the opponent's actions to find openings or bait reactions. The guide emphasizes using his unique movement and stances, like the independent step, to disrupt the opponent's rhythm and create opportunities. It highlights strategies for quickly closing in to attack aggressively before retreating back to safety, playing a tricky hit-and-run style. Caution is advised when using axis movement, sidestepping, suggesting it requires careful timing. Visual examples demonstrate key moments, showing how to observe, attack, and maneuver. There's a specific section detailing easy air combos, using launchers like P plus K to create stumbles and initiate air juggles, noting these are practical and reliable for consistent damage, especially near walls. The majority of the page is a comprehensive breakdown of Brad's moveset. This extensive list covers his standard strikes, throws, holds, down attacks, and special movement techniques, providing the command inputs and technical properties for each. Mastering these techniques, particularly those transitioning into or out of his various stances, is essential for fully utilizing Brad's tricky and technical fighting style. The notes at the bottom clarify the symbols used in the command lists. This guide focuses on Tina Armstrong from Dead or Alive 3, a powerful character known for her throws. Players are encouraged to utilize her grappling abilities, as she excels at executing throws more than any other character. Key techniques include the cross-spiral bomb, fisherman's buster, and various down throws.
The Tackle Legion swing is a special throw for high damage.
A new strike-to-throw sequence, the Crush Knee Diamond Cutter, is also introduced. In story mode, the guide recommends using throws and low-risk moves like downright arrow F plus P and the 3-stage throw combo. Tackles while downed are also effective. For mid-range combat, the elbow suicida and elbow back knuckle are highlighted as useful options. The guide concludes with a comprehensive move list, detailing all of Tina's attacks, throws, and holds with their inputs, properties, and damage information, aiding players in mastering her wrestling-focused style. This page provides a comprehensive guide to playing as Tina Armstrong in Dead or Alive 3, building on the focus on her powerful throwing game. The core strategy emphasized is using strikes to open up opponents and transition into highly effective air combos, ideally finished with air throws or down throws for optimal damage and safety. The guide highlights the critical importance of down throws, especially when near walls, as they provide reliable damage without scaling. A key tactic detailed is using strikes to bait opponents into attempting holds, which Tina can then punish severely with a well-timed throw. Screenshots illustrate the progression from striking to punishing a hold attempt. The guide also notes the significant improvements made to Tina since the previous game, stating that the addition of air and down throws has transformed her into a well-rounded and highly competitive character, no longer solely reliant on tackles. Visual examples demonstrate practical combos, including an air combo sequence and a combo finishing with a throw on a downed opponent, while extensive tables detail her complete move set, throws, holds, ground attacks, and special actions with commands and properties. The main takeaway is mastering her grappling options. Notes clarify command inputs like pressing buttons firmly and highlight that certain new moves differ between the US and Japanese versions of the game. Bass Armstrong, Tina's father, is a powerful wrestler in Dead or Alive 3, drawn back to the ring to protect his daughter from pursuing an acting career. His gameplay emphasizes raw strength over speed, focusing on devastating throws that can often defeat opponents in a single hit. Patience and baiting opponents into holds are key to his strategy. The guide recommends utilizing air throws early on and switching to throws to interrupt enemy holds later. The hardest fight is against Tina, where countering her combos with a mid-hold is critical. Mastering his throws, like Big Bear Rage and catching hammer throws, is essential for success. The page includes screenshots and detailed move lists, including basic attacks, throws, and special moves. This page delves deeper into the strategy for playing as Base Armstrong in Dead or Alive 3, building upon the foundational concepts discussed previously. The guide emphasizes seizing opponent openings and securing throws, particularly focusing on using moves like double palm to close distance and set up powerful throws. A key section highlights the changes from the previous game. It notes that dealing significant damage via air combos was previously difficult with Bass, but the addition of air throws has made it easier to inflict heavy damage. Big Bear Rage, back plus forward plus P plus K, is singled out as a powerful new technique that can become a central part of Bass's offense when used effectively. The overall performance of Bass's new moves is praised, suggesting his total balance has improved significantly, making him a strong contender for the top spot. The guide also covers basic airborne combos and wall-based critical hits, suggesting simple sequences to utilize. Screenshots illustrate these combos and critical hits, showing sequences of attacks and throws. Extensive tables list Bass's various moves, including basic attacks, throws, and special techniques, detailing their command inputs. The commentary touches on specific move properties and strategic applications, like using certain holds against airborne or grounded opponents. Bass's signature powerful throws and holds remain central to his gameplay, capable of ending rounds swiftly. This page features Leon from Dead or Alive 3 Prologue. His profile shows a B overall rating, with low speed but high power and decent technique. His backstory mentions the memory of his deceased lover, Lawan, driving him to participate in the tournament again. Team Ninja advises focusing on his powerful throws and strikes, highlighting moves like Mount Tackle and Desert Falcon as characteristic of his aggressive, wild style, noting they are now easier to use. The recommended special moves section demonstrates several key techniques. Cross Slash is a low stance attack, good for evading high attacks. Mount Tackle leads into powerful ground attacks. Trace Kick is a standing low kick. Giant Upper is a mid-level uppercut. Smash is a powerful high attack. Catapult Throw is an excellent floating move that sets up combos. Rising Tomahawk is a mid-level strike. Ground Submission is a follow-up after knocking an opponent down. Other moves like Frame Fist, Standing Arm Lock, Neck Breaker, Mount Position, and Mount Punch are also shown, focusing on powerful striking and grappling options. For Story Mode, the strategy suggests relying heavily on Mount Tackle and Catapult Throw early on. Later, it recommends controlling distance with Trace Kick, using Rising Tomahawk upon hitting, and then leveraging Mount Tackle or air combos into ground submission when close. The page concludes with extensive tables detailing Leon's complete move list, including commands for basic strikes, throws, and special techniques. This guide focuses on Leon's combat in Dead or Alive 3 Prologue. The core strategy revolves around using strikes to set up throws, particularly leveraging his powerful P plus K and F plus P attacks. Maintaining distance with moves like A and baiting holds with it are crucial. Aggressive players can use steps followed by P plus K or P plus P for quick approaches. The guide emphasizes the importance of throws during combos, especially the grounded say plus P. Compared to previous games, Leon benefits from faster damage dealing through air throws and expanded mid-range options thanks to new moves. Simple air combos are demonstrated, with alternative finishers, PP or K, offered for easier execution or slightly increased damage. A wall combo sequence is also shown. Finally, the page includes detailed tables listing Leon's complete command list. This page dives into the details of Bayman in Dead or Alive 3 Prologue. Born in a war-torn country and raised as a soldier, Bayman is a professional assassin. His overall rating is B, with average speed and power, but decent technique. Team Ninja advises that Bayman's style is sharp and focuses on joint locks, highlighting his new expert hold. They suggest mastering this move is key. The Story Mode Hints section recommends using air combos from P plus K to push through to the final stage. However, against Hayabusa, who appears later, it's better to avoid throws like P plus K, and instead, stop his movement with P plus P and R page. If you're confident, you can also use expert holds to counter his combos. Screenshots demonstrate various techniques, including Spike Shoulder, a move that launches the opponent, Kani Basami, a ground throw, Turn Low Javelin, a long-range low attack, Side edge, a fast strike combo. Twist hook and sidewinder, other striking options. Neck hold swing and various back throws for grappling. Fire barrel, a mid-range strike that avoids high attacks. Break shot, a slow but powerful long-range blow. Valkyrie upper, a mid-hit launcher. Smash, a normal hit move for setting up air combos. And various ground submissions to finish opponents on the ground. The page also includes a comprehensive command list table, detailing all his moves and their properties. This page provides an in-depth look at the martial arts of Bayman in Dead or Alive 3 Prologue, offering strategies and a complete breakdown of his extensive moveset. It covers basic tactics like pressuring opponents at close range and using the crouching dash to close distance, while also warning against overuse of moves like the tank wheel due to potential counters. A key strategy discussed is baiting opponent holds using varied attack timings and heights. Highlighting changes from previous titles, the guide points out the addition of new punch techniques for enhanced close combat, the powerful expert holds, and improved low attack options like the turn-low javelin, making Bayman a more versatile fighter. The page also includes visual guides to executing key combos, and a detailed command list covering his strikes, throws, holds, ground submissions, and special actions, showcasing his formidable grappling and close-range capabilities. John Lee, in Dead or Alive 3 Prologue, is a straightforward offensive character, rated B+ overall due to his speed, power, and technique. A bodyguard, driven by the thrill of combat, he excels at delivering powerful, decisive blows. The recommended strategy involves utilizing his Dragon series attacks, particularly the Dragon Gunner and Dragon Kick, along with a pattern of forward plus punch, holds, and follow-up attacks. Players are encouraged to be proactive, initiating attacks to control the fight.
Key moves include the Dragon Gunner, Dragon Kick, and Dragon Step High.
The guide also details the Sunny Kick, which can alter opponent positioning based on foot placement, and how to use the switch step for stance adjustments. A comprehensive move list is also provided. This page continues the deep dive into Yan Li in Dead or Alive 3, focusing on his technical fighting style aimed at breaking down opponents gradually. As an offensive character who wants to stay on the attack, Yan Li needs to be proactive, constantly pressuring the opponent, particularly with his F+P move, while his holds, like the upper kick hold and middle punch hold, offer potent follow-ups. Relying solely on them isn't effective. Mixing up attacks is key. Compared to previous titles, the guide highlights that Yan Li in Dua 3 places a greater emphasis on triggering critical strikes and utilizing floater techniques to set up combos, making him even more aggressive. He still retains powerful blow-away moves and his signature Dragon Gunner throw, although other throws are noted as less reliable. The page also discusses situational tactics, such as using the step-out, F+K, for movement and positioning, and tailoring combos for different opponent weights, noting that the K button is crucial for initiating floats against lighter characters. Screenshots illustrate basic critical strike combos and a defensive hold sequence. A comprehensive table detailing Yan Li's move list, including commands and properties, is also presented. This page introduces Lei Feng, a Tai Chi Chuan practitioner in Dead or Alive 3. Rated A overall with average speed and power but strong technique, she is described as a well-rounded fighter capable in both offense and defense. The guide notes that compared to previous games, Lei Feng in Dua 3 has enhanced holds, powerful throw combos, and effective aerial combos. Crucially, she has gained strong options for triggering critical strikes and initiating float combos, making her a balanced character suitable for fighting any opponent. Team Ninja's advice highlights her versatility, stating that the addition of expert holds allows both beginners and advanced players to find a playstyle that suits them. Screenshots illustrate some of her key moves, including her basic punch combo, PPP, a throw called Huko Kidan, a mid-kick string, Teiju Shakyaku, and defensive techniques like Joho Shichisei and Nikyaku, emphasizing their utility. Recommended unique moves highlighted include her PPP combo for initiating close-range exchanges, the forward P+K throw as a powerful option, and various kicks that trigger stuns or launch opponents. The page also offers general advice for story mode, suggesting that clearing it is straightforward. It highlights using throw combos for maximum damage, particularly the lengthy input strings shown, and recommends practicing their timing. Finally, a comprehensive table lists Lei Feng's entire moveset, detailing commands, properties, and specific effects, though the full list is extensive. This page delves further into Lei Feng's strategies and moveset in Dead or Alive 3. It highlights her optimal range as mid to close, suggesting single hits from a distance and throws up close. Lei Fang excels at quickly closing the gap and is particularly dangerous when backed into a wall, where her mid-punch holds gain significant power. The guide also explains the new expert holds, noting their power but cautioning that mid-level holds are less effective, similar to the previous game's F+P move. Regarding changes from previous versions, the hold command is now called expert hold, which may feel more intuitive for arcade players. While most of her kit remains similar, some moves have altered properties, requiring players to re-evaluate combo opportunities. Visual examples showcase recommended combos, including critical hit strings like K or right arrow K or down arrow K leading into KPPKK, and a suggested counterhold sequence against mid-K attacks starting with right arrow F. An easy air combo starting with PPKK is presented as a stable option after launching an opponent, and advice is given for a powerful combo following a mid-K hold, stressing the need for quick command inputs. The extensive move list table continues, detailing commands and properties for her wide array of techniques, including notes on stuns, turning opponents, hold effects, and distinguishing between moves added in the US and Japanese versions. Christie, from Dead or Alive 3, is a deadly assassin employed by Doatech. A master of snake fists, she excels in speed and technique but lacks power, earning her a Key Plus rating. Her gameplay revolves around overwhelming opponents with rapid attacks, leaving little opportunity for counterattacks. Players should focus on holds and utilize her speed advantage. Key special moves include Sliding Snake for mid-range, Forward Roll for transitioning, Poison Snake Leg for throw pressure, Lower Combo Attack for poking, Forward Somersault Kick for air combos, Forward Somersault Snake Spout for powerful combos, and Snake Form Step for counterattacking. In story mode, maintain offensive pressure, especially against Helena. Utilize holds and the right arrow-esque move for safety. The guide emphasizes a cautious, aggressive playstyle, exploiting Christie's speed and diverse moves set to control the match. This page continues the deep dive into Christie from Dead or Alive 3. Focusing on advanced tactics beyond just her move list. The main emphasis is on using evasive movements to outmaneuver opponents, staying one step ahead in combat. The guide stresses maintaining an intermediate distance, ideally where Christie's powerful mid-kicks are effective, and knowing when to switch to a defensive posture. It also highlights the importance of learning the give and take of techniques, understanding when to press an advantage after a move like the forward punch kick sequence, or when to adapt if the opponent guards. The page provides visual examples of tactical applications with screenshots, showing how to utilize distance and defensive stances. It also breaks down specific combo sequences, illustrating both easy air combos and more complex wall-down scenarios starting from a crouching position, detailing the button inputs required to execute them. While extensive tables of moves are present, providing the complete command list and properties, the tactical sections are the core of this page, teaching players how to effectively apply Christie's fast, evasive style to control the flow of the match and break down opponents. It reinforces her identity as a character who thrives on speed and strategic movement. The next page shifts focus to Helena Douglas from Dead or Alive 3. We get her profile, detailing her speed, power, and technique ratings, culminating in an overall B assessment. Her tragic backstory is summarized: born into the Doatech family and seeking truth and freedom after her mother's death. Team Ninja offers advice, emphasizing Helena's unique Baji Quan stances. They recommend using these stances to break through opponents' guards and create powerful mix-ups, especially for ring-outs. Her throws, particularly the rear throw, are also highlighted as effective for opening up opponents. Several of Helena's key moves are showcased with screenshots and brief descriptions. These include techniques like the recoil backfist for evading mid-attacks, Azure Dragon exit for transition from a specific stance, retreating step back kick which is slow but useful, embrace punch double palm for speed and combo potential, independent lower posture as a low attack option, rotating leg which transitions into a stance, shock leg adding leg for launching, and palm technique rising leg for counter hits leading to ground situations. The story mode strategy suggests a general approach involving specific punch/kick sequences, but specifically notes a challenging later fight against Christie, recommending patience and delayed attacks against her hold-heavy style. Finally, a comprehensive move list table is provided, detailing her various attacks and their command inputs. Helena is presented as a strategic character who relies on her stances and unique techniques to control the fight.
Helena Douglas in Dead or Alive 3 is best played by mastering her itetsu stance and back-facing techniques. This strategy revolves around creating openings with the stance, building combos from PP attacks, and incorporating high, mid, and low attacks. Beware of vulnerability to holds and low throws while in the stance. Helena has significant enhancements, particularly the powerful new itetsu transitions, which stun opponents and evade attacks. These transitions increase opportunities for stance-based attacks, including low throws. The guide details easy air combos like KKPPPPP and a wall hit combo starting with P plus K, emphasizing precise timing for execution. A comprehensive move list is provided, detailing Helena's complete arsenal, including attack properties, command inputs, and notes, with a legend to clarify notation and version-specific additions. This page features Hayate from Dead or Alive 3. Hayate is described as Kasumi's older brother and the 18th head of the Mugen Tenshin style. He was kidnapped and experimented on as part of the Doatek Omega project, lost his memory, but has since recovered and returned to lead the clan. Now he enters the tournament to stop Hayate's transformed state, Reidu. Team Ninja provides advice, noting that while he shares the same style as Kasumi, his moves are quite different. He's a completely new type of character compared to his previous appearance as Aemon, and is easy for beginners to pick up. The recommended move section highlights his strong points, throws, combos, and tricky presses to pressure opponents. Screenshots illustrate key techniques like his flash killer blow, which can be a simple kick or a feint, depending on the input sequence. His storm wind leg is also shown, which involves airborne attacks. Tips for story mode suggest focusing on combos and throws, using specific inputs to initiate them and evade opponent holds. Mastering his new throw combo, Narutatsu, is crucial for overcoming opponents, including wall hits and guaranteed additional damage. The page includes a list of Hayate's moves, detailing commands, properties, and notes, but the overall strategy emphasizes his power and technique blend, making him a formidable and accessible fighter. This page focuses on Hayate's combat strategy in Dead or Alive 3. It highlights his exceptional lateral movement, known as Gale Wind, which is unique among the cast and allows him to evade attacks and even get behind opponents. His basic strategy revolves around using feints and diverse movements to create openings, particularly for his powerful throws, which are a major selling point. The page explains how Hayate has changed significantly from his appearance as Ain in the previous game. While some moves remained, many have been passed to Hitomi, and Hayate is now designed as a more traditional ninja, with a style that is easier for beginners but offers deep complexity for advanced players. Trying to fight him using his old Ain strategy will likely result in defeat. Key combos are demonstrated, including an easy air combo and critical combos that start with upward kicks. A more complex combo initiated from the Gale Wind throw is also detailed, noted for its ability to launch opponents very high, allowing for extensive follow-ups. The page includes a comprehensive list of his moves, covering strikes, throws, holds, and special actions, with notes on properties and regional differences for some new techniques. Mastering his throws and lateral movement is essential for success with Hayate. In Dead or Alive 3, Ayane is a fast and technically skilled character, graded as overall, with a notable weakness in power. Trained by Jinra, she's driven to defeat him. Team Ninja emphasizes her strong frontal attacks and spinning moves, despite her back-focused reputation. Effective techniques include the consecutive blade steps for stumbles and the Silver Blossom Flash for launching. The Luminous Sky God Crash is a powerful spinning attack, though risky if guarded. Illusionary Dream Blade is hold-resistant, but punishable. Early story mode success relies on launching opponents with air combos. Later, single attacks and holds, especially +P, are crucial against characters like Hayate, due to increasing holds. This guide details Ayane's strategy in Dead or Alive 3, emphasizing her speed and trickery. Ayane thrives at close range with throws and punches, using kicks to control the mid-range, and employing the flash step, left pointing arrow K, to rapidly close distance or get behind opponents. Mastery requires technical skill. While new moves exist, her core playstyle remains consistent. A notable addition is the +P+K attack, offering new launch opportunities. The guide also includes Ayane's move list, detailing strings, throws, and special techniques. An easy, high-damage air combo is shown but is vulnerable to holds.
Special actions, such as taunts and movement options, are also presented. This page is dedicated to the upcoming Super Robot Wars Impact, highlighting the shocking new systems revealed. This installment continues the series' strategy RPG gameplay with impressive battle animations. The page features several screenshots showcasing combat sequences. You can see iconic mechs engaging in dynamic attacks, alongside character portraits like Domin Kashu from mobile fighter Bog Gundam, who is prominently displayed with his signature moves like the Godfinger. The article dives into specific gameplay mechanics that enhance the strategic depth. A key system explained is the counter, allowing units to react to enemy attacks, potentially even striking before the opponent. This ability is tied to pilot skill and can activate at 100% when certain conditions are met, with the activation rate depending on the skill level. Another featured ability, First Strike Wins, ensures a counterattack happens first when triggered, becoming guaranteed at high morale. These systems reward smart positioning and unit development, adding layers to the tactical battles. The page also includes the standard game information box, detailing the platform, genre, simulation RPG, and publisher. Super Robot Wars Impact was a significant release on the PlayStation 2, known for its massive roster of mechs and engaging story arcs pulled from various anime series. This page continues the exploration of Super Robot Wars Impact, revealing more sophisticated gameplay systems. A prominent feature is the combination attack, where multiple units can team up for a single, powerful strike when positioned correctly. While highly effective, these attacks consume energy from every participating unit. Screenshots showcase dynamic joint attacks from classic series like the Mazinger trilogy, the Estivalizes from Nadesico, and the Holy Warriors of Dunbine. Later combat shots highlight combination potential among units such as Combattler V, Voltes V, and Shingetter Robo, with iconic pilots like Koji Kabuto, Akito Tenkawa, and Ryuma Nagare featured. The page also introduces the free order stage system. This innovative system allows players to choose the order in which they tackle multiple stages within a specific story arc or scene. This choice is far from cosmetic, as the sequence of completed stages directly influences subsequent story events, determines which valuable enhancement parts become available, and even changes the initial deployment layout on future maps. An example illustrates how the objective for a stage involving the Science Fortress Laboratory transforms from a defense mission to a recovery operation, depending on when the player chooses to visit it within that scene. These mechanics add significant strategic depth and replayability to the game. This page continues our look at Super Robot Wars Impact, highlighting more advanced gameplay systems and presentation upgrades. A key new feature is map destruction, which allows units to attack specific terrain or structures on the map. This enables strategic possibilities like destroying obstacles to clear a path, breaking into buildings, or accessing hidden items and funds stored in containers by demolishing walls or doors. An example shows acquiring 10,000 funds from a container revealed after destroying a hangar door. The game even allows destroying barrier satellites to open up new routes, significantly expanding strategic options on the battlefield. Furthermore, the presentation of map weapons has been greatly enhanced. Instead of simple messages, these aerial effect attacks now feature dynamic 2D battle scenes, similar to standard unit combat. This provides much more visual flair for powerful weapons. The page showcases examples like the Gundam GPO-3 Dendrobium firing its micromissiles, Anavel Gato using the atomic bazooka from the Gundam GPO-2 Physalis, and the Nadesico unleashing its gravity blast, with pilot and character cutons like Ku Uraki, Gato, Yurika Misumaru, and Ruri Hoshino adding to the spectacle. This upgrade makes utilizing map weapons far more satisfying and tactical. This page dives deeper into the advanced systems and features enhancing Super Robot Wars Impact. It introduces the Veteran Level O, which increases by meeting specific objectives and stages, such as defeating all enemies or destroying escaping units. A higher veteran level means tougher enemies in later stages, offering a significant challenge for series veterans. Interestingly, the veteran level also affects the enhancement parts you acquire from containers on the map, providing different rewards based on your mastery level. New enhancement parts specific to the various series in the game are also available. You can find these by collecting containers scattered across the battlefield. One notable example is the Aura Converter from Aura Battler Dunbine, which provides bonuses to movement and agility, adding tactical depth to unit customization. The game also adds new spirit commands to your arsenal. These include Induced Explosion, which damages surrounding units when the target you attacked is destroyed, and Pressure, a command well received in previous titles like Super Robot Wars, Compact A. These new commands offer fresh, strategic options during combat.
Furthermore, new special skills for pilots and units are introduced, influencing various abilities.
A key addition is the command skill, which allows units to perform support attacks, increasing your offensive potential. Finally, the page includes a fun bonus feature highlighting Room Stole from Machine Robo, Revenge of Kronos, showcasing his cool in-game appearance and iconic battle lines, a treat for longtime fans. This page features a vibrant advertisement for the classic beat-em-up Golden Axe, making its way to the Wonder Swan color. The main artwork prominently displays the iconic trio of Axe Battler, Tyrese Flare, and Gilius Thunderhead, ready for battle against a fiery backdrop, hinting at the game's fantasy setting. The headline announces the return of this high-purity action Sega masterpiece. Originally appearing in arcades and on the Mega Drive, Genesis, in 1989, Golden Axe gathered immense popularity. Now, Sega is reviving this title with their own development expertise for the WonderSwan color. The page highlights key gameplay elements with screenshots and descriptive text. You can ride creatures, snatched from enemies, to enhance your attacks.
The sword attacks are described as varied and colorful.
Magic is a powerful tool for devastating multiple foes at once, shown with a screenshot of Tyrese's impressive dragon magic. 2 modes are available. Arcade mode, where you choose one of the 3 heroes and fight through all 8 stages, and Duel mode, where you compete against opponents in the Colosseum arena across 12 matches. Connectivity is a feature, supporting communication cable play for 2-player simultaneous action, a faithful recreation of the arcade experience. The ad confirms the release date as February 28th, and the price is 4,800 yen, excluding tax. This looks like a solid port, bringing the classic action-adventure to a portable platform, perfect for fans of the original. This page features the Reader Submission Corner, highlighting comments from readers including thoughts on the release of the Xbox and various other topics. The page also includes a ranking of popular movies from early 2002, featuring films like Ocean's 11, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, and Amelie. Additionally, there's a preview of the 2002 Spring Toei Anime Fair, which includes the movie Doraemon, Nobita and the Robot Kingdom, focusing on an adventure in a robot world. The fair also features a double bill with One Piece, centered around Chopper's journey, and Digimon Tamers, depicting a battle in Tokyo against a mysterious train. This page features a collection of reader-submitted artwork at the top, showcasing fan art inspired by various games. You can see charming illustrations related to titles like Animal Crossing, Dead or Alive, The Legend of Dragoon, and Sonic Adventure 2, demonstrating the passion of the readers. The bottom section contains the 6th installment of a new serial column by writer Go Yoshida, titled Ototake-kun. Even with Go Taifu Manzoku, games are satisfying. The column delves into the author's perspective on gaming satisfaction. He discusses the evolution of games, contrasting the focus on individual skill in classic arcade and Famicom titles like Yi Ar Kung Fu and Dragon Quest II with modern gaming experiences. Yoshida shares his personal experience, including playing games using his feet, and reflects on where true gaming satisfaction lies in today's landscape, arguing that action games and shooters still demand significant individual skill. The column provides a unique and insightful look at gaming through a personal lens. This page features a variety of reader-submitted illustrations at the top, depicting characters from games like Xenosaga, Angelic Layer, Interlude, and World Neverland, alongside original designs like a deformed Gundam and Maid characters. The middle section announces the results of the 3rd Dreamcast Magazine Grand Prix, a fan art contest, highlighted by an illustration of the winners and a comment humorously referencing the timing of the Xbox launch. The bottom section presents Book Min Si, a weekly book recommendation feature. This week's theme is Adventure and Survival, reviewing 2 non-fiction books, Endurance, Shackleton's Incredible Voyage, and 76 Days Adrift on the Atlantic, summarizing their gripping survival stories. Finally, there is a ranking table listing various games from multiple platforms, including Dreamcast, PlayStation, PS2, PC, and arcade, showing their prices and publishers. This page is the Dorimaga section, showcasing humorous manga and illustrations submitted by readers from across Japan. The top rows feature short comics riffing on popular fighting games like Guilty Gear, King of Fighters, Virtua Fighters, and Street Fighter, often depicting characters like Milia Rage, Kula Diamond, Wolf Hawkfield, sagat, and abandon in funny or relatable situations, alongside comics referencing games like Princess Maker and others with distinct character designs. Below the comics is a column titled Supplementary Interlude,
which includes a segment discussing theoretical or developmental concepts, possibly related to game design, featuring characters or terms like Chippu Assistant and Worder Middle. There are small illustrations accompanying this section, including a mascot-like character and diagrams resembling input commands for rhythm games. The main text in this column is from Private Actress, Dorimaga Theory Volume 37, who shares their thoughts on rhythm games, specifically referencing Dance Dance Revolution and potentially Samba de Amigo, reflecting on the end of an era for one while anticipating new content for another on Dreamcast, and discussing the nuances of gameplay like footwork.
This page features the Dorimaga Liberation Area Declaration and the Dorimaga Question Box, showcasing humorous reader-submitted manga and questions. Readers share thoughts on Sega's shift away from hardware, referencing games like Jet Set Radio and Shenmue, and depict scenes related to Shenmue's story and characters resembling Lan Dai. Panels mix characters from Metal Gear Solid and Sonic Adventure in amusing situations. Questions cover topics from the definition of loli in the context of the game Vampire Knight to inquiries about the relationship between the magazine's editorial staff. The content provides a lighthearted look at gaming, characters, and magazine life through the eyes of the readers. The bottom section is a CD release guide, listing recent singles and maxi singles by Japanese artists, with release dates, prices, and brief descriptions. This page offers a variety of reader-submitted content. My News shares a contributor's daily life, including game purchases like Tokimeki Memorial 3 and the YS Gameworks compilation, along with local arcade trends in Virtua Fighter 4. Zarusoba vs. Pupapu pits reader-submitted manga comics against each other, with Zarusoba declared the winner. The monthly Dorimaga Circle connects readers and editors via postcards. Tailend Wordway examines unique sentence endings and speech patterns based on reader submissions, accompanied by illustrations. Finally, Bomb Rock's I Had This Dream features bizarre and prophetic dreams from readers, including one related to Ninja Sentai Hurricane Carter and another speculating on a post-Sakura Wars 4 event, alongside an illustration of a deep-sea creature from a dream. A reader prompt encourages submissions on local and future trends. This page dives into reader interaction and features a significant karaoke song list. The main highlight is the Loves Anime Karaoke section, a renewed column dedicated to songs available on karaoke systems. Specifically, it features a list of Sega-related songs added between February and March, encouraging readers to use it for their karaoke sessions. While there is a large table of song titles and artists, it serves as a reference list for enthusiasts. Elsewhere on the page, the Taishu Hachi Why What branch office segment discusses the final Dreamcast event, Game Jam 2, held at the end of March. It also answers a reader's question about the different manufacturing labels found on Dreamcast consoles, attributing variations to production locations and dates. The Dorimaga style postcard question box addresses reader inquiries about submitting postcards, clarifying rules regarding illustrations, valid points for submissions, and how pen names are handled. Finally, several smaller reader-focused corners solicit submissions on various topics, including questions for a Capcom PR member, experiences with online games, requests for help finding forgotten game titles, reader artwork of game characters, and creative combinations of game titles. This page offers a variety of reader content. The Fukawa Style This Week column provides observations on various topics including video games, pop culture, and hardware quirks. Gary's Favorite Discovery highlights Bishojo game-related finds. Readers can contribute to numerous sections, including artwork, discussions, humor, and themed areas like the Shota Corner. Submission guidelines outline email procedures for artwork and text submissions, including required personal details and file formats. A point ranking rewards readers with prizes. The page also features a profile of Tomoe Sakurai, including a link to her website and a personal horror experience story. Finally, an illustration by Midori Aoe is featured, showcasing a character inspired by Shining Soul, and the magazine's mailing address is provided. This page is dedicated to showcasing Metal Dungeon, an RPG for the Xbox console, boldly promoted as Japan's first RPG on the platform. It's described as a labyrinth exploration role-playing game set in the world of Aransas, a realm of science and magic. Players take on the role of reinforcers, Enhanced warriors challenging a metallic labyrinth controlled by a powerful demon god, tasked with sealing away this menace using human wisdom. The game promises dynamic real-time battles featuring impressive visual effects and powerful special attacks like Shockwave and Deadly Blow. Combat utilizes various weapon types, including swords, hammers, knuckles, guns, and spells. Key features highlighted include extensive character customization with hundreds of patterns, over 750 items to collect, automatically generated dungeons that change with each exploration, an auto-mapping function, and numerous traps to navigate. The game also incorporates a unique creative level-up system, scheduled for release on February 28, 2002, with a standard price of 6,800 yen, excluding tax. The page also promotes a Metal Dungeon Treasure Hunter Championship, offering a total prize pool of 1 million yen, encouraging players to seek out rare items for luxurious rewards. The game is developed by Panther Software. This page dives into Xenosaga Episode 1, Der Wille zur Macht for the PlayStation 2, just 1 week before its release. The article highlights key points players should know beforehand, emphasizing both the game's system and its worldview. It mentions using a near-final build for explanations and introduces the numerous characters. The main focus is on the cast, stating there are 6 main characters whose personalities are explored. While many characters appear throughout the story, the article clarifies that battle participation is limited to 3 party members at a time, with the player choosing who joins Shion Uzuki, the main protagonist. Character profiles are provided for some key figures. Shion Uzuki is the central character, working for Vector Industries on the development of Cosmos. Cosmos is detailed as a female combat android created by Vector Industries, possessing performance capabilities exceeding typical A.G.GS units. Chaos is introduced as a mysterious young boy whose past is unknown, skilled in both ether and physical combat, making him a key fighter. The article also mentions significant sub-characters will play active roles, some even joining in battle, specifically referencing the ship Elsa and its crew. Xenosaga Episode. His story begins with Shion and Cosmos in a simulator battle aboard the Wogline. After exploring the ship, the game's main conflict erupts with the arrival of the Gnosis, hostile alien entities. The Gnosis are normally invulnerable unless affected by Cosmos's Hivelbert effect. The article introduces key organizations and characters. The UTIC organization, a technologically advanced group, is also introduced, with unknown motives and influence over the planet Pleroma. Notable characters include Ziggy, a cyborg protector, MOMO, a real Jillian with a sensitive heart, and Junior, captain of the Durandal warship. The Kukai Foundation, owners of the Durandal and its orbiting colony, is also featured, as well as the Star Cluster Federation, a nation formed to combat the Gnosis. The Durandal's immense size hints at the scale of the impending conflict, and the UTIC organization's connection to the Kukai Foundation suggests a complex narrative. Quote, Mastering Xenosaga Episode's combat is vital due to its unique system. Battles use AP, action points, for attacks, and BG, boost gauge, for powerful boosts. AP regenerates each turn. Command options include standard and special attacks, items, movement, guarding, and AGWS, anti-Gnosis weapon system, usage. Standard attacks can be combined, while special attacks may require specific timing. Backpack specials offer powerful moves. The submenu, X button, accesses ether, items, movement, guard, and AGWS options. Boarding an A.G.W.S changes abilities, AP costs, and allows powerful attacks, potentially at the cost of ether use. Ether uses EP for healing and buffs. Items provide effects. Movement changes formation. Guard reduces damage, offering strategic AP management. This page delves deeper into the combat system and world of Xenosaga Episode in, building on the fundamentals. It explains the boost mechanic, which allows a character to interrupt the turn order. However, enemies can also use counter boost, which takes priority over a player's boost. The group turn window, GTW, is crucial, displaying the upcoming turn order for both allies and enemies. It also shows character positioning, front or back row, and categorizes enemies into 3 types: Bio, Machine, and Gnosis, which helps determine effective strategies and special attacks. The magazine also highlights event slots, special icons that appear in the turn order. These provide various effects when a character lands on them, such as increasing critical hit rates, boosting the BG gauge, or awarding bonus experience points after battle. Character progression beyond level UPS is covered, detailing 3 types of points earned in battle. S.PT skill points, for equipping and enhancing skills learned from accessories. E.PT ether points, for learning and strengthening ether abilities. And T.PT talent points, for boosting character stats and powerful talent abilities. Moving outside of combat, the page notes that the environment contains interactive objects, like traps and items hidden within obstacles. These objects often need to be destroyed using the Smash plugin to activate their effects. Save points are easily identified by a gold plate on the ground. Finally, a minigame, specifically a dice game, is mentioned as being accessible via a special item.
The next page presents the Dorimaga Artist Color Annex Dorimaga Exhibition, showcasing reader-submitted illustrations. The theme seems to be welcoming new contributors. Featured prominently on the left is a large illustration of a winged centaur character, looking ready for action on a rocky outcrop. On the right side, the top illustration depicts a character casting a magical effect, likely tied to a game or anime. Below it, a character stands before a taller, mysterious figure, with accompanying text mentioning Shikigami. This almost certainly refers to the Bullet shooter series Shikigami no Shiro, which saw releases on Dreamcast. The comments praise the contributor's naming sense. Further down on the right is a section titled Dorimaga Dorichan's Game Review, featuring 3 characters who appear to be mascots or hosts for this segment. The text includes a URL and a comment indicating this section is getting attention. Finally, the bottom left features an atmospheric illustration of a character in an underwater setting. The comments humorously note the unexpected context and the character's described traits. A small conversation box at the top right mentions the desire to collect more illustrations related to Dreamcast titles, confirming the focus of this exhibition. This exhibition page showcases fan illustrations from the Dorimaga Artist Color Annex Dorimaga Exhibition. The featured art includes pieces from Silent Hill 2, Xenosaga, Grandia, and others, highlighting the artist's ability to capture mood, balance character traits, and utilize vibrant colors. Characters from Dead or Alive 3, Animal Crossing, Asuka, Castlevania, Rondo of Blood, and Tokimeki Memorial also appear, with commentary on their poses and the overall appeal. Further down, illustrations from Sengoku Turb, an original character concept, and Resident Evil are noted for their distinct styles. The page concludes with guidelines for submitting art to future exhibitions, detailing entry formats, sizes, content requirements, and contact information for submissions. This page showcases the vibrant world of Jet Set Radio Future for the Xbox. The striking main visual features 3 of the game's main characters, rendered in a bold orange outline style, standing together with their distinctive roller skates. The background is a simple grid pattern that complements the graphic aesthetic. Below the main illustration are 4 small screenshots, offering glimpses into the game's fast-paced street skating action. These images show characters grinding rails, spraying graffiti, and navigating the urban environments, giving a sense of the gameplay and colorful art style. The bottom section includes information from Sega, providing their company name, customer support phone number, and website address, http://sega.jp. There is also information about ordering the game and another website link, http://www.direct.ni.jp. Copyright information for Sega and Xbox/Microsoft is also present. This page showcases the highly anticipated sequel, Jet Set Radio Future. The page prominently features the game's bold JSRF logo and a dynamic group shot of its stylish characters, the GGS, ready to hit the streets. It's advertised as a street action adventure with a new visual sensation and manga dimension, highlighting its unique cel-shaded graphics and vibrant style. Below the main character art, 4 screenshots provide a glimpse into the high-speed action, showing characters grinding rails, spraying graffiti in various urban environments, and engaging in confrontations. Key features are emphasized, including the ability to freely traverse the fictional city of Tokyo, battle rival gangs, evade the police, and even special forces. The game also boasts multiplayer options, supporting up to 4 players for both competitive battles
and cooperative play. The page confirms the game's release date in Japan as February 22, 2002, and lists the price at 6,800 yen, excluding tax. It's clear this was a major push for Smilebit and Sega on the Xbox platform, building on the legacy of the original Jet Set Radio. The next page features a humorous manga titled Dorimaga, focusing on the development of a Biohazard, Resident Evil, game. This fifth chapter highlights the dedication of the developers in gathering real-world material for game effects and assets. The manga humorously depicts a scene where a developer ventures out during a typhoon to film outdoor footage, getting soaked but successfully capturing the needed shots. It also shows how they creatively filmed cigarette smoke in a dark room for a specific effect. The manga introduces developers Hashimoto's, who handles effects, and Kotekawa, responsible for interface design, showcasing their commitment to detail and the challenges they face in production, like braving bad weather or researching weapons for reference. It provides a lighthearted look at the behind-the-scenes efforts that go into making the game. This page continues the Dorimaga series, providing another look behind the scenes of Resident Evil's development, focusing this time on the incredible detail poured into the game's assets and effects. The manga panels show the developers proudly presenting screenshots born from their tireless effort, with characters reacting with excitement. The screenshots demonstrate the realistic modeling and animations. One shows the character equipped with a knife, highlighting the melee option. Another displays the handgun, noting that even movable parts like the slide are animated in-game. The shotgun screenshot emphasizes the detailed pumping action. There's also a dynamic shot of a character firing a weapon, with a caption mentioning that while splash doesn't hit walls, blood does appear on the floor. A final screenshot depicts a scene fighting a zombie, pointing out the subtle detail that zombie blood is slightly darker than human blood. Further text elaborates on the developers' dedication. They emphasize their commitment to weapon modeling, prioritizing individuality and realism in structure over mere functionality or era appropriateness. They also detail their approach to effects, explaining that blood splatter isn't just a hit marker, but represents the struggle for survival, and background movements are designed to enhance immersion and fear. The manga concludes by teasing that the next installment will be the final one. This page features promotions for 2 books related to Phantasy Star Online. The top section highlights a comprehensive strategy guide for Phantasy Star Online Ultimate, detailing its contents with dynamic artwork of the game's characters. It boasts complete data on rare items, including their sources and drop difficulty, along with guides on acquiring rare mags and full strategies for all 9 challenge mode stages. The guide is presented as the ultimate resource, fully compatible with the Dreamcast's Successor 2. The bottom section introduces a Phantasy Star Online fanbook, created by fans for fans, accompanied by another large illustration showcasing a wide variety of character types from the game. This fanbook promises unique content like extensive drop rate experiments in the Ultimate Forest area, a lowest level offline clear challenge, reports on game events and cosplay, and even interviews with key development staff like Yuji Naka. It also features fan-contributed manga and articles, offering a deep dive into the community's passion for the game. Both books offer players valuable insights and behind-the-scenes looks into the world of Regal. The UK Watch column explores the UK gaming market as a distinct third market, different from the US and Japan, grappling with issues like imports, VAT, and mod chips. The column highlights the legal battles between Nintendo and import shops over the GameCube and software, as well as SES's efforts against mod chip manufacturers. It speculates on future trends, like digital camera integration and broadband/HDD setups, alongside a potential shift towards shorter, more frequent game releases. A UK sales ranking reveals popular titles, like Grand Theft Auto 3. The In and Out section reviews James Bond 007, Agent Under Fire in, praised for its action but criticized for its short length. Headhunter, Out, a re-release from the Dreamcast, is deemed competent but uninspired. This installment concludes the column, offering a snapshot of the UK gaming landscape. This page is dedicated to the Open Dice Fan Club, highlighting online features and events for several Sega titles. The big news is centered around Golgulu Onsen 3, which is set to release soon. The magazine expresses excitement, particularly about the game's chat rooms, which are surprisingly based on real-life locations, including what appears to be in front of Sega headquarters. Screenshots showcase diverse environments like parks, bars, and seasonal Christmas and New Year's themed rooms, suggesting a vibrant online community space. The page also lists key details for games utilizing the Open Dice service, including Golgulu Onsen 3, the Dreamcast version of Gogulu Onsen 2, and both Sakura Wars Online. Imperial Capital and Sakura Wars Online, Paris. It notes the online connection requires a fee per character. Additional sections cover strategy tips for Sakura Wars Online, including information on recruiting partners, and reminds readers about character birthdays, specifically Licorans in March, alongside details on an upcoming Easter event. The Open Dice info section provides details on acquiring new character parts by playing Gogulu Onsen 3, lists opening dates for new chat rooms in Sakura Wars Online, and announces several tournaments with luxurious prizes for Gogulu Onsen and Sakura Wars Online games. The tournaments include events celebrating the release of Gogulu Onsen 3 and the upcoming Sakura Wars 4. This page features the manga column Sachiko Kamimura's game Tiger's Den, following the antics of manga artist and gamer Sachiko Kamimura, her part-time helper Ranfa, and their cynical cat companion Ore-sama. The current strip centers around Sachiko's struggle to focus on work when the addictive puzzle game, Column's Crown on Game Boy Advance, is within reach. Despite attempts to concentrate, she quickly gets engrossed in the game, much to the exasperation of Ore-sama. A game over screen triggers a outburst, highlighting the game's challenging nature. Ranfa and Ore-sama comment on Sachiko's habits and the game itself, noting that Columns is a convenient and classic puzzle title, but chaining gems together effectively can be tricky. The strip humorously depicts the balance, or lack thereof, between work, gaming, and taking breaks. Character profiles for the main cast are included on the side, briefly describing their personalities and connection to gaming. This page features Izumi Takemoto's bi-weekly column, with a large illustration of a character resembling the author's style, holding a staff topped with a blue cat-like creature. The column opens with an anecdote drawing a comparison between the surprisingly low price of electric toothbrushes compared to their expensive replacement heads, relating it to the business model of game consoles like the Dreamcast, where consoles might be sold at a loss to profit from software sales. The main comic section discusses the author's purchase of Mystery Dungeon, Furai no Shirin Gaiden, Joshiken Nana for the Dreamcast. Despite buying the game, she immediately shelves it because she hasn't yet cleared the Mystery Dungeon, Shirin the Wanderer games on Game Boy Color and Nintendo 64, nor any game from the Torneko no Daiboken series. She also expresses concern about the Dreamcast game's save point system, fearing the loss of all items if the console crashes mid-game, a risk not present in the step-by-step save systems of some other roguelikes. This anxiety makes her feel like playing Dai Senryaku instead. The column humorously highlights the struggle with game backlogs and differing game mechanics. This page features Fumio Kurokawa's column titled Still Black Or, accompanied by a caricature of the author. The main topic this week, presented as The Abyss of Values Called Garbage, discusses Sony Computer Entertainment's confident stance on broadband just before the Xbox launch, a response the author finds questionable given past hardware discussions. The column delves into the world of collecting junk, introducing intriguing characters like Junk Hunter Yoshida and Kowloon Kurosawa, who collect peculiar items such as a Lord of the Rings Burger King goblet. The author contemplates the true meaning of junk, contrasting genuine junk with notable A-class junk items like the Virtual Boy and PAX Power Glove. Below the column is a section summarizing the week's game industry news headlines. This covers a range of topics, including legal disputes over console modifications, collaborations and returns in the industry, game development participation, the platform exclusivity of Resident Evil, Biohazard, business acquisitions, and patent infringement concerns related to vibration functions. This page provides information on upcoming anime releases and TV broadcasts. The main feature covers the anime movie A Tree of Palm, set for a nationwide roadshow release in March 2002. Directed by Takashi Nakamura, known for his work on Akira, the film tells the story of a puppet named Palme, who gains a heart but then loses it after a tragedy. His journey begins when he receives a mysterious egg from a female warrior. The article also mentions related soundtrack releases and official website information. Key characters include Palme, Popo, Shita, Pooh, and Moo. Below, a section titled CS/CA-TV Pickup highlights two anime series airing on satellite and cable channels. Cyborg 009, a popular SF action series based on Shotaro Ishinomori's work, began airing on Animax from March 3rd, focusing on the original manga's story. Also featured is Urusei Yatsura,
the classic romantic comedy originally broadcast in the 1980s, airing on Kids Station. The page includes an illustration by Sumiko Ueku. This page features upcoming anime releases available on VC and DVD. The lineup includes the acclaimed anime film Jinro, The Wolf Brigade, an intense military political thriller, highlighted alongside several popular TV series reaching their latest volume releases. Among the TV selections are Figure 17, Tsubasa and Hikaru, Volume 6, I, My, Me, Strawberry Eggs Volume 5, the final volume of the school romantic comedy, Noir Volume 11, the stylish action series, Hellsing Rescript 2, continuing the vampire action, You're Under Arrest, second season Volume 8, featuring police action and comedy, and Mahoromatic Volume 4, a sci-fi made comedy. There is also a release for the adult OVA series Natural 2 Duo Ku. The page also covers CD releases, showcasing the original soundtrack for Aquarian Age and the theme song Single Hemisphere by Maya Sakamoto for the robot anime Raxophon. Finally, a news section announces the anime adaptation of the popular manga Pitaten, confirming a television series is in production. The release schedule for these items spans February and March 2002. This page is a humorous manga strip titled Something Yoshimatsu Theater, this being the 135th installment. It's dedicated to celebrating the release of the Dreamcast version of Mobile Suit Gundam, Federation vs. Zeon, which includes content from Encounters in Space. The comic features simplified, comedic takes on Zaku and Gundam mobile suits engaged in battle. The narrative humorously mixes elements of the intense space combat with mundane, unexpected distractions, even throwing in a reference to Animal Crossing for a laugh. There's also a mention of the author, Something Yoshimatsu, being a big fan of Sega games, and that Sega characters are slated to appear on the magazine's online store. The author's commentary box also includes unrelated personal notes, like obtaining a signed card of wrestling personality Stephanie McMahon Helmsley, and mentioning other event references. The overall tone is lighthearted and aims to entertain with a mix of game references and absurd humor. This page features two humorous manga strips from different artists under the Comic Wonderland banner. On the left, Tokumitsu Yasuyuki presents DC Fan Appreciation Part 30. This strip humorously imagines a DC racing project, parodying game titles like Ayanami Racing Project from Evangelion, and mentioning Sakura Wars character Kokuriko. The joke centers on the idea that if you successfully raise a Dreamcast, it will miraculously be able to run software from other companies' hardware, becoming truly useful. It's a playful jab at console exclusivity and fan wishes. On the right, Kadoi Aya's strip, titled Like an Old Man, starts with a reference to Bio-chan visiting, likely relating to Resident Evil, and using a laptop. This transitions into a relatable struggle with a non-functioning internet connection on a computer. The strip then takes an abrupt turn to depict a domestic scene where couples communication involves punching a bag labeled, "You're not a silver cash dispenser." The bottom section provides brief profiles of the artists, noting Tokumitsu Yasuyuki's love for Sakura Wars and Gundam, and Kadoi Aya's work on games like Kakusei and Refrain Blue. This page features an interview with Hikaru Murozumi, known for his work as an actor, playwright, and novelist. The main focus is his debut novel, Toritsu Suishu, which has become a hot topic. The novel presents a unique concept: a metropolitan high school, established specifically to teach water business professions, like hostess, host, bartender, and other nightlife roles. The article discusses how the idea for this unconventional school novel originated from a casual conversation during a rehearsal commute, and was further inspired by meeting a junior high school girl at a filming location for the popular Mr. Kinpachi TV series, where Murozumi previously played a page, teacher. The interview explores the themes within Toritsu Suishu, touching upon finding something you can be passionate about, and critiques of the traditional school system. It highlights Murozumi's diverse background and how his experiences, including his time as an actor and his own past in sports like basketball, inform his writing. The profile box confirms his debut novel status and mentions a character based on a notable baseball figure. It concludes by noting he is already preparing his second novel. This page showcases publications related to the beloved Sakura Wars franchise. The top section highlights the Sakura Wars 3 Is Paris Burning? Original art and setting materials collection, described as fully complete. It promises a wealth of content,
including the first public reveal of original art by Kosuke Fujishima and others. Comprehensive character and setting details, cast and staff interviews, a folded poster featuring a new cover illustration by Hidenori Matsubara, and even a chance to win signed artboards from the Paris Kagekidan cast. Below that, there's the Sakura Wars Online Community Guide, which aims to enhance the online experience in both the imperial capital and Paris settings. This guide is perfect for newcomers, covering essentials like how to connect online, creating your character, introducing Sakura Town and items, and even teaching proper online etiquette and conversation skills. The illustration shows characters enjoying a game of mahjong, reflecting the community aspect. Finally, the page lists 2 strategy guides for Sakura Wars 3 Is Paris Burning, available as Volume 1 and Volume 2, featuring strategy charts and a folded poster. All these books are published by SoftBank Publishing. This guide explains how to complete a reader survey postcard for a magazine. Readers are asked to provide personal information and feedback on the magazine's content, particularly coverage of Dreamcast, PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox. The survey seeks demographic data, preferred gaming information sources, magazines and websites, and opinions on the cover art. It also asks about console ownership and purchase plans, including options like PlayStation 2, Xbox, GameCube, and classic consoles such as the Sega Saturn. Readers are to rank the most and least interesting articles and features from the issue, strategy guides, reviews, etc., covering games such as Sakura Wars 4, Silent Hill 2, and Xbox launch titles. Finally, the survey requests a list of upcoming games readers are interested in purchasing. This page focuses on becoming a game creator and what you should study. It's the third part of a series titled Aim to be a Game Creator. The article discusses the fundamental knowledge and skills required, explaining that just like needing English for translation or art for graphic design, creating games requires specific studies. It covers topics like programming languages, graphics, sound, and system design. The page also delves into whether to attend a specialized game school or a university. It suggests that while universities might offer relevant fields like engineering or art, they might not directly teach the specific knowledge needed for game creation. Specialized game schools, on the other hand, have curriculum specifically designed for game production from the start. The article highlights that game schools often prioritize job placement in the game industry as their primary goal. It also mentions that certified schools may offer tuition assistance and qualifications upon graduation. A table is shown listing various technical skills, academic subjects, and abilities like programming, graphics, including 3D and 2D CG, planning, and sound production, DTM. Another small section shows a sample course structure from a Japanese game software academy, listing departments like game design, program, graphics, character design, digital sound, and game development research. This page takes a deeper dive into what game vocational schools are like, highlighting that each school has its own unique approach. The article covers the structure of classes, which typically blend theoretical lectures with hands-on practical training using industry-standard equipment. They emphasize learning by doing, including team projects to create full games and even internships at development companies. A major draw is the access to amazing, high-end CG tools like Maya, Softimage, and 3ds Max, along with the powerful workstations needed to run them, which are otherwise prohibitively expensive for individuals. The practical training rooms are often open for students to use outside of class hours. Beyond academics, the page touches on student life, noting opportunities for clubs, events, and general campus interaction. A survey of game schools reveals insights into their size and founding history, showing a surge in the 80s and 90s as game development became a recognized field of study. The survey also asked about what schools see as important: equipment, class quality, job placement, etc., versus what they excel at, highlighting some interesting differences. The article shares anecdotes about student experiences, both the rewarding moments and the challenges posed by students who might not fully grasp the dedication required. Finally, it offers advice for prospective students, stressing the need for hard work, setting goals, and being proactive in learning, not just focusing on preferred subjects. The page finishes with brief explanations of key software used in the industry. Game vocational schools offer extensive support beyond standard classes, including seminars, industry connections, and hands-on training. The Bantan Dream Project allows students to commercialize their projects, such as Viva, Kaiten Ukoku, and Denku Kasetsuka. Interviews with graduates highlight the value of practical skills and the Monozukuri process, as well as the importance of fundamental skills like planning. These schools act as crucial gateways to the industry. But job placement success depends on student effort, skills, and presentation. The page advises prospective students to research schools, considering course alignment, facilities, placement rates, and skill emphasis to find the best fit. The next page is a comprehensive guide to game vocational schools across Japan for spring 2002, titled National Game School Guide. It features cartoon characters and highlights that more information, including a web version and links, is available on ZDNet's GameSpot/Japan website at zdnet.co.jp/GameSpot/. The page lists various schools, detailing their locations, contact information, available courses, and key features. These schools cover a range of disciplines essential for game development, including programming, game design, graphics, character creation, digital arts, multimedia, and sound. Many listings emphasize practical training, industry connections, and facilities designed to prepare students for careers in the game industry. Some schools highlight affiliations with major game companies, like Konami, or mention high job placement rates into the industry. The guide serves as a valuable resource for aspiring game developers looking to find specialized education, building on the previous page's discussion about the importance of vocational training and industry links. The next page continues the National Game School Guide for spring 2002, providing details for numerous technical colleges across Japan. The guide lists schools in the Kanto, Chubu/Hokuriku, Kansai, and Kyushu regions. For each institution, it provides essential information, including the address, contact phone number, and website URL. The core content for each school outlines the specific courses offered, noting student capacity for each, and highlights key features that differentiate their programs. These features often emphasize practical training, state-of-the-art facilities like specific software or hardware, connections to the industry, affiliated schools, or unique teaching methods like small class sizes or a W-tutor system. The courses cover a broad spectrum of skills required for game development careers, such as game programming, game design, graphics and CG creation, digital animation, multimedia production, and sound design. The guide serves as a comprehensive resource for individuals looking to pursue specialized education in the game industry, showcasing the diverse options available and the focus on preparing students with practical skills and industry knowledge. A note at the bottom clarifies that course names listed are specifically game-related and encourages checking school websites or contacting them directly for full details, as many schools offer other programs and have branches or sister schools. The next page features Vantan de New Intelligence College, presenting their Game Creator program under the slogan, "I want to become a game creator." The text emphasizes the happiness derived from turning one's passion into a profession. The page includes images showcasing the types of skills students can acquire, such as 3D modeling of creatures, pixel art platformer levels, interface design elements for mechs and vehicles, and visuals from various game genres like side-scrolling shooters and 3D exploration games. The curriculum explicitly covers key areas like programming, graphics, illustration, animation, planning, writing, and sound, indicating a broad and practical approach to game development education. This page showcases the success stories of 3 Vantan de New Intelligence College graduates pursuing careers in the game industry. Each student, initially uncertain about their future, found their path at Vantan. A game programmer, formerly unsure after dropping out of university, secured a job at Tecmo, Dead or Alive, Ninja Gaiden. A game graphic artist, having decided her career path in high school, joined Sega's Overworks division, Skies of Arcadia, Sakura Wars. A game planner, anxious about his future, started with debugging and landed a planning position at Camelot Software Planning, Shining Force, Golden Sun. The page emphasizes the strong industry connections Vantan provides, and mentions graduates working at companies like Capcom and From Software. Prospective students are encouraged to request a brochure for further details, with a list of 2003 courses and contact information provided. The next page is a full-page advertisement for Trident Computer Professional School. The main visual features a close-up of a young person's face, with the headline reading, "Hesitation is proof that you want to do it." The ad promotes the school's courses, specifically highlighting programs for enrollment in April 2002 and April 2003. The courses focus on areas relevant to the creative and gaming industries, including game science, CG specialist, CG illustrator, and music, with specific specializations like game programming, game CG design, and sound creation mentioned for the 2003 intake. The advertisement emphasizes the school's success in job placement, listing several notable Japanese companies where graduates have been employed, including major players like Capcom and From Software. For prospective students requesting a brochure, the school offers a bonus gift, a Klydrom collection of minigames created by students, titled Mina no Game. The page provides the school's location in Nagoya, contact phone number, and website address. Similar to the previous page advertising Vantan, this is another school targeting students interested in careers in the game and digital content fields. Weekly. The PlayStation 2 Magazine, Volume 278, March 8, 2002, 420 yen, highlights Xenosaga Episode N as a key feature. The issue offers a comprehensive guide to new games and strategies. The magazine, released weekly on Fridays, includes a special feature on Xenosaga, information for aspiring game developers, and a look at online games like Final Fantasy Yejing. Coverage extends to titles such as Mobile Suit Gundam, Virtua Fighter 4, and Romance of the Three Kingdoms, alongside a section dedicated to Capcom games. Additionally, the magazine promotes the weekly Xenosaga fanbook series, with 4 volumes releasing weekly, starting February 22nd, each including a mousepad. Information on SoftBank's strategy guides, available across various platforms, is also provided, along with contact details. This page provides a special report on Onimusha 2, Samurai's Destiny, a highly anticipated title for the PlayStation 2, just before its release. It's packed with essential information leading up to the game's climactic confrontation with Nobunaga. The article details the game's core information, confirming its platform as PlayStation 2, its genre as Sengoku Survival Action, and the publisher as Capcom. It notes the imminent release on March 7th. 3 key topics are highlighted. First, the completion press conference is discussed, where the game was unveiled to the media, featuring presentations from the development team and showcasing initial footage and behind-the-scenes looks at the TV commercial. Second, an intriguing minigame is revealed, featuring a character known as the Man in the Black Suit, a clear homage to actor Yosaku Matsuda's famous role in the drama Detective Story, adding a unique element to the package. The minigame involves using a sponge stick as a weapon. Finally, the launch of the game's TV commercial campaign is covered, notably featuring Ryuhei Matsuda, son of the late Yosaku Matsuda, who embodies the game's thematic catchphrase, the slashing feeling of love and sadness. The page includes screenshots from the press conference, images related to the minigame, and behind-the-scenes shots from the TV commercial filming. This page dives into the world of Onimusha 2, Samurai's Destiny, highlighting the crucial role of Jubei's companions and introducing a formidable rival. It explains how Jubei isn't alone in his journey against Nobunaga's Genma forces, accompanied by 4 unique individuals bound by a strong connection. These companions are introduced. Unkokuji Eke, a master of the spear known for his strategic mind. Saika Magoichi, a skilled wielder of firearms and leader of the Saika clan. Fuma Kotaro, a young ninja adept at stealth and ninjutsu. And Otani no Oyu, a mysterious woman possibly connected to the Azai clan. The page explains that these allies will sometimes appear during events and fight alongside Jubei. A key mechanic discussed is the bond value, Kizunachi, which grows by exchanging special gift items with companions. Giving items affects their reaction, and it's suggested that items matching their personality yield better results. Raising this value allows for more assistance from companions, moving away from a single-path narrative towards one shaped by relationships. Finally, the page dramatically reveals Jubei's rival, the Genma swordsman Gogon Dantes. Described as arguably the strongest swordsman among the Genma, his appearance and demeanor are said to be so overwhelming that even Jubei's companions struggle to keep up. Screenshots show Gogon Dantes in action, emphasizing his mastery of defense, capable of repelling Jubei's attacks. This page effectively previews the dynamic cast and relationship-building aspects of the game, as well as hinting at major conflicts ahead. Onimusha 2. Samurai's Destiny's combat system focuses on Jubei's weaponry and techniques, promising an improved Basarigami feel. Jubei wields 4 elemental weapons: Lightning Sword, Cyclone Blade, Ice Halberd, and Earth Hammer, each effective against specific demons. The game introduces the Ugi system, allowing charged special moves, level 1 to 3, triggered by holding R1. Strategic timing is vital as these attacks are vulnerable. Secret arts, Heidenwaza, are continuous attacks triggered by directional inputs and the attack button. They enhance damage, and are meant to be incorporated into regular attacks. Players acquire these abilities by finding specific books. The page emphasizes integrating the hidden waza for optimal combat effectiveness. This page delves into the core combat mechanic of Onimusha 2, Samurai's Destiny, the Isen, or flash system. It explains that pressing the attack button just before an enemy hits results in an instant kill counterattack, a system greatly enhanced from the previous game. The Isen offers huge rewards, typically felling enemies in one hit and yielding significantly more souls, but failing the timing results in taking full damage, making it a high-risk, high-reward technique. The page then details variations of the Isen. The Renki Isen, or chain flash, allows players to chain together multiple flashes by timing button presses after a successful hit, enabling swift clearing of groups. There's also the deflect flash, a safer version triggered by blocking just before an attack and then pressing the attack button, which reduces the risk compared to the standard Isen. Finally, the charge flash is a powerful Isen that can be performed after charging a weapon's Uji to level 3, capable of chaining multiple hits and effective against strong foes, and it's noted that this variation can be performed with various weapons, not just the current main one. The page concludes with a news brief about Onimusha 2 and Genma Onimusha merchandise sales at Ito-Yokado stores across Japan. A range of items is available, including stationery, room lights, apparel, accessories, and cushions, all featuring designs inspired by the game's Japanese aesthetic. This page is dedicated to the PlayStation 2 release of the acclaimed visual novel, Canon. It opens with a special report highlighting the game's upcoming release on the new platform, and features a prominent illustration of Naoki Minase, one of the main characters. The report discusses the PS2 version's package art, which features illustrations of 2 key characters. It also announces that 5 volumes of drama crids, based on famous scenes and individual character stories, are now available. The page provides glimpses of these crids, featuring characters such as Makoto Sawatari, Mai Kawasumi, Naoki Minase, Shiori Misaka, and Ayu Tsukimiya, allowing fans to experience beloved moments and character arcs through audio dramas. Further down, the page includes character spotlights on Naoki Minase and Ayu Tsukimiya, complete with illustrations, their names, and voice actors. These sections offer brief insights into the characters, such as Naoki's fondness for frogs, and Ayu's specific likes and dislikes, including her love for strawberry parfait. The page briefly lists technical details for the PS2 game, confirming it's a love adventure title published by NEC Interchannel. Players who experience the game on Dreamcast are encouraged to revisit the PS2 version for potentially new discoveries. This page continues the focus on the highly regarded visual novel, Canon, providing further details as the PlayStation 2 release approaches. It highlights the dramatic narrative that unfolds beyond the everyday, a key element praised in the game. A comparison is made between the Dreamcast and upcoming PS2 versions, noting key differences including the change to CREDROM format, and significant additions and changes to the voice acting and sound effects. The page features spotlights on additional main heroines. Shiori Misaka is presented with her artwork and voice actor listed. There's a section dedicated to Mai Kawasumi, discussing her story involving an invisible monster, and exploring the meaning behind the miracles that occur around her. Makoto Sawatari also gets a spotlight, with a section discussing the price of miracles, and the potential sacrifices involved in her arc. Furthermore, the page announces that the Canon anime adaptation is currently airing and receiving positive reviews. It notes that the anime simultaneously follows multiple heroine routes, offering character interactions not present in the original game, which is a point of interest for fans. It also provides details on the upcoming release of the anime on videocassette and DVD, with the first volume scheduled for April 1st, detailing the publisher and the total number of volumes planned. This guide focuses on Sega Worldwide Soccer 2002 for PlayStation 2, advising new managers on building a successful J.League club. Success hinges on avoiding 3 game-over conditions: insufficient funds, lack of players, or a low league finish. Starting a club involves league admission, choosing a secretary, all are viable, selecting initial players, random abilities, and securing sponsorships. The guide recommends signing with all sponsors early, as supporter numbers influence match revenue. Key staff selection, managers and scouts, is crucial. Choose staff matching your desired gameplay style. Domestic scouts are particularly useful for finding players initially. Certain staff offer special abilities, though these might be unlockable later in the game. The guide includes screenshots of the game's interface, and release details are provided. This page continues the guide for new managers in Sakatsuku 2002, focusing on player development and club management after joining the league. Point 2 kicks off the development phase, stressing that proper preparation is key before diving into training. Upgrading facilities, particularly the office/facility and the ground, is highlighted as essential for effective player growth. The guide also offers advice on how to spend February, suggesting either preseason matches to assess the team or overseas camps for faster growth. Don't forget to give specific instructions to your scouts to find the right players. Player abilities aren't shown numerically in this game. Instead, you must learn to interpret scout and coach comments, especially looking for players with fixed comments, which indicate high potential. Securing a construction company sponsor early on is also a strong strategic move, as they provide discounts on facility upgrades.
Point 3 delves into player training itself.
It strongly recommends against leaving the training menus solely to the manager,
suggesting manual adjustments to focus on building foundational stats like stamina and power.
While the manager's style influences optimal training systems and tactics, taking control allows for more efficient development. Coach comments are your window into player growth progress. Finally, critical checks include diligently maintaining the ground to prevent injuries and addressing player dissatisfaction by listening to them in the meeting room. Ignoring unhappiness can lead to problems. This article focuses on Atelier Judy, the Alchemist of Gramnod for PlayStation 2, the latest installment in the Atelier series. Developed by Gust, the game promises a fresh RPG experience, with a rebalanced focus on adventure, synthesis, and atelier movement. The game is set in the Kingdom of Gramnod, ruled by the Fendon family, and introduces new locations like the farming town of Risa and the capital, Metalburg. Travel outside towns is largely automatic, mirroring Atelier Lily, with time passing and random encounters occurring. Material gathering is automated during travel. The feature highlights Esmeralda, the Saint of Risa, as a key ally.
Screenshots showcase the game's visuals and the map-based travel system.
This page continues the deep dive into Atelier Judy, the Alchemist of Gramnod, presenting the third report on the game's features. We see new system details like Check 2, which focuses on gathering items unique to specific regions found by exploring the map, building on the map-based travel mentioned previously. Check 3 reveals a significant new feature, the ability to move Judy's atelier. Players won't be tied to a single location and can choose their preferred town as their base of operations, adding strategic depth. A screenshot shows the cozy interior of the atelier. The article also introduces new characters and locations. We meet Krista Shure, described as a member of a thief guild active in the Southeast Kingdom. 3 distinct towns are highlighted. Froststark, a mining town nestled in the Rocky Mountains with a fortified feel. Artenolt, the city of the goddess, known for relics and adventurers, managed by Oval Iceberg. And Wern, the city of scholars, a former capital bustling with academic pursuits and featuring a royal library associated with Postkolstadt. Map screenshots show the locations of these towns. Finally, the page teases the next installment of the article, promising a detailed look at the synthesis system and more information related to item gathering, a core element of the Atelier series. This page dives into the world of Final Fantasy XE on PlayStation 2, highlighting key features of the upcoming online RPG. It sets the stage with the ongoing conflict between the humanoid races and the Beastmen, a central theme in the game's lore. The article emphasizes that while the beta version was already substantial, the final retail product will include a wealth of additional content, specifically mentioning numerous vast areas that were not accessible during testing. A significant gameplay mechanic introduced is the synthesis skill system. This allows players to combine various materials using specific crafting skills like goldsmithing, clothcraft, alchemy, woodworking, bonecraft, and leathercraft to create new items, gear, and consumables. The article notes that mastering these skills is crucial for crafting powerful equipment and items. Screenshots showcase diverse environments, character models, and the in-game synthesis interface. The game is confirmed as an online-only experience, requiring a PS2 hard disk drive and modem, targeting a spring 2002 release, and noted as 85% complete at this point. This article details 3 key nations in Final Fantasy XI: the Magical Windurst Federation, the knightly Sandoria Kingdom, and the industrial Bastok Republic. Windurst is a serene city with a magical focus. Sandoria is a powerful kingdom and international hub with impressive architecture. Bastok, driven by industry, sees rising tensions between its Hume and Galka populations.
The article also revisits the item synthesis system.
Players combine raw materials, like fish or lumber, with elemental crystals to craft items. The crystal type determines the crafted item, like a grilled catfish made using a fire crystal. Crucially, the 1-point section links item synthesis to the conquest system. Controlling territories through conquest by earning signet grants access to crystals, directly connecting territorial control to crafting capabilities.
This page delves into the mission system of Final Fantasy VII, explaining how players advance within the world and nations. It clarifies that missions are distinct from quests. Missions are directives from the nation itself, crucial for political standing, while quests are personal requests from NPCs. Completing missions earns the player mission rank, a measure of their reputation and status within the nation and globally. As your mission rank increases, NPC interactions change, and you gain access to restricted areas and important characters. This progression is key to uncovering the world's secrets. The article highlights the importance of starting small, showing an early mission example: hunting an orc in Longfall Forest. This initial task is framed as the first step toward becoming a recognized hero, despite the initial cool reception from guards. It also notes that the content of missions reflects the unique characteristics of each nation, like conflicts within Sandoria's royal family, or odd tasks related to Bastok's minister. A 1-point section reinforces that crystals, previously linked to item synthesis and the conquest system, are also required for higher-rank missions, underlining the interconnectedness of game systems. Becoming a respected adventurer means not only completing tasks, but also contributing resources to your nation. This page focuses on Harukanaru Toki no Naka de 2, a sequel to the popular neo-romance series by Koei. It's highlighted as a successful title among female gamers, bringing its romantic adventure gameplay to the PlayStation 2. The game transports the protagonist to an alternate Hyankyo, where she must save the city with the help of 8 distinct male characters, known as the Hachiyu. Gameplay involves progressing the main story, while deepening relationships through a love story system. The narrative is multi-scenario, shifting significantly based on player choices and relationships. The article details how players first encounter the Hachiyu, which determines their initial allegiance to one of 2 factions. It also briefly covers the battle system, where players combat spirits alongside their companions, and mentions the inclusion of minigames like Aura Flow, and a matching game called Item Pairing. Several characters are featured, categorized by the 4 symbols, including figures like Akane Motomiya, the protagonist, Minamoto no Yoriakira, Taira no Katsuzane, Abe no Yasutsugu, and others who serve as the Hachiyu. The page concludes by mentioning coverage of Harukanaru Toki no Naka de 2 and the Angelique series in Weekly PlayStation 2 magazine. This page focuses on Golden Axe for the Wonderswan color, highlighting its return on the WSC platform. The article introduces the 3 classic heroes: Gilius Thunderhead, Axe Battler, and Tyrese Flare, noting their different strengths in combat and magic. The core of the game is the classic beat-em-up action, allowing players to unleash sword and magic attacks against fantasy creatures. Key gameplay features are discussed, including the ability to ride certain animals captured from enemies, and the magic system, which requires collecting magic pots to cast spells. The page also details the inclusion of a duel mode, allowing for both 2-player cooperative and competitive gameplay, which sounds like a great addition for the WSC. Screenshots show the side-scrolling action, character selection, and creature riding. Sega themselves handled this port, promising a faithful adaptation of the arcade and Mega Drive classic. The music is also mentioned as being particularly noteworthy for its high quality. This page dives into 2 classic RPG series making their way to the Wonderswan color. First up is Final Fantasy IV, presented as a dramatic masterpiece from the Super Famicom era, revived for the WSC. The article highlights significant graphical enhancements that improve upon the original, bringing the game's compelling characters and story to life with even higher quality. It notes the introduction of the Active Time Battle (ATB) system in FFIV, which adds a layer of tension by incorporating real-time elements into combat, a defining feature of the series moving forward. Screenshots show the world map, town scenes, and battle sequences,
while character art features Cecil, Kane, Rydia, and Rosa,
briefly describing their roles and unique battle commands like Cecil's dark ability or Rydia's summons.
Below that, there's an update on Makai Tushi Saga, known internationally as Final Fantasy Legend.
The big news is the addition of a new graphical opening sequence to the game.
Even more exciting is the confirmation that the WSC release will include not only the updated Makai Tushi Saga, but also the original Game Boy versions of the first two games in the series, Final Fantasy Legend is, and 2, allowing players to experience the origins of the handheld Saga games. Screenshots show a dialogue sequence and a battle scene. Both games are scheduled for release in spring for 5,200 yen. This page features the final entry in a series counting down to the Xbox launch in Japan, highlighting upcoming Microsoft-branded titles from a completely new angle. A list of 16 games is presented in the title lineup, showcasing the diverse range of genres coming to the console, including known titles like Steel Battalion, Dead or Alive 3, Onimusha Warlords, Jet Set Radio Future, Silent Hill 2, and Air Force Delta Storm. The main focus is on the horse racing game, Jockey's Road. The article includes a photo of Hiroyuki Tamura, a product development lead at Microsoft, and a screenshot from the game showing jockeys on a track. The content delves into Jockey's Road as an RPG, where players experience the life of a jockey, distinguishing it from traditional horse racing simulation games. It details the gameplay loop, involving training, interacting with other characters, and participating in races, emphasizing the dramatic elements woven into the narrative. An estimated playtime of 30 to 40 hours is mentioned to complete the story. The piece concludes with an interview segment featuring Mr. Kitamura and a marketing representative, discussing the unique appeal of this new approach to the horse racing genre. This page marks the final entry in the countdown to the Xbox launch in Japan, emphasizing the horse racing RPG Jockey's Road, again featuring Microsoft's Tomoaki Inoue. The headline boldly states, "Running with blood, both horses and people," highlighting the game's focus on the deep connection and realism in the sport. It showcases the game's impressive detail, with realistically rendered racetracks capable of handling 18 horse races, showcasing the Xbox's power. The developers have created a vibrant world where some 3,000 horses are simulated with unique characteristics, running styles, and conditions, all influencing gameplay. The interview touches upon the intuitive control scheme using analog sticks and the whip, aiming for a feeling of synchronicity between the player and the horse. The goal is to treat the horse not just as a game piece, but as a living being running with the player. Beyond the races, the game simulates the entire horse racing world, including realistically reproduced training centers and stables, allowing players to experience the daily life of a jockey. A side panel confirms the game is an RPG about a jockey's success story, developed by Progress Company, Limited, aiming for a spring 2002 release with 50% completion. The page also briefly mentions a sky-high flying campaign, with prizes like snowboards and jackets, tied into the Xbox launch on February 22, 2002. This page dives into Genma Onimusha for the Xbox, presenting a strategy guide focused on surviving the ultimate Sengoku survival challenge. The main headline proclaims the start of tactics for overcoming the game. The article immediately highlights hidden elements in the Xbox version that weren't in the original PlayStation 2 release, such as new difficulties, unlockable costumes, and initial equipment. Discovering these hidden features is key to enjoying the game even more. Players can unlock easy and hard difficulty settings beyond the standard normal, which significantly alters enemy health, attack power, and numbers. The page also reveals fun hidden costumes, a full panda suit for Samanosuke, and a china dress for Kaid, adding a unique visual twist to gameplay. A powerful new piece of starting gear, the Giku Kenkai armor, is introduced, suggested to be potentially the best armor in the game. Furthermore, the page covers the Dark Realm minigame, where players break pots within a time limit to free sealed souls, a crucial activity involving both puzzle solving and quick action. Combat tips are also provided, explaining that defeating enraged enemies, whether through absorbing green souls or using specific techniques like Issen, yields double the amount of souls. Understanding the elemental attributes of both weapons and enemies is emphasized as vital, as damage output changes based on compatibility, making weapon selection important for efficiency. This page serves as an excellent introduction to the unique aspects and strategic depth of the Xbox version. This guide details strategies for key enemies and bosses in Genma Onimusha. Hecuba, a new and durable foe, requires charged attacks or tactical maneuvers. Avoid her biting attack and counter her spinning attack with a level 3 charged attack. The guide lists encounter locations and evasive actions. Osric's club attacks break guards. Sidestepping is essential. Guard and counter, and exploit openings after his attacks. Evade his unblockable rage charge. Marcellus uses wind-based tactics and a shield. Get behind him by sidestepping during his attacks to bypass the shield. Use charged attacks from the rear. Avoid his fast body charge attack, as guarding is ineffective. The level 3 flame sword attack from behind is highly effective. This page presents the first part of a detailed strategy guide for Genma Onimusha on Xbox, focusing on the initial areas up to the basement of Inabayama Castle. The guide acknowledges the game shares its setting and goal with the PS2 version, Onimusha Warlords, but highlights differences like new Genma demons, added Genma towers, and altered item placements. This segment covers the 7-bent hallway, the path to the Castle Great Hall, and areas like the bridge over Bailey and Old Oak Hallway. Key strategy points include practicing core combat techniques like flash attacks and parry/repel, especially useful against enemies like the Balamor near the ceiling demon door. It advises players that enemies grow stronger, and sometimes skipping fights is wise. The guide points out that after defeating Osric, obtaining the Crimson Flame allows entry into the castle. It also notes that returning to the Old Oak Hallway after getting the Crimson Flame reveals possessed soldiers who yield items if saved, suggesting defeating nearby enemies first. A map is included, illustrating the layout of these areas and marking the locations of various items such as herbs, florites, power jewels, different scrolls, and essential weapons like the Purple Dragon and Crimson Flame, along with navigational items like the rope ladder. The guide provides practical tips for specific encounters, like luring groups of enemies into a line on the bridge to handle them efficiently. This page continues the strategic walkthrough for Inabayama Castle in Genma Onimusha, guiding players through the ascent from the first floor up to the summit and the subsequent path underground. The guide provides detailed maps for each floor, marking the locations of critical items such as power jewels, various magic scrolls including Suzaku, Seiryu, and Byakko, and essential quest items like the Saito family crest fragments. Navigating areas like the earthen passageway and the intricate water prison on the 3rd floor is covered, with a note about the risk of failure in some puzzle mechanisms. The guide highlights that acquiring the Saito family crest left fragment will lead to increased encounters with the ninja Ayame. It also points out the event on the 2nd floor where captured soldiers can be rescued. The ultimate goal of reaching the summit is emphasized, as it leads to a confrontation with the boss Marcellus. Defeating him is crucial, as it rewards players with the powerful Hurricane Sword. Finally, obtaining the White Wind item and the Saito family Crestrite fragment allows access to the castle's underground area, where a valuable blast bomb can be found in the room where Yumemaru is rescued. This page features an exclusive look at From Software's high-speed mech action game, Murakumo, for the Xbox. Set in the futuristic city of Oliverport in AD 20XX, players control flying mechs known as ARK to chase and hunt down targets across the vast urban landscape. The gameplay emphasizes a thrilling, 360-degree chase experience unlike traditional racing games, allowing players to freely navigate the airspace amongst skyscrapers. The narrative hints at a world where the advanced ARKs, developed by Lugnal Corporation, are mysteriously going berserk, leading to the formation of the special team Hagane Murakumo to handle these incidents, suggesting deeper secrets within the city. Screenshots showcase dynamic mech combat and movement within the detailed cityscape. The page also includes a From Software topics section, briefly introducing 2 other games. Gaia Blade, described as a battlefield command simulation game featuring military-style mechs, and Thousand Land, tentative name, a real-time simulation RPG focused on cultivating a garden and interacting with unique units. The article notes, Murakumo is planned for a summer release and was approximately 10% complete at the time of publication. This page dives deeper into the world of Murakumo, focusing on the artificial reflexive kineticoid, or ARK, mechs, particularly the high-performance unit specifically designed for the titular Murakumo special team. It highlights the advanced capabilities of this machine, including a reflexes sensor that utilizes AII and nanosensors to anticipate pilot movements,
and a powerful engine enabling super high-speed flight, setting it apart from standard models. The page introduces Gerald Rothschild, a key pilot known by the call sign Cloudone, former test pilot for Lugnal Corporation, who rebelled upon discovering their true intentions. He now serves the national defense as part of the ARK team. His profile paints him as a cynical character, with a strong sense of duty, who seeks excitement in missions. Different types of ARKers are shown, illustrating the game's approach where mission objectives dictate the required mech, as customization isn't available. This includes a heavily armored bipedal type, suited for urban combat, and a highly mobile fighter type, designed for high-speed aerial engagements. The page also details the ARK's armament, confirming 2 primary weapon types, adding intrigue. A shadowy image of a rival ARK is featured, suggesting formidable adversaries players will face. The confirmed gun and missile weapon systems are also noted. This page reveals a major new entry in the revered Shin Megami Tensei series, titled Shin Megami Tensei 9, making its debut on the Xbox. The headline declares the appearance of a cyber city, recreating 1990s Shinjuku and Roppongi areas of Tokyo, serving as the game's setting. Character designs, like the impressive Moloch and the quirky Sudama, are highlighted, confirming that legendary series artist Kazuma Kaneko is once again handling the demon designs. There's a significant interview with Atlus CDO and producer Koji Okada, discussing the development of Shin Megami Tensei 9 for the Xbox, and the scale of the project. He notes the decision to target Xbox was influenced by its standard broadband network and hard drive capabilities, making it ideal for the game's network focus. A section titled Kozi's Remarks clarifies the game's structure regarding online play. It explains that the standalone mode is essentially a large-scale tutorial or practice ground, where players can learn the worldview and story before heading online. Experience points and demons gathered offline can be carried over. The game info box confirms it's an RPG for Xbox, published by Atlus, with an undecided release date but planned for one player offline and supporting network play. This page delves further into Shin Megami Tensei 9 for the Xbox, revealing more about its world and mechanics. The story is set in a post-apocalyptic 202X Tokyo, where survivors live underground, and a virtual world recreating 1990s Tokyo, where demons have appeared. Character design is handled by Yasuomi Umetsu. We see artwork for the protagonist's mother, sister, and childhood friend. Notably, the protagonist's appearance and gender are customizable. A core mechanic is the matrix system, representing 9 attributes that influence the narrative. These seem to be an expansion of the series' familiar law/chaos/neutral alignment system, with player choices impacting their progression. Developer comments confirm online play is central, with player-to-player interactions being determined by these attributes rather than traditional party formation. Your alignment dictates whether other players are allies or enemies. The release date is still undecided, depending on progress with Microsoft regarding the Xbox network and HDD features. Reinforcing the platform choice was driven by these capabilities for the game's online focus. The title 9 is confirmed to relate to both the game being the 9th main title in the series and the 9 attribute system. The discussion continues on the next page. The next page delves further into Shin Megami Tensei 9's mechanics, focusing on its battle system and online features. It highlights that the game features 2 types of real-time combat: tactical battles, which seem to occur upon enemy encounter in the cyberworld or RTS mode, and a new real-time strategy RTS battle mode fought in the exposed electronic world. Both emphasize real-time action, with simultaneous commands possible in tactical battle and strategic movement, and instruction of multiple parties in RTS. The page also expands on the online component, stating that the core of online play is communication with other players, heavily influenced by the player's attributes, determining if others are allies or adversaries. Features like player chat and the possibility of demon trading are mentioned, along with developer aspirations for a large-scale, simultaneous multiplayer experience. A demon navigator is confirmed to guide the player in the cyberworld. Developer remarks from Koji Okada confirm plans to release new story content and demons via download after the game's launch, utilizing the Xbox's capabilities to keep players engaged. He also mentions ambitious technical tests for features like voice recognition for commands, aiming for an unprecedented online experience leveraging the Xbox's performance. Major Tokyo districts will appear in the game, though not with full virtual reality simulation. The character artwork shown is Hatorofu, This page dives into the highly anticipated Jet Set Radio Future for Xbox, celebrating its release alongside the console itself. The headline urges players to fully embrace the world of graffiti. It highlights the core gameplay loop of skating, flying, and covering the futuristic city in your art. The page details key techniques for fluid graffiti spraying, using the right stick, and mastering speed control with the face buttons and grinding. Crucially, it emphasizes the importance of choosing the right character for each stage or situation, showcasing the distinct parameters, stamina, grind, etc., for a large cast of characters including Yo-Yo, Gum, Corn, Beat, and others. Screenshots feature dynamic gameplay, character portraits, and glimpses of the game's unique locations, further exploring interesting spots and stages in the JSRF Sightseeing Guide. It's clear the game offers deep mechanics and a diverse roster for players to master. This page continues the guide to Jet Set Radio Future, specifically focusing on the early stages of the story mode in Chapter 2. It outlines the progression through areas like Dogenzaka, Shibuya Terminal, and Chuo Ohgai, showing the map flow. The objective for each stage is to tag all the graffiti points. Dogenzaka is described as a straightforward, easy looping course with 16 graffiti spots, highlighting its gentle curves and the need to use the map. Events here include meeting and chasing Beat, and fighting the Rakaku police. Shibuya Terminal is a more complex stage with 35 graffiti, noting that buses act as obstacles. Despite the higher graffiti count, it's considered relatively easy. Key events include the appearance of the rival gang Poison Jam, who must be chased, and a second encounter with the Rakaku police, now reinforced by the Hayashibu police, requiring you to defeat their goons. Chuo Ohgai is a wide street located west of Shibuya Terminal, featuring a dangerous river in a building valley that causes damage if you fall. A major challenge here is facing the Tank Squad, which requires specific graffiti tactics to defeat them, and a final race against Poison Jam through the treacherous building area. The page emphasizes using shortcuts and strategy in these encounters. The screenshots showcase gameplay in these various locations, and highlight the different enemy types you'll face. Chapter 2 of the Jet Set Radio Future Guide details Rokaku Dai and 99th Street. Rokaku Dai features 32 graffiti spots within a challenging housing area, requiring players to master grind and wall ride. The armed noise tanks also appear here, bolstered by Commissioner Hayashi. 99th Street, a large area with 34 spots, emphasizes rooftop grinding. The main event involves defeating searchlight units by targeting their arms. Rival battles are also covered. Beat races in Dogenzaka, combo in Shibuya Terminal, and Rith on the Rakaku Dai roof. The guide offers strategies for each, including shortcut usage. Defeating the searchlight units unlocks a flag battle against Rapid 99. The underground water facility is the next objective. Quote, "This page offers a special report on Castle Shikigami for the Xbox. The game's release was apparently postponed for further quality improvements, which is understandable for a title like this where precision is key. This feature focuses on strategy, specifically breaking down the attack patterns of every boss, alongside revealing character settings. The game structures its stages, with bosses appearing in each of the 3 areas, culminating in a conversation scene at the end of the final stage boss fight. This highlights the importance of the boss encounters. The guide provides tactics for players starting out on the Xbox version, emphasizing that success hinges on recognizing enemy attack patterns, especially as bosses change their approach when damaged. Furthermore, the magazine starts a series revealing detailed character settings, promising to unveil secrets about a mysterious character and provide information previously unknown to fans. These sections also include insights into areas or situations where each character might struggle, offering valuable tips for mastering each fighter in this challenging bullet hell shooter. This page continues the in-depth look at Castle Shikigami, focusing heavily on strategy and character details. The guide breaks down the attack patterns for several bosses, including Akemi Uko and Daifuji 2, illustrating how their bullet formations and attacks change when they take damage, a crucial element for success in this bullet hell shooter. It also provides specific score-earning techniques for the early stages. 12. Offering tailored advice depending on whether you're using a close-range or long-range character, helping players maximize their points right from the start. Furthermore, the feature includes a grand reveal of character settings, shedding light on details previously unknown, such as Daifuji 2 being a prototype weapon from the self-defense forces. Finally, there's exciting news about a score attack tournament being held for the Xbox version of the game, similar to the arcade version, promising potential special prizes for high scorers. The next page continues the deep dive into Castle Shikigami, focusing on the protagonist, Kutaru. This character profile introduces him as a 15-year-old detective who, despite his lineage from an Onmyoji grandfather, is described somewhat humorously as a real idiot. He relies on inherited techniques and prefers strategic trap setting in combat. The page highlights his peculiar relationship with Sazae-san, a powerful spirit of death and gluttony, who acts as his Shikigami and subordinate, despite him appearing to be bossed around by her. Sazae is depicted as beautiful and capable, wielding a kitchen knife in battle and assisting Kutaru, which is noted as a significant historical event for a spirit of her kind. From a gameplay perspective, Kutaru's strategy is explored. He's characterized by lower attack power, heavily relying on Sazae, and utilizing the game's tension system and special attacks to manage large numbers of enemies and intense bullet patterns. The strategy guide provides specific tips for navigating challenging screens filled with projectiles, suggesting players prioritize enemy reduction and use high-tension normal attacks or special attacks effectively. It also points out Sazae's vulnerability to attacks from certain directions, a crucial weakness to be aware of. Overall, Kutaru's playstyle emphasizes careful positioning and leveraging Sazae and special abilities to overcome the overwhelming bullet barrages the game is known for. This page shifts focus to Koyori, the second character in Castle Shikigami. Her profile paints a poignant picture, describing her as an anti-god weapon raised in isolation, destined to commit suicide after fulfilling her purpose, incapable of love or laughter. Hailing from an ancient Shinto lineage, she serves as a powerful shrine maiden and the foremost user of divine power of her generation. Her Shikigami is Kugarasu Yata, a divine crow that aids humanity, capable of cutting through evil but shrinking in power as magic wanes globally. From a gameplay perspective, Koyori is presented as the ideal character for beginners due to her versatile normal and special attacks, and the ability of her Shikigami, Yata, to clear bullets. While her movement is slow, mastering the timing of Yata and finding optimal point-scoring areas is key to advancing. The strategy guide details specific stage challenges, noting her reliance on Yata for point-blank shots on bosses and navigating bullet patterns, emphasizing caution in high-speed sections where Yata use might be restricted or dangerous. Her basic stats are listed as 16 years old, 156 centimeters tall, 42 kilograms weight, with measurements B85, W58, H87, born June 5, 1989. Visuals include full character art, head sketches showing various expressions, and gameplay screenshots demonstrating bullet patterns and point-scoring opportunities. This page focuses on Silent Hill 2, highlighting its release and providing a guide to help players navigate the early stages. The page features a prominent image of the iconic red pyramid thing, alongside a description of this terrifying creature known for attacking James and other monsters. The main section provides a step-by-step walkthrough for exploring the South Vale East area. It includes a detailed map of the region, pointing out key locations like the cemetery and save points. The guide details the initial steps, such as getting the map from the car and heading towards Toluca Lake, encountering creatures, and obtaining the radio. It also walks the player through investigating a mysterious message in a camper van, and finally acquiring a crucial item on Martin Street needed to progress. Essential items needed for this section are listed, including the Silent Hill map, a wooden plank weapon, the radio, which signals nearby creatures, and a key for an apartment. The article also briefly mentions the Xbox release of Silent Hill 2, Director's Cut, referred to by its Japanese title for the Xbox version, which includes Saishu no Shi, or The Final Chapter, noting it includes graphic enhancements and a new extra scenario where players control Maria, offering a different perspective on events from the main game. This adds exciting new content for fans on the platform. This page continues the guide for Silent Hill 2, focusing on the challenging Woodside apartment and Blue Creek apartment areas. It provides detailed maps for both buildings and highlights essential items needed to progress. The Woodside apartment section outlines key steps, like finding the map and the crucial flashlight in room 205. It walks players through solving the clock puzzle in room 208, which rewards them with the apartment stairway key. The guide also covers collecting other vital items, like the courtyard key and the can of thinner, plus the first two collectible coins, Old Man and Snake, found in the courtyard pool and trash compactor. Moving into the Blue Creek apartment,
The guide mentions it has less direct action than Woodside, but contains critical puzzles. It details how to replenish handgun ammo via a safe in room 203 and solve the 3-coin puzzle in room 105, using the Old Man, Snake, and Prisoner coins collected across both buildings to obtain the lining key. It notes that the coin order varies with riddle difficulty, specifically mentioning the guide uses the normal difficulty solution. The page also mentions using a key found earlier to access stairs, where you'll encounter the red pyramid thing, advising players to escape rather than fight at this point. The guide assumes all riddle levels are set to normal. Air Force Delta 2 for Xbox is a 3D shooting game, where players aim to become the top ace in aerial combat. The game centers around the world map system, allowing players to select missions and strategize their progress. The map features interconnected nodes representing stages, and navigating it efficiently is crucial. Players must also manage their range, which limits movement distance. Higher ranges offer greater flexibility, with range 4 representing a high-speed option. The game boasts 80 aircraft, including the French Rafale and the Russian MiG 1.44 MFI. An interview with director Toshiyasu Kamiko highlights improvements over the E-Sejuas version, the variety of aircraft, hidden stages, and the refined scheduling. He also teases exploration in future installments. Released by Konami on February 22 for 6,800 yen. Air Force Delta 2 supports 1 player and Dolby Digital 5.1 sound. This page provides a guide to the early game flow and featured aircraft in Air Force Delta 2. It details the progression through the initial missions, emphasizing the relatively low missile count and the prevalence of enemy aircraft. Key early locations like Verona Air Base and AGA Grace Air Base are mentioned. The guide covers strategies for specific missions, including the first naval battle and navigating a challenging valley, suggesting tactics like prioritizing air targets or maintaining altitude. The page also showcases various aircraft available early in the game, from the starting A-7 to unlockable planes like the F-5E, MiG-21, and the highly recommended A-10A for its durability and missile capacity, especially useful in tough missions. Other aircraft like the F-4E, K-C-7, Tornado F-3, Su-24 meters, F-14D, Mirage F-1, F-15C, and FC-1 China are briefly described, outlining their strengths and weaknesses from a gameplay perspective. Expert advice is offered, recommending strong real-world aircraft like the F-15 or Su-27 series for easier progression, noting that older or fictional planes are generally weaker. A crucial tactical tip is provided for engaging battleships. Avoid attacking directly from the front to prevent getting overwhelmed by missiles. Instead, attack from the side after locking onto targets from the edge of the screen. The Kankville C-7 and Su-24 meters are highlighted as recommended aircraft choices. This page presents information on the action shooter Gun Valkyrie for Xbox. The focus is on strengthening your equipment to tackle missions. This involves powering up your weapons, your gearskin suit, and utilizing extra items, all funded by GVP, Gun Valkyrie points, earned by successfully completing missions based on performance metrics like boost combos and clear time. The page highlights key locations and challenges, including Stage 3, an immigrant base level involving fighting enemies hidden by radar and dealing with defensive turrets, and Stage 4, a unique vertical stage where falling while battling enemies requires mastering hovering and boosting. It also previews the boss Diehelm, a formidable foe that moves between air and ground. The content emphasizes the game's distinct action gameplay and notes it's an interesting original work gaining attention with its Xbox release. A campaign offering a demo disc is also mentioned. This page dives deep into the tactical world of UFC 2 Tap Out for Xbox, scheduled for a spring 2002 release. The focus here is on the sophisticated grappling and submission system, highlighting the beauty of achieving a decisive one-technique victory. The game captures the tension and strategic depth of mixed martial arts. It emphasizes that submissions aren't just button presses, they involve psychological warfare and reading your opponent. Mastering techniques like the Kansetsu Waza, submissions, can lead to quick finishes, but failed attempts can leave you vulnerable. The page breaks down key elements, like applying submissions from various positions, including dominant top control or even standing, It also details the art of the takedown, tackle, and how it's crucial for controlling the fight against striking specialists. Numerous screenshots illustrate these techniques, showing sequences of moves from grappling entries to submission attempts and takedown counters. The core message is that understanding distance, baiting attacks, and reacting correctly are paramount to success in the octagon. This game promises a deep, strategic fighting experience centered around ground combat and submissions. This page introduces the unique fighting action game, Zan Kabuki, for the Xbox. This isn't your typical brawler. You take on the role of the leader of a kabuki troupe, guiding your actors on a grand journey along the Tokaido Road with the ultimate goal of reaching Kyoto. The core gameplay loop revolves around stopping in post towns along the route. Here, the stage is set for battles that are a blend of theatrical performance and intense 2D combat. Winning isn't just about defeating your opponent. It's about captivating the audience with a flashy fighting style and incorporating dramatic kabuki poses. Satisfying the crowd builds your popularity gauge, unlocking powerful special moves crucial for victory. The magazine highlights that these aren't mere performances. They are genuine fights between the actors, where only the skilled survive. Earning money from these performances is essential to fund your journey towards Kyoto. Beyond the main journey mode, the game offers various ways to test your skills, including competitive player versus player matches, challenge modes against multiple opponents, and team battles. Winning can even allow you to recruit new actors to your troupe, adding depth to your ensemble and journey. It's a fascinating concept that blends traditional Japanese theater with the high-stakes world of a fighting game. This page is a special report focusing on Star Fox Adventures for the Nintendo GameCube. It marks a significant shift for the Star Fox series, moving its protagonist, Fox McCloud, out of his traditional R-Wing and into an action-adventure setting on foot. The article discusses how this game sees Fox wielding a new item, the Crystal Staff, and engaging in ground-based combat and exploration. Screenshots show Fox interacting with characters like Crystal, fighting enemies from the Sharpclaw tribe, and navigating detailed environments, illustrating the game's new gameplay style. The magazine highlights that even without his ship, the hero is more than capable. The game is presented as a GameCube action-adventure title from Nintendo, with the release details still undecided at the time. The page also features a table of contents, previewing other games covered in the magazine for both GameCube and Game Boy Advance, including titles like Resident Evil, Fire Emblem, The Binding Blade, and Castlevania: Harmony of Dissonance. This page features a special report on Doshin the Giant for the Nintendo GameCube. It explores the unique premise of the game where you become a giant on Bald Island, wandering around. The game centers on interacting with the islanders. Your size as a giant isn't fixed, but grows based on whether you receive gratitude/love, represented by hearts, or hatred/sadness, represented by skulls, from the villagers. Collecting enough of either makes the giant larger and stronger. The villagers will give you various requests, prompting you to develop villages by leveling land, or even building monuments. However, the core point of the game isn't necessarily village development. You can also choose to ignore requests, or even destroy what has been built, incurring the villagers' wrath, which also makes your giant larger. The game allows you to transform between the benevolent yellow giant, Doshin, and the destructive red giant, Jaishin, with the press of a button, representing the choice between becoming a deity or a devil to the villagers. Screenshots show the yellow giant walking through the landscape, lifting villagers and interacting with buildings, while another shows the red giant, Jaishin, amidst destruction. The page also provides game information, listing it as an God action, game developed by Nintendo. This page dives into a typical day playing as Doshin the Giant on Bald Island. Starting at sunrise, you appear and your size grows based on the islanders' reactions. Hearts mean gratitude and growth, while skulls mean hatred and growth of the destructive Jashin form. The islanders belong to different tribes, with unique cultures and building styles, including mysterious monuments that change shape. As the giant, you can fulfill islander requests, observe their daily lives, or interact with the environment. Finding special flowers on floating islands and presenting them is one such interaction. The island faces natural disasters like fire and earthquakes, and while you can help, your immense size means you can also accidentally cause destruction yourself, especially in the Jashin form. The day concludes after about 30 real-time minutes with the giant's disappearance at sunset, an event called Numetsu. Your actions throughout the day are evaluated the next morning, though the metrics are mysterious, adding to the game's unique charm. There's also a brief look back at the original 64DD version, noting it required significant data storage to handle the dynamically changing island terrain. Screenshots showcase interactions with islanders, different village styles, the giants' forms, and moments of both creation and destruction. This page is a special report on Fire Emblem, the binding blade for the Game Boy Advance, highlighting new elements as its release approaches. The game continues the simulation RPG series, set 1,000 years after a great war, focusing on protagonist Roy's destiny. The article delves into several new strategic features. There's the addition of new terrain elements, like destructible walls and hidden floor traps, adding unpredictable challenges to maps. The classic weapon triangle system is shaken up by buster weapons, which reverse the usual effectiveness relationships. A key new command is rescue, allowing units to pick up adjacent allies to move them to safety, influenced by the unit's build stat, which is now displayed on character status screens. The Long Arch, longbow, a fixed shooter unit, can be utilized by your army if you defeat its operator, offering powerful long-range attacks. The Thief class has also been updated, gaining the ability to steal specific items from enemies, although they cannot steal weapons in this installment. Finally, the class system sees revisions, including the addition of the Nomad class and adjustments to existing ones, like the Sword Fighter split into Swordmaster and Mercenary, and changes to the Troubadour. The magazine appears excited about how these new mechanics will add depth and strategic possibilities to the gameplay. This page continues the focus from the previous, highlighting the Game Boy Advance title Domokun no Fushigi Terebi, linked here alongside Fire Emblem, the Binding Blade. The game centers around Domokun, the brown, toothy creature from NHK Television, and his quest to restore his beloved TV shows after the antenna breaks. This isn't a traditional adventure, but rather a collection of over 20 minigames based on various TV program genres. Players guide Domokun through different TV channels and shows, each represented by a unique minigame. Examples shown include a rhythm game featuring Domo and Usagi the Rabbit, a sumo wrestling challenge called Big Domo Sumo, a shooting game starring Tachan the Bear, a cooking segment, and even a bird-raising documentary. The article emphasizes the variety and quality of these minigames, noting they are all seriously well made. Adding further depth, the game supports the Game Boy Advance card e-reader. Purchasing the game includes one special card, and others can be collected to unlock additional original minigames, expanding the TV program lineup even further. It looks like a charming and diverse collection, tailored for fans of Domokun and his friends. This page dives deep into the upcoming GameCube remake of the original Biohazard, known internationally as Resident Evil. It focuses heavily on the game's new interface and mechanics, promising a refined survival horror experience. The article highlights several key aspects, starting with the revamped status screen. Players can access this from the field via the KB button, and it consolidates inventory management, equipment, item inspection, and combination, all crucial for survival in the zombie-infested mansions. A screenshot shows the detailed UI with item slots, character stats, and menu options like use, look, and combine. The map system also receives attention, showcasing improved visuals and functionality. A screenshot of the mansion's first floor map is shown, with text noting enhancements like color coding to indicate explored areas. Item combination is explained in detail, particularly focusing on herbs which are essential for healing. The page illustrates combining different colored herbs, green, red, blue, for varying recovery and detoxification effects, emphasizing the strategic element of resource management. Screenshots show the process of combining green and red herbs. Finally, there's a spotlight on supporting characters key to the narrative, specifically Barry Burton and Rebecca Chambers, with an image featuring them. The article mentions their roles in event cutscenes. An info box provides basic game details, confirming it's for GameCube. The iconic Resident Evil logo is prominently displayed at the bottom. Overall, the page gives a solid preview of the graphical and gameplay improvements coming to this classic horror title on the GameCube. This page continues the deep dive into the GameCube remake of Resident Evil, focusing heavily on the game's enhanced event scenes and the roles of supporting characters. The article highlights the effort put into the event scenes, featuring over 500 dedicated cuts designed to express character emotions more subtly and create a stronger sense of presence, effectively overcoming the limitations of fixed camera angles. It also notes that the English voice acting and dialogue have been completely redone, though the overall tone and feel remain faithful to the original game. The page provides detailed profiles for the previously introduced support characters, Barry Burton and Rebecca Chambers. Barry is described as a dependable veteran and a loving family man, trusted by Chris in tough situations. Rebecca is highlighted as a talented rookie chemist on her first mission who, despite her youth, possesses latent survival abilities that can shine with support. An interesting gameplay mechanic mentioned is the ability to temporarily control partners, specifically Rebecca, during critical moments, a system noted to be inspired by the classic Famicom title, Sweet Home. Various screenshots from dramatic event scenes featuring these characters illustrate the visual quality and intensity of the game's narrative presentation.
Rune is an action RPG with an integrated card battle system. Stages are cleared by fulfilling objectives like defeating bosses, with sub-stages offering additional content. Battles initiate randomly on the stage map, transitioning to a terrain-shaped arena where the player uses a hand of 4 randomly drawn cards. Using cards requires magic stones, acquired by destroying enemies or obstacles. Insufficient stones lead to HP consumption. Cards are categorized into weapons for attacks, summons for powerful creature effects, supports for player aid, and traps for varied effects. Weapon cards are the primary attack method. Effective battle strategy includes assessing hand cards, prioritizing attribute advantages, and managing attack range to avoid wasted card usage. The game's card system and variety of summons, along with over 100 types, make it engaging and avoid monotony. Summer will see the release of 2 exciting 3D fighting games. Zoids vs. offers intense 2v2 battles featuring customizable mecha from the Zoids franchise. Inspired by Zoids Battle from Zoids Zero. Players can choose from over 40 Zoids, each with unique abilities activated under specific conditions. Kinnikuman Tusei, New Generation vs. Legends, caters to fans of the classic Kinnikuman series, bringing together characters from both Kinnikuman Tusei and the original series. The game includes wrestling legends in their prime, and a character creation edit mode, allowing players to customize their own Chojin fighters. Both games promise extensive fan service and solid gameplay experiences. This page features previews for 2 upcoming games for the Game Boy Advance. First up is Monsters, Inc., a teen action game releasing alongside the movie. Players take on the role of Sully, navigating the monster world and helping the little girl Boo get back home. The game features original scenarios in addition to moments from the film, collecting door fragments, and battling bosses. It looks like a straightforward movie adaptation with some added content. And the first print run even comes with a special pouch for your GBA. Below that is Lunar Legend, a significant remake of the classic RPG series celebrating its 10th anniversary. While it retains the core story and world of the original Mega CD game, the GBA version features substantially revamped combat and graphics, with updated character sprites scaled for the handheld and cool close-ups for special moves. The game includes collectible trading cards, and notably adds a wealth of entirely new scenarios, maps, and events, promising a fresh adventure even for longtime fans of the series. It sounds like a loving modernization of a beloved RPG. This page features previews for 2 upcoming Game Boy Advance titles. First up is Egomania, an action puzzle game where the unique twist is that you control the character who interacts with the falling blocks by grabbing, rotating, and stacking them, rather than directly manipulating the blocks themselves. It requires precise movement and timing to build upwards. The game supports 12 players, offering competitive modes including one called Bomania, where players use bombs to disrupt their opponent's stacks. The reviewer notes its strong action game elements and unique mechanics. Below, we see Hamtaro, Ham Ham Heartbreak, the 3rd Hamtaro adventure game for the GBA, aimed at a younger audience. The story follows Hamtaro and friends as they embark on a grand adventure to thwart a mischievous hamster named Deviham, who is causing trouble in the hamsters' love lives. The gameplay involves exploring various locations, interacting with other hamsters, and utilizing the series' signature HamChat words. Screenshots show scenes of exploration, character interactions, and glimpses of potential minigames like digging. It promises a charming adventure, focused on friendship and overcoming obstacles. This page is dedicated to Castlevania, Harmony of Dissonance on the Game Boy Advance, heralded here as a significant new chapter in the legendary series. The article introduces the protagonist, Juste Belmont, a descendant of the renowned vampire hunter lineage, as he delves into Dracula's castle. The story sees him entangled with his childhood friends, Maxim Kishin and Lydie Erlanger, following Lydie's mysterious disappearance into the castle. The game continues the exploration-based action style that fans love, centering around Justy's use of the whip. Key gameplay improvements include refined character animations,
the addition of a dash mechanic via the shoulder buttons, and a convenient quick save feature optimized for portable play. Classic sub-weapons return, but the exciting twist is the ability to combine them with magic books, granting access to powerful new spells and greatly expanding combat options. Graphics are highlighted as brighter and clearer than previous entries, enhancing visibility. Series producer IGA discusses the decision to unify the title under Castlevania for international recognition and the suitability of the GBA for this type of 2D action game. He stresses the historical significance of Juste Belmont within the series lore and confirms that ideas for future Castlevania games are already being developed. The page concludes by outlining the historical timeline of the series, placing Harmony of Dissonance in 1740 with Juste Belmont. This page showcases a couple of interesting Game Boy Advance titles. First up is Shining Soul, a Sega release scheduled for March 28th. This one promises an unprecedented 4-player simultaneous experience, functioning as a communication RPG. The Dorimaga staff got hands-on with a development build and had a blast, emphasizing how cooperative playthrough communication was key to overcoming dungeon challenges. The gameplay involves switching between different character weapons and strategies, which sounds like a solid multiplayer action RPG setup. They also touch upon the Soul Crystal system, used for summoning powerful allies, showing off creatures like a golem and a curious penguin-like summon. Below that, Konami brings a dose of nostalgia with their Konami Arcade Game Collection, set for release on May 2nd. This compilation features 6 classic arcade hits from the 1980s, including timeless titles like Frogger, Scramble, Time Pilot, Gyrus, Yai Ar Kung Fu, and Rush and Attack. The appeal here is revisiting these foundational action games, which are simple yet deeply engaging. The collection isn't just straight ports. It includes extras like a remake mode, featuring updated graphics, new stages, and even new characters, alongside support for 2-player simultaneous play. And for the ultimate old-school fan service, they hint that the legendary Konami code might even be usable. It looks like a great package for experiencing some arcade history or enjoying them anew with modern touches. This page dives deep into the world of Space Channel 5 Part 2, focusing on the vast array of unlockable content available to players. The main highlight is the impressive costume collection for Ula, the game's star reporter. The article explains that there are a whopping 40 different outfits to unlock, many of which have unique conditions beyond simply clearing the game, such as achieving 100% viewership ratings on specific reports, completing challenges in the Ula Dance mode, rescuing particular characters, or even having saved data from the first Space Channel 5 game on a memory card. Featured costumes include the stylish Spice suit with its distinctive pink and black stripes, the fluffy and surprisingly difficult Townlock Moko Moko suit, the unique blank suit which changes Ula's body type and has different versions depending on the console, DC or PS2, the stealth suit, which is tied to having save data from another Sega game, and the tanned coconut Ula suit. Beyond costumes, the page also lists various items that can be obtained. The conditions for unlocking items often involve talking to specific rescued individuals or completing particular reports. It's clear that Space Channel 5 Part 2 offers significant replayability and encourages players to explore different aspects of the game to discover all of Ulala's looks and helpful items. The content suggests the developers put a lot of effort into providing incentives for players to keep grooving through the game. This page serves as a strategy guide for Space Channel 5 Part 2, picking up after Barge's disruptive actions. It immediately dives into a notoriously tough sequence from Report 4, detailing how to tackle the rhythm sections involving Noise-kun and the visual pattern recognition needed for the robo inputs, highlighting the increasing complexity across attempts. The bulk of the page focuses on guiding players through Report 5, the Space Spy Great Operation. It breaks down key scenes, starting with memorizing the direction of robo silhouettes appearing in windows, noting how the number of windows and patterns change. It then covers a unique shooting battle segment where players must visually track and input the locations and order of attacking robos, emphasizing the need to pay attention to even subtle angular changes. The third highlight is a rhythm battle against Shadow's band, stressing the importance of relying on visual cues and the directional button inputs rather than sound alone to match the challenging beat. Hidden input points for Report 5 are also mentioned, located in the middle section and the final band battle, with specific vocal cues and a 4-input sequence hinted at. The page concludes with a detailed look at the boss battle against Shadow and Nice Shadow, which is a shooting sequence focused on identifying and rescuing specific individuals from multiple decoys using the beam, noting how the identification method changes as the battle progresses and the tempo increases. The page ends by teasing the upcoming Report 6.
This page is a strategy guide focused on a specific character in Tokimeki Memorial 3 for the PlayStation 2. It introduces Heroine 07, Kazumi Watarai, described as a secret character who was previously only seen in backgrounds. The developers note that her concept centers around her working multiple jobs and having good luck, appearing in various locations. The guide details the conditions needed to encounter Kazumi, primarily involving using the stroll command in the hill area to find her house, and observing her working in different locations, appearing in various backgrounds. It then provides essential dating information for Kazumi, covering her preferred date spots across different areas, suitable clothing patterns for different seasons, and favored conversation topics. It also lists her compatibility with different school clubs during the cultural festival over the 3 years. Finally, a comprehensive event guide is included, outlining key events related to Kazumi and her personal story, such as her family situation, invitations, her father's health issues, and specific date events like Christmas. The developer's tip highlights the guts parameter as important for her route, and recommends leisure land dates. This guide details how to win the heart of Hotaru Izumi, the secret heroine in Tokimeki Memorial 3. Hotaru is an elegant honor student with a tragic past. To meet her, find her homepage, Moon's Dewdrop, via web surfing, initiating email exchanges, and eventually leading to club encounters, beginning in September of the first year. The guide provides dating tips, recommending locations like the shrine and cinema, while advising against places tied to her past. Fashion advice includes plain summer clothes and layered winter outfits. Suitable conversation topics include academics, arts, and sports. Key events to experience involve an accident, Christmas Eve, a former acquaintance, cultural festival preparations, and a rooftop revelation. To secure her confession, specific stat requirements apply, increasing with each game clear. The first clear needs ability 30+, and stamina 80+. Finally, using Stroll unlocks new date spots, like the Marine Bridge and Bowling Alley. This page dives into advanced techniques seen at the National Virtua Fighter 4 tournament, explained by the experts at Dorimaga. It breaks down high-level play for several characters, with accompanying screenshots illustrating the moves. Featured techniques include Wolf's tactic of baiting low attacks by standing without guard and then punishing with a throw. There's also a look at top LoL players reading opponents' low attacks and countering with a standing S hit, which leads into a devastating bound combo. A general lawn technique using a delayed backdash to set up foot sweeps is also covered. The page even highlights a specific Wolf technique observed in the PS2 version's replay demo, showing how to transition from a giant swing into a side turn for a back throw. Finally, there's an interesting discussion about the character Akaoi, suggesting that playing her from the 2-peep side might offer a subtle performance advantage, particularly making a certain combo connect more reliably. These insights offer valuable strategies directly from the competitive scene and the game's demo itself. This page continues the deep dive into Virtua Fighter 4, focusing on the competitive scene and character customization. It highlights the intense battle at the top of the VF.net individual rankings after the national tournament, specifically the push by General Nagato and the comeback efforts of Kyabafu. The article discusses how character choices, like Akira's performance changes in version C, could significantly impact points. Accompanying screenshots show Akira and Cage in action, illustrating points made in the text. The page also presents comprehensive rankings data from the VF.net service, listing the top players by overall points and win streaks, as well as the top teams. Shifting focus, there's a feature on character items, specifically showcasing items available for Wolf. Rare items like the long hair are discussed, with hints on how to acquire them through gameplay, along with other accessories like the tribal tattoo. There's also speculation about the Phantom Orb items, and whether collecting multiples yields benefits. Screenshots show Wolf sporting different hairstyles, including the long hair and afro, noting that head-related items are often tied to collecting Phantom Orbs. The page concludes by confirming the ongoing popularity of Virtua Fighter 4, both in arcades and with the recent release of the PS2 version, promising more detailed ranking analysis in future issues. This page shifts focus to the reader-submitted Back Technique Plaza, a section dedicated to user-submitted tips, tricks, and secrets for various games. It's a place for players to share their discoveries beyond official guides. The first submission highlighted is for Super Robot Wars Alpha for Dreamcast, titled
Berserk First Unit, and Unison Attack. This peculiar trick allows Shinji to attack himself. The steps involve specific events and episodes, notably using the Unison Attack on the first unit when it goes berserk in episode 66. Screenshots show menu details, and the EVA Unit 01.
Next up is a tip for Jak and Daxter, the precursor legacy on the PS2, focusing on the true ending. The standard ending requires 77 power cells, but achieving the true ending demands collecting all 100 and reaching the top of the Dark Sage's castle. Screenshots feature Jak and Daxter. Finally, there's a submission for Romance of the Three Kingdoms version 2i on the PS2, titled Free Escape and Return. This technique allows players to momentarily escape from gameplay and return later using a specific button combination, described as useful for solo players whose forces become too strong. Screenshots show game menus from the PS2 title. The page concludes by inviting readers to submit their own tips and details. The prizes awarded for accepted submissions, ranging from gold to admission awards, acknowledging contributors for their helpful game secrets. This page features the Dorimaga PC Information Bureau section, focusing on PC game content relevant to the magazine's audience. The header includes a brief, lighthearted dialogue between two staff members discussing the coming spring and being distracted. The contents section outlines two main topics: PC. The low exposure in PC magazines is unacceptable. Recommended titles after playing the retail versions, and Talk to Talk. Another entry highlights a surprising price point: 38,800, 1/3 owned. Amazing! 8,800 yen for 3 titles. Is the volume 1/3 per title? No, that's why it's amazing. Here. There's also a reference to 426, which could be a game title or article number. The bottom portion of the page is dominated by a large illustration featuring 2 anime-style girls in an outdoor hot spring or bath scene, set against a dark, possibly snowy or misty night background. Steam rises around them. One girl has light-colored hair and is the main focus, while the other, with dark hair, is partially visible in the foreground. The illustration is credited below as illustration. This section seems to provide editorial commentary and potentially reviews or recommendations for PC games, alongside a characteristic magazine illustration. This page focuses on the PC game Talk to Talk, an adventure title developed by Clear. The striking headline asks, "Can a boy created by genetic manipulation obtain emotions?" The main text delves into the game's premise. The protagonist is unable to recognize emotions, only judging things as pleasant or unpleasant. He is enrolled in high school as a test to understand emotions, where he meets 5 girls and various other people, spending time with them and gradually discovering the emotions that were dormant within him. The page features large character illustrations of 2 anime-style girls at the top, one with brown hair lying down and another with auburn hair looking sideways. Below the main text is a section titled Characters That Shape the Story, displaying several screenshots from the game. These screenshots showcase different scenes and characters, including the protagonist, a male friend named Moria, described as casually flirtatious, 2 different girls, one is Misaki, a lively girl who is the opposite of the quiet Misaki, and 2 distinct character designs for a shopkeeper, possibly from a convenience store and a music store, noted as looking like the same person wearing different costumes. The game is listed as an ADV, adventure, genre release for PC. This page spotlights the adventure game Talk to Talk, focusing on heroines Misaki Huzuki and Sunao Shirakura. Misaki, a quiet junior, meets the protagonist and starts dating him, but he is also drawn to her sister, Yume Kono, whose memory is linked to a figure in his dreams. Sunao, a reserved classmate, is often seen with a camera and is connected to an abandoned school. The protagonist grows interested in her, and their bond strengthens through a cultural festival project. He later discovers her connection to Yohei, realizing his feelings for her. The page features character portraits and screenshots depicting school life, interactions, and key story events, emphasizing the game's themes of emotional discovery and complex relationships, with hints of past memories and struggles woven throughout. This page continues introducing characters from the adventure game Talk to Talk. It features profiles for 2 more heroines, Shioko Otake and Ichiru Kawase, alongside various character portraits and scenes from the game. Shioko Otake is presented as a bright classmate of the protagonist, but she secretly performs as a street musician. She admired a singer named Sorajima Shu
and would only sing his songs.
The text highlights her struggle, quoting her saying she'd rather stay bad than discard Sorajima's song. However, a harsh comment from a listener led her to give up music. Her profile notes her skill level is unknown, and that there wasn't anyone who listened to her song to the end. Ichiru Kawase is depicted as a student isolated within the class due to her distrust of others. She pushes people away with sharp remarks, fearing betrayal if she allows herself to open up, as quoted in the text. Despite this, she is pushed into working on the cultural festival committee with the protagonist. Her profile mentions the protagonist's persistent efforts to connect with her, her heart eventually opening, leading to a relationship, which was then abruptly ended by a message from a mysterious system. The page showcases screenshots related to both characters, including Shioko performing and Ichiru in various interactions, providing glimpses into their individual story arcs within the game. This page features Jiruri Uryu from the adventure game Talk to Talk, under the evocative title, "It's embarrassing to be stared at so intently. My future. Because I have to choose it myself." Jiruri Uryu is introduced as the protagonist's senior. She is passionate about drawing, always carrying a sketchbook, and is known for her strict standards with models, making it difficult for her to find subjects. A key point of concern for her is why she adamantly refuses to join the art club. The accompanying story snippet describes how the protagonist meets her while she is sketching and agrees to help her with the cultural festival, leading to them growing closer and Jiruri grappling with her future post-graduation and her feelings for the protagonist. The page also includes a helpful guide for beginners, explaining that Talk to Talk features a common route until September 29th, after which the story branches into individual character paths. The specific path taken is determined by choices made during the common section. The guide provides key choices necessary to enter the routes for 4 characters: Misaki Hozuki, Shioko Otake, Ichiru Kawase, and Jiruri Uryu. These tables list specific dates and the correct option to select to progress towards each heroine's story. This page introduces several upcoming titles, starting with Sweet Elegance, a sweet comedy adventure game where the male protagonist must cross-dress to attend an all-girls pâtissier school, following his dream of becoming a pastry chef. The article features character introductions for Ayaka Fudo, the only student who knows the protagonist's secret; Kono Yoshinoya, a shy girl from a wealthy family; Michelle Ryuzaki, a refined young lady with a secret passion; and Yuria Fudo, the principal who is also a top-class pâtissier. The premise promises humor and romance amidst the challenges of school life, while maintaining the cross-dressing disguise. Next, there's an announcement from Frontwing for a new project titled 426, highlighting it as a confident new work from the developer. It's described as a compilation or project featuring 3 new games with collaboration from popular writers and the studio house Do, promising engaging and varied content. Finally, the Cross of Death section teases a dramatic story revolving around the fate of 3 young girls burdened by a mysterious cross of death. The featured characters are Seiko Sayuri, a first-year student at Aozora Academy who calmly accepts her fate; Mami Tamaki, who is initially declared to die and realizes her time is short; and Izumi Hirasaka, a third-year student at Aozora Academy who has known the protagonist since childhood and seems concerned about them. The tone suggests a more serious, possibly tragic, narrative, exploring the destiny of these characters. This page dives deeper into Frontwing's 426 project, which was teased on the previous page. It confirms this is a compilation featuring 3 new adventure games, plus some extra content. The main title highlighted here is 501, a suspense adventure game. The premise is quite intriguing. You step into a world that was supposed to be a simple part-time job, but turns out to be a deadly killing game. The setting is an isolated, abandoned hospital, adding to the suspense. Several female characters are introduced, including Haruka Watanuki, Namori Hujo, Miyuki Ono, Yukako Oribata, and Kaori Suma. The game features full voice acting for the female characters. Acting as the general guides for the entire 426 project are Frontwing's mascot characters, Fronchan and Wingkun, suggesting they might appear across the different games or in bonus content. The page also introduces elements from another game in the compilation, a fantasy mystery adventure. This story seems to revolve around a protagonist who becomes a Grim Reaper after a specific event. Characters include Azriel, described as a cunning demon who opposes the Shinigami, and the protagonist Shinigami themselves, who lost their powers and now accompanies the main character to declare death upon others. The narrative involves meeting girls who carry the fate of death. This title is planned to feature full voice acting and appears to blend fantasy elements with mystery. This page is the cover of the Dreamcast Magazine Mini, issue volume 4, dated March 8, 2002. The vibrant cover art features several anime-style girls, setting the tone for the content within, which often leaned towards visual novels and character-focused games popular on the platform at the time. The page serves as a sort of table of contents, highlighting key features inside. Under latest information, it teases updates on games like Nijue and Milky Season, pointing readers to pages 211 and 212 respectively for more details. The strategy guide section promises help for popular titles. Listed here are guides for Mystery Dungeon, Shiren the Wanderer Gaiden, Female Swordsman Asuka Arrive. Starting on page 214, a beloved roguelike series, and Missing Parts, The Tante Stories. The Tante Stories. On page 218, an adventure title I recall having some interesting mystery elements. Finally, the bottom of the page provides a handy icon explanation, detailing what various symbols used throughout the magazine mean, covering compatibility with peripherals like VGA boxes, keyboards, modems, arcade sticks, and specific game modes like online play or data transfer. It's a useful reference for navigating the technical aspects discussed for the games. This page dives into Nijue, a PC port making its way to the Dreamcast. Described as an adventure game, it uniquely blends the seemingly contradictory elements of beautiful girls and bizarreness, suggesting a visual novel with horror or unsettling themes. The story centers on a cursed protagonist, who journeys to a mysterious island linked to a similar legend. The island is peculiar, where all children are born as twins, but one is always taken, and tourist gates appear corresponding to the number of children. The game promises a deep story, bizarre descriptions, and extensive interactions with many characters, including the titular beautiful girls, all based on authentic literature. Highlighted is the game's unique system, which includes explanations for difficult terms to help players immerse themselves in the world. Notably, some choices are timed, adding a layer of tension and potentially leading to a game over if you don't decide quickly. The page also introduces several of the main female characters, described as beautiful heroines caught in fate. These include Kikyo, a maiden tied to fate, Kaede, a calm girl with secret martial arts skills, Aya and Sai, pure maidens from outside the island who fall for the protagonist, Mai, a ninja who monitors people, Kotoin, an amnesiac girl carrying a drum, and Hojo Chikara, a swordswoman also from outside, seemingly acting as a bodyguard. The game is scheduled for release on February 28th for 6,800 yen. This page highlights Milky Season, a romance-adventure game for the Dreamcast, where you take on the role of a manager at a girls' dormitory. The game seems to focus on slice-of-life events centered around the changing seasons and interactions with the female residents. The content previews scenes from different months, including a Shutter Chance event in July involving a photo contest by the pool, showcasing the girls in swimsuits. Another section, titled, How's My Swimsuit?, from June, describes the opening of the pool and the girls showing off their swimwear, looking for compliments. There's also a chaotic scene depicted where the girls are chasing something that ran away, urging everyone to join the pursuit. Screenshots feature multiple girls together, both in swimsuits by a pool, and participating in outdoor activities, as well as more intimate indoor scenes and character portraits. The synopsis mentions the protagonist dealing with the challenging, yet also subtly hopeful, days while managing the lively dormitory. Milky Season is an adventure game scheduled for release on February 28th, priced at 6,800 yen. The next page focuses on one of the characters from Milky Season. Introducing Reika Ranazaki. She's presented as a strong-willed girl who refers to herself as Sama, and challenges you to become her slave, though the description notes she's kind at heart, with small wings symbolizing a little devil. A notable point highlighted is that the jacket illustrations for the Dreamcast and PlayStation versions of the game are different, with images showing both covers. The Dreamcast version is also mentioned to be a limited edition run of 10,000 copies. The next page shifts focus to a strategy guide for Shiren the Wanderer Gaiden. Female Swordsman Asuka Arrive. On Dreamcast, presenting the second part of the walkthrough.
It centers on navigating and conquering the game's challenging Heavenly Ring Country Advanced chapter, which becomes accessible after clearing the initial section. A significant feature highlighted is the introduction of unidentified items in this advanced dungeon, which, while potentially more powerful, require careful identification as their effects are unknown, carrying inherent risks. The guide also discusses the benefits and drawbacks of having companions like Minamo, Kiyohachi, and Heiji. While they offer valuable assistance in combat, the text cautions that they can sometimes hinder progress, especially in chaotic situations where friendly fire is possible. A practical tip shared is how to safely detect hidden traps. Swinging your weapon reveals any trap on the adjacent tile, a method described as tedious but essential for cautious exploration. The page includes a monster list for the advanced floors, noting that while initial levels feature familiar enemies, deeper floors introduce formidable higher-tier monsters with troublesome special abilities, stressing the importance of knowing which foes inhabit each floor. Screenshots illustrate the game's inventory showing unidentified items, the effect of a brightness scroll illuminating the dungeon, companions fighting alongside Asuka, the option to recruit companions, and a demonstration of the trap detection technique. This guide focuses on strategic gameplay in Shiren, the Wanderer Gaiden. Female swordsman Asuka arrive. Key strategies include item synthesis, where combining items grants new abilities. The first item is the base, and subsequent items add effects as impressions or seals. A strong base item like the katana is recommended, though there's a limit to stackable effects. Unique synthesis involving the pelican monster enables combining diverse item types for special effects, such as a fire-shooting weapon. Ichitan, currency, can be thrown as a weapon, dealing damage based on the amount thrown. Combat positioning is also vital, with specific tactics for fighting in corridors and corners. Attacks function differently based on terrain and line of sight. Finally, the guide offers a monster list table for floors 14 to 27, aiding players in anticipating enemy encounters in the advanced chapter. This guide outlines the strategy for the advanced chapter of Shiren, the Wanderer Gaiden. Female swordsman Asuka arrive, focusing on floors 127, culminating in the Myorian boss fight. The chapter is designed for experienced players. Early floors, 1 to 8, serve as a warm-up. Floors 9 to 16 introduce status-inflicting enemies and are a lead-up to a rest point on floor 16. Floors 17 to 22 are challenging due to high-level monsters, and floors 21 to 22 have unique map layouts. The final stretch, floors 23 to 27, features double-speed monsters. The Myoran boss battle has 2 phases. Before awakening, use area of effect attacks to deal with summoned monsters. Once awakened, Myoran is joined by Jinba, and the guide suggests using fire scrolls and prioritizing the summoned monsters, then focusing on Myoran while avoiding its attacks. The guide also details specific threats. Enduba, item mimics, Kunekune honey, level downing, Kain Yudo, fire attacks, and Debuta, stone throws. Recognizing these monsters' abilities is crucial for success. This guide covers the later stages of Shiren, the Wanderer Gaiden, detailing strategies for difficult monsters on floors 14 to 27. Enemies include those with explosive attacks, shield-disabling moves, healing capabilities, and stat-reducing effects. Beyond the main game, new features unlock. The Hachimaten chapter offers themed dungeons. The game leverages Dreamcast net connectivity with a Net Furai rescue team, allowing online player rescues for rewards. The Koga Village Hidden Hole, a challenging high-score dungeon, tests player skill with no item drops, high-level monsters from the start, and no rescue option. Net features provide leaderboards, an item shop, and daily gifts, increasing replayability. This page dives into Missing Parts: The Tante Stories, an adventure game for the Dreamcast, offering a strategy guide focused on the second chapter, specifically up to day 4. The main plot involves investigating a mysterious incident, seemingly a suicide, at an idol production agency called Starlight Production, causing turmoil within the company. A key gameplay mechanic highlighted is how the number of times you move between locations significantly impacts the story. Even when meeting the same character, the conversation's content can change drastically, or important information might be missed depending on how many moves were made prior to the encounter. This adds a unique layer to the investigation, emphasizing careful exploration and timing. The guide uses screenshots to illustrate these changing interactions. The page also includes a floor plan of the idol agency building,
which serves as a central location for the investigation. It details the layout across multiple floors. Furthermore, the guide provides a summary of the main events and actions taken on the first day of the investigation, including key encounters and plot developments related to rumors surrounding a cameo and the influence of urban legends on the case, suggesting players need to pay attention to seemingly minor details to uncover the truth. This mechanic of movement influencing narrative is quite intriguing for an adventure title. This missing parts. The Tante Stories Strategy Guide details investigation days 2 to 4. Day 2 focuses on finding the cameo seeker, using information from Kashiki, and the shocking news of idol Takasaki Akemi's apparent suicide. Key actions include interacting with characters like Kuzu, Naruko, and Higuri, linking Akemi to the case. Day 3 deepens the idol suicide case, as rumors of murder circulate. Susuke investigates, meeting Akemi at Second Ohm, talking to her manager Kamiyama, visiting a pawnbroker, and researching online. Day 4 centers on investigating Starlight production. The guide highlights exploring the building, from reception to the rooftop, examining Akemi's room, and questioning key personnel like Kamiyama and Tachibana. The guide provides a structured walkthrough for these crucial early investigation days. The next page is Sega Presents Prize Paradise feature, highlighting upcoming arcade crane game prizes for February and March. It kicks off by getting players fired up for prizes based on the recently released PlayStation 2 version of Virtua Fighter 4, showcasing adorable plushies of popular fighters like Akira and Pei. Another major focus is on the highly anticipated Disney Pixar film Monsters, Inc., featuring a variety of cute plushies and other merchandise from the movie. The page also teases other diverse prize lines, including plushies from Azumanga Daioh and various dogs, figures from Neon Genesis Evangelion and Gage no Kitaro, character straps for his Kitsatsu Shigatonin, and a wide range of Disney items like Winnie the Pooh plushies and watches, the Nightmare Before Christmas cups, Mickey and Friends plushies, Dumbo bags, and Toy Story 2 banks. It encourages players to get excited about the wealth of new prizes appearing in arcades. This page features a detailed look at the highly anticipated arcade action game, Metal Slug 4. The legendary run-and-gun series returns to the Neo Geo MVS platform, promising more intense pixel art action. The main playable characters are highlighted, with veterans Marco Rossi and Fio Germi returning to the front lines, joined by 2 new recruits, Nadia Castle and Trevor Spacey. The developers emphasize that the core gameplay, the Royal Road of the series, remains intact, while incorporating new elements like a scoring system called Metalish and a significantly increased variety of vehicles. Several new and returning Metal Slug vehicles are showcased, including the Bradley tank, a forklift, and various other inventive machines players can commandeer. The article praises the series' signature detailed pixel graphics, noting they are as impressive as ever. Get ready for the latest installment of explosive arcade fun, expected to hit arcades in early March. This page features a training manual for Cybertroopers Virtual On Force, presented as a dialogue between an aspiring pilot named Ron and a stern instructor. Ron starts off complaining about the previous lesson, but the focus quickly shifts to crucial tactical concepts for the game's intense 2v2 battles. The core lesson here is the absolute importance of positioning, which the instructor emphasizes is dynamic and constantly changing based on enemy movement. Keeping both opponents in your field of view is highlighted as ideal. A major section is dedicated to mastering the radar, explaining that it's essential for tracking enemy locations, their status, and even potential obstacles. The guide walks through different scenarios, demonstrating how radar information dictates tactical responses, like confirming the position of the second enemy unit or predicting dash attacks. Understanding the various markers on the radar display is presented as key to survival and success in the arena. This training manual page for Cybertroopers Virtual On Force covers team tactics. Checkpoint 2 emphasizes survival when double-teamed, prioritizing evasion with dash attacks and cover. A decoy operation is suggested when attacked from both sides, avoiding direct combat. Checkpoint 3 focuses on attacking the enemy leader. The instructor recommends angled approaches, 90 degrees relative to your partner, and clear communication. Awareness of the other enemy unit is also crucial. The page concludes with customization recommendations for the in-game display, including layouts prioritizing evasion stats, teamwork gauges, or a minimalist HUD. These customizable layouts cater to different playstyles. This guide details special input techniques for the 37 playable virtualoids in Cybertroopers Virtual On Force,
excluding commander types. It updates and expands upon previous information, focusing on unique abilities not found in non-listed machines. The guide covers moves like Blue Slider, Gliding Ram, and Blitz Tornado from the Temjin series, including tactical notes on improved tracking and directional control. Drill Slam from the Box series is also featured. Screenshots accompany these descriptions. A comprehensive table lists special techniques for various virtualoids, detailing the machine, move name, activation conditions, input method, and resulting state. Machines covered include Temjin, Miser, Box, APHARMD, Feyen, Specinef, Cypher, and Ball series. Finally, the guide clarifies the Ball series E.RL installations and cooperative attack mechanics. This is a crucial resource for players wanting to master the advanced combat mechanics of Virtual On Force.
This page continues the expert guide on Cyber Troopers Virtual On Force, focusing specifically on the versatile special input techniques unique to the Ball series Virtualoids, particularly when operating as a team. Double machines excel in cooperative maneuvers. The guide details the reflection mode, activated by placing Battribute ERL.S via a jump. While potent alone, it becomes formidable with teamwork. Poina highlights that unlike other machines, two Ball series VOs can activate reflection mode almost simultaneously, creating relentless pressure. Point B reveals that bipedal or legless ball teams can achieve a powerful double reflection by strategically placing two Battribute E.RL.S, significantly boosting damage. Point C explains how these teams can achieve continuous reflection mode attacks by placing new ERLS immediately upon landing, while an ally's attack is reflecting. The guide then covers the Ball team's devastating ultimate attack, Grand Stinger. While incredibly powerful, requiring the placement of all 8 ERLS makes the team highly vulnerable during setup. Tactics are suggested, like luring enemies to the stage center before activating it. Crucially, evasion is possible if you know how. Targeted players should move towards the stage center or use an upward jump and cancel to draw the laser away. Finally, a small tip showcases Cypher's special move, the Purist Buster, activated with a crouched input and turbo CW, suggesting it's another notable technique worth exploring. This page presents a diverse collection of new hobby releases for dedicated game and hobby fans, curated by Akasaka Garekido. Kicking things off are exquisite resin cast kits of Hayori Hayasaka and Yuki Kataze from the visual novel Mizuiro, known for their delicate expressions. Mecha enthusiasts will be thrilled by the HG Mechanics plastic kit of the enormous new Zeal from Mobile Suit Gundam 0083, Stardust Memory. Perfect for pairing with the previously released Dendrobium to recreate epic space battles. Nostalgia hits with the HG series Capsule Poppy Ninica Part 1, offering collectible capsule toys of various vehicles from classic Japanese superhero shows like Kamen Rider Cyclone and Getter Robo Machines. The iconic Swordfish 2 from the anime Cowboy Bebop is also available as a detailed X-model plastic kit, complete with character figures. For kaiju aficionados, a unique resin cast set features busts representing different eras of Godzilla, a true historical journey through the monster's evolution. Finally, the latest action figures from Todd McFarlane's universe, the Spawn 21 Alternate Reality series, are showcased, promising highly detailed sculpts that look more like statues than standard figures. The page also notes the upcoming Summer Wonder Festival event. This page highlights new hobby items, featuring anime and tokusatsu series. Notable releases include a resin kit of the Nobel Gundam and action figures of the Cyborg 009 team. Kyoto's new direction, post-Furuta Seika partnership, is showcased with impressive items. Collectible figures include small, posable Evangelion capsule toys and large mobile armors from Mobile Suit Gundams. New Kamen Rider Ryuki R and Ahem action figures debut. Other featured series include collectible fish, rescue vehicles paired with canned goods, miniature World War II tanks, Japanese natural monument figures, an antique doll series, and detailed, palm-sized figures from Akira. This page features the comic strip Guru Guru Creature Episode 64, titled Change of Heart. The strip follows the young scientist Guru Guru, who performs poorly on a science test. His teacher, Okinawa-sensei, finds this unusual. Guru Guru claims he was protesting a world focused solely on tests and studying.
His creations, Ahoy-chan and Metoy-kun, offer excuses but eventually point out his tactlessness. Despite Okinawa-sensei's brief sermon on the importance of kindness over academics, Metoy-kun announces a retest for Guru Guru, much to his dismay. The page also includes character profiles for Guru Guru, the science-loving protagonist, Okinawa-sensei, the knowledgeable occult teacher, Aoi-chan and Jinmen, Aoi-san, Guru Guru's assistant creation with a split personality, and Metoy-kun, a ghost-type creature. The next page continues the story of Guru Guru Creature in episode 65, titled Change of Heart. After his test, young scientist Guru Guru is focused intently on studying his creations. The rabbit-like Aoi-chan, or Jinmen Aoi-san, the bat-like Metoy-kun, and the green creature John Pkun initially planned to play outside. However, they realize Guru Guru's dedication and, in a surprising turn, decide to join him in studying. Guru Guru is utterly taken aback by his companion's sudden change in behavior. The comic concludes with the creations questioning their own unexpected academic enthusiasm. The page also includes character profiles for Aoi-chan Jinmen Aoi-san, highlighting her intelligence, Metoy-kun, described with a mysterious charm, and John Pkun, noted for absorbing negative energy and his connection to Aniki. The next page features Secret City No. 10, a serialized narrative accompanied by a striking illustration by Katsuya Terada. The artwork depicts a moody urban landscape populated by peculiar figures, including a large, dark entity and smaller, strange creatures interacting with buildings. The page is primarily dedicated to the story, presented as dialogue and descriptive text. A significant portion lists the numerous characters involved in this episode, such as Siru, the narrator, Rumu, Jinsen, Spooky, and many others, along with brief descriptions of their roles or characteristics. Notably, some characters like Metosu and Susu, Tada, appear to carry over from previous features, suggesting a connected narrative universe. The story itself seems to follow the search or activities of these characters within the mysterious city. There are no game screenshots or direct game reviews on this page. The page concludes with a "to be continued" message, pointing towards the next episode. This feature provides a taste of the creative writing and art often included in these magazines, beyond just game coverage. This page features a fun horoscope and compatibility section running from February 22nd to March 7th, connecting astrology with the world of gaming. It includes a specific highlight on the beloved character Kasumi from Dead or Alive 3, noting her February 23rd birthday and offering a positive message about overcoming challenges. The main part of the page presents horoscopes for all 12 zodiac signs, providing advice for both male and female readers. Each sign entry includes a general fortune description, a lucky color, a lucky item, and ratings across different life areas like money, health, love, work, and play. This section encourages readers to consider compatibility with their favorite game characters, blending popular game culture with a classic magazine feature, a common practice in gaming publications of the era. The inclusion of the Team Ninja copyright confirms the direct connection to the featured game series. This page features a reader giveaway with a variety of prizes. The main prize is a selection of game software for different consoles like PlayStation 2, Dreamcast, Game Boy Advance, and GameCube, with 15 winners receiving a game of their choice from titles released up to February 28, 2002. Other prizes include a stylish aluminum carrying case for Game Boy Advance from Kemco for 3 winners, and a set of items from the recent Virtua Fighter 4 arcade tournament for 2 winners. Readers could also win one of 2 different original Dorimaga t-shirts, with 10 available. Finally, 50 winners would receive a special phone card featuring the artwork for Interlude, highlighted as the magazine's 11th best for November, and a highly anticipated adventure game on Dreamcast. The page also provides a look ahead to the next issue, dated March 22, 2002, and releasing on March 8th. The preview promises a big strategy reinforcement month for highly anticipated titles. This includes guides for major games such as Dead or Alive 3 on Xbox, Let's Make a Pro Soccer Club 2002, Xenosaga Episode 1, Strength of the Will, Onimusha 2, Super Robot Wars Impact, and Wild Arms Advance 3rd on PlayStation 2, and Sakura Wars 4, Fall in Love, Maidens on Dreamcast. The issue will also feature hints and information on PC and arcade games. Additionally, The page lists the magazine's staff members, includes a brief announcement about recruiting new writers, and lists the winners from the previous issue's prize drawing.
This page features the game Weakness Hero to Rawman for the Dreamcast. Originally a talked-about PC title, this version is powered up for its DC release. The game puts you in the shoes of an evil overlord who happens to be a high school student, adding a unique twist. The core conflict revolves around the heroines, champions of justice, one of whom the player character finds himself drawn to. Described as an evil overlord simulation game, combining elements of romance, SLG, adventure, and plenty of gags, Rawman allows you to create original monsters to battle the heroes. The narrative explores whether you'll fall into a sweet yet painful romance with the heroines, or fully embrace your role as the evil overlord. The game features character designs by Tetsuro Shinkaita, scenario work by Shigeru Yanagawa, and graphics by Masanori Izuka, among other talented staff. Adding to the appeal is a super luxurious voice cast of 19 actors, including Ai Maeda, Chi Ishibashi, and Aya Hisakawa. Weakness Hero to Rawman was released on February 28, 2002, priced at 6,800 yen, excluding tax, and comes with one GDROM game disc and a bonus disc. It was published by 45 Company, Limited. This page features a spread highlighting two distinct game releases. On the left is the PlayStation 2 version of Canon, the beloved visual novel from Key. The artwork prominently displays one of the main heroines with a large green creature, alongside smaller screenshots showcasing other characters and scenes from the game. It is listed with a release date of February 28, 2002, and a standard price of 6,800 yen. There's also a mention of an NEC Interchannel Fan Appreciation Day event in Osaka, scheduled for March 3rd. On the right, we see Dosokai 2 again and Refrain for the Dreamcast. This section features character illustrations, including a main character and several girls, indicative of its genre. It's scheduled for release on April 4th, 2002. The limited edition is priced at 7,900 yen and includes bonus items like a telephone card, while the standard edition matches Canon's price at 6,800 yen. This appears to be a romance simulation game, focusing on relationships and nostalgic encounters, as suggested by the title and character art. Vertical text on the far right mentions a major strategy guide feature for Dead or Alive 3, suggesting it's a significant topic covered elsewhere in the magazine.